from it. Destiny arrives all the same. One day remains at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games as we take a look at beautiful Madison, Wisconsin. Thank you so much for being here today with us as we wrap up competition on Sunday at the CrossFit Games. I am Sean Woodland. We appreciate you joining us here on the Rogue Iron Game, but I am not doing this by myself. We have a packed house here at the desk. Annie Sakamoto, Dan Bailey, and Chase Ingraham all joining us. And today, I think, as we have seen through the past 3 days, the theme is pressure. It has been pressure all week long on these athletes.
I have felt immense amounts of pressure all weekend. I have been on an emotional roller coaster all weekend, and I can't tell if I am ready to get off of that roller coaster or stay on the roller coaster.
I'm ready to stay on. I want to see how things kind of play out, and I'm also super interested. I would love to know how the athletes are feeling on Sunday, those top 10 individuals.
Yeah, and Jason, you've been on the competition side and the coach side. What are the athletes feeling right now?
You know, as Annie described it perfectly, is there is a lot of pressure. We kind of have like a CrossFit Fortnite thing comboing where the competition field's getting smaller and smaller and smaller, but the cuts are done. So now you have a open field of play. There's really no penalty for having a bad finish other than toppling down the leaderboard. So it's just keeping your athletes focused on one event at a time, since that's all we really know, and just stay in your lane as the day goes on.
Yeah, as is customary at the CrossFit Games, we don't know everything that is going to take place. We have a general idea of what the schedule looks like. We do know where we're going to start. We're going to be in the water. We're going to have those event details coming up in a little bit. The individuals will start with swim paddle. That's at 10 a.m. local time here. Then an hour later, the teams go. We don't know a whole lot after that. We just know times and locations. We're going to be heading inside the Coliseum for the remainder of the competition, and then we close things out at 5 p.m. With the closing ceremonies. But I know one thing a lot of people are looking forward to seeing today is, will history be made on both the men's and the women's side of things here?
Right, and on the women's side, Tia-Clair Toomey is poised to be the first three-peat female champion that we've ever seen. And of course, there's two other ladies that have had back-to-back championships in both Catherine Davids-Daughter and Annie Thorsdottir, but we have seen somebody complete their bid for a three-peat. And considering that we are starting the day with a water event, and Tia Toomey has won both water events that we've had here in Madison, and just the look that she had in her eyes last night, I say she has this thing on lock. And then, of course, Matt Fraser, the second man. He is poised to be the second man to hold 4 championship titles. And again, the way he looked on that clean event last night, the fact that we haven't seen him in the white jersey since Friday morning, I think he is completely fired up. It's almost like the two silver medals that he has sitting in his home, staring at it. The fact that he's not wearing that white jersey has fueled his fire. It's going to be an amazing day of competition.
When fans look at the leaderboard, they need to kind of get rid of their old perspective and look at it through a new lens. These leads are not insurmountable because of the amount of points and the gap between each placement that we have here with this 10-person point scale.
No, and that's part of what's going to make Sunday so interesting. When you take a look at that chart there, first place is still going to get 100 points, but now if you wind up down in 10th, you're only going to get 10. That 90-point gap can make up all sorts of points on the leaderboard. 262 points on the women's side from 10th to 1st, 214 points from 10 to 1st on the men's side. So while that's a massive amount of points, it's not impossible for a 10th place finisher to rise up to the podium and potentially even take a first place spot.
There are rookies still alive on both the men's and women's side of things, and some people might say that seems a little weird, but look, this is nothing new. Now the question is, will one of them actually find him or herself on the podium?
Right. Since 2010, we have had a rookie on the podium every single year. And look at the names that we're talking about. Rich Froning, champion. Matt Fraser, champion. Tia-Clair Toomey, champion. So it's no surprise, it would be no surprise to see a rookie be on the podium again this year. it would actually just stay in step with tradition.
There are some rookies in contention here. Who will you be keeping an eye on to see, hey, you know what, maybe this person keeps the streak alive and winds up on the podium in his first year?
Yeah, like we mentioned, nothing's impossible right now at this stage, so we still could see one of these rookies jump to the top. One of the guys I'm looking at is Matt McLeod. He's about 188 points out of first, 107 off the podium. Had a very slow start to the week, taking several 40th place finishes, but has continually improved his scores as we've moved along. You can see him on the left on the pull-up bar there during Mary. The other athlete that I'm looking at is Haley Adams. We saw her yesterday. She mentioned that she enjoys swimming, and they do it a whole bunch down in Cookeville, so she's excited that she gets to put some of that on display today for event 10. And then last but not least, Anna Fragu, 6th place currently, 221 points out of first, 132 off the podium. Was able to do fairly well in that clean event there. Moving into Sunday, she needs to make up some points in order for her to get up the leaderboard.
Chase, a question for you, and I'll open it up to everybody else, but what else here stands out as you look at just these 10 athletes who remain on the leaderboard?
A couple of the athletes in there's a variable set of skills and talents with all these athletes, and a lot of them are different. So it's going to kind of come down to what the events are going to be. When you have such a drastic change on the point scale on the leaderboard, 5th place used to be 84 points, and now it's only 50. When you have unique skill sets with only 10 athletes, I would say the specialists can make a dramatic impact on what happens the rest of the day.
Yeah, and along those lines, the race for the lead here on both sides. I mean, it's not done, especially on the men's side.
Right, and we're looking at Noah Olson being only 15 points ahead of Matt Fraser, so that means he has Matt Fraser breathing down his neck. We've never seen Matt Fraser not wearing the white jersey going into this fourth and final day. But what I've been so impressed with as far as Noah goes is his composure under all of this pressure. Notoriously, Noah makes some big mistakes and he kind of freaks out about them. You know, to see him, especially on the sprint triplet yesterday, to see him have Matt take the lead over him and him remain composed. He even fell on that final pegboard. But what he knew was he just needed to stay in front of BKG in order to hold on to his lead, and that's exactly what he did, even after a failed pegboard attempt. I am so impressed with his mental game thus far.
Let's go to the women's side now and check out the leaderboard where we stand coming into the final day of competition. And Tia Toomey is your overall leader. 721 points. She leads Kristen Holta by 85 points, and that is not an insurmountable lead anymore. Jamie Green sits in 3rd place. Carrie Pierce is 27 points back of her for the final spot on the podium. Catherine Davis-Daughter, she can still be a factor as well. We're going to get into all of this in a second, but first let's look at the top of the leaderboard where Tia Toomey is on the cusp of history. What are the chances that she could be the first woman to win 3 CrossFit Games championships?
Well, like you were saying, Sean, she's got an 85-point lead over Kristen Holter right now. And as you were pointing out, mathematically, because of the scoring system this year, could she not win? Yes. But is it likely that she's not going to win? No. And if we think about the events that we know thus far today, a water event, Tia will do very well, if not win it. And then we're back in the Coliseum, which usually produces very quintessential CrossFit workouts. Again, events that she'll do very well at. So the combination of her doing well or needing others to not do well is just, it's so unlikely that these others will do better than she will, or enough better than she will at this point.
Let's assume that Tia Toomey, if she doesn't win, is probably going to finish on the podium. Who else do you think is a lock to be in that top 3?
I think Kristen Holte at this point, her body of work over the years at the CrossFit Games and where she currently sits is super impressive. She's one of the most consistent athletes we've ever seen. One of the things that I don't like for today is she's a little questionable on swim events. From 2014 to 2016, we're looking at 7th, 10th, and a 21st place finish in anything that kind of involves swimming and paddling. So not the best thing to come out of the hopper for her this morning. However, she is one of the most consistent athletes, and after interviewing her yesterday, she seems very calm, very cool, very collected. She knows what she has to do, knows that she has to run her own race, and the only part of that I kind of disagree with is we're at Sunday at this point. It's not about running your own race anymore. She has got to keep her eyes on Tia Toomey if she wants any chance to pass her on the leaderboard.
Chase, who do you think could wind up there with let's say Toomey and Holter are going to be there? Who's the 3rd possibly?
I say the one sitting in 3rd place currently, which is Jamie Green. And we haven't said too much about her, but she has been just as consistent as the other athletes. The only thing, she had a couple of finishes outside the top 20. But for Jamie Green, she's been inside the top 6 her last 4 events. And I think people forget is like, this is an athlete who won the Open 2 years ago. She was also on a team that podiumed at the CrossFit Games 2 CrossFit Mayhem. So Jamie Green has a lot of competitive experience on final day of competition where the pressure is the highest. So I'd like to see what Jamie Green does with the events today.
There are some women who may not be in realistic contention for a spot on the podium. Mathematically, pretty much everybody is still alive, but who could be a bit of an X factor here today?
Well, on the women's side, I'm going to have to go with Amanda Barnhart, especially when we look at the first event today. We start in the water. Amanda Barnhart is a D1 collegiate swimmer from Cleveland State, and specifically in freestyle. And knowing that we have a long swim event coming up, it really favors her. If we see another heavy barbell like we did last night, again, this is a woman who may not make the podium, but can very likely take points away from the other ladies that are in a true race for the podium and help shake up the leaderboard overall.
Yeah, look, Catherine Davis' daughter, it's not out of the realm of possibility that she could be the first woman to win 3 CrossFit Games championships. She could be a little bit of a monkey wrench here too.
Yeah, absolutely. That name has to just jump out at you for sure, even though it's not where we're used to seeing it. She's made that cut into the top 10 and then has slowly kind of climbed her way up the leaderboard, although she's 187 points out of first. She has the experience of a champion, right? She's been there before. She's been in pressure cooker situations, so this isn't something that's unfamiliar to her. She's trained for this type of scenario. Doesn't have many top 10 finishes in swim events, but the fact that she's had so much experience over these past CrossFit Games, definitely somebody who can creep up onto the podium for sure, possibly take the lead with the way the points work.
Chase, on the women's side, who's the fly in the ointment here right now?
Oh, man. No offense to the fly in the ointment, but I like to see what Anna Frago does today. She's been consistent in her own way in terms of never really a dominating performance, but never really a bad one. And the way the points kind of work out is that if she has a couple good events, she can disrupt things, at least on the top of the leaderboard's concerned. For maybe, you know, I don't see her cracking the top 3, and that's just my opinion, but I see her could be making a difference for athletes like Catherine Davis' daughter and Carrie Pierce trying to work their way back up into the podium.
Yeah. Let's go over to the men's side, check out the leaderboard there where it is much closer at the top. For the first time in what seems like forever, Noah Olsen is your overall leader by 15 points over Matt Fraser. Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson, he sits in 3rd, but he's only 3 points up on Scott Panchik for that final spot on the podium, and then James Newberry and Jacob Hepner are behind them in the top 6. There are a couple races here. There is the race for first. Noah Olsen and Matt Fraser have separated themselves, and then there's a race for the podium. Let's talk about the race for first. Who has the edge?
Right now, I think it's anybody's game. I would definitely say that Matt Fraser might have a little bit of edge based on the fact of the championships that he's won. We've seen flashes of brilliance from Noah Olsen before. We've seen him approach the top of the leaderboard, and he's definitely showed up some of those weaknesses he had before, like he's doing better in things like this. The sprint event here, we said he finished very well in that event. Historically has not been very good. The thing that we haven't seen him do is put together a complete weekend. In event 7, you can see Matt Fraser there actually climbing the pegboard. Matt was able to take a victory after Noah failed a pegboard. His handle just popped out and he fell down, had to do an entire rep again. That cost him big points. Fraser hasn't been this close on day 3 since 2015. Matt Fraser's now back in that position he was back then, battling out with Ben Smith, where he actually lost to Ben Smith. Obviously, he's a different athlete than he was back then. Olsen has, although he's a very good swimmer, has a water polo background, Matt has actually bested him in the water in several events in the past, so I'm looking for this event to be very close between those two.
All right, let's assume that those two are probably going to take first or second in whatever order. There are only 3 points that separate Bjorn Gudmundsson from Scott Panchik. Who has the edge now in that race for 3rd?
Well, BKG, I would say, has the edge, but like you said, only by 3 points, and this is a competition that can shift very quickly within one event. You see BKG was in that race in the sprint triplet with Noah Olsen, and it was little things like putting the dumbbell down where Noah Olsen was able to edge him out. BKG in the front of our screen right here with the red tank top on. We're talking about a gentleman, though, that not only got 3rd place in 2015, he's been in the top 10 in the last last 3 years. He has an average placement of 14 across 66 events. This is a man who knows how to handle himself under pressure, but he's got Scott Panchik only 3 points behind him. Again, another, top 10 finisher, I think 6 of the last 7 years. So there are no mistakes for BKG today.
All right, let's talk now X factors again, and I want to start with you, Chase, but there are some men who, again, mathematically still alive here, but may not be realistically still alive to get on the podium, who might be able to disrupt some things today.
Your best athlete out there to play that card is Jacob Hepner. Just the fact that he's back at the games for the first time in the last 2 years that he's missed, but the way this guy trains is manic at the best way I could describe it. He has such a skill set that most athletes maybe don't have. His is just putting it all together. So depending on what the events are on Sunday, I think Jacob Hepner has a very good chance to disrupt things and even crack the top 3, just being 80 points out.
Dan, how about you? Who do you think is looking to just throw a grenade into this?
Oh my God, James Newberry.
Yeah.
And that first event's going to play very well for him. In 2018, he finished 3rd in the Madison Tri-Plus. You can see him as the athlete closest to us on the screen. There he is finishing event 7 from last night, doing very well there, keeping himself in contention. He was also 5th on the run, swim, run in 2017, hit a 345-pound clean last night, which gave him 40 pounds. And based on the stats we had for him, that was a 10-pound PR. So he's showing up on the days and on the events that he needs to put himself in contention to be on the podium or possibly take the leader spot.
Yeah, Michelle Letendre has really made a big difference with James Newberry. He looks like an entirely different athlete and on track for his best career finish here at the CrossFit Games. Let's go to the team competition, and this was the one that we all thought was going to be a slugfest. It is not. Mayhem Freedom, and they're gone. They are running away with this thing. 635 points. They are 157 points up on CrossFit Krypton. The Central Beast, OC3 Black, Don't Stop, they are still in contention for a spot on the podium. There is another cut. Don't Stop, Invictus, and Invictus X are separated by just 3 points. We're going to get down to 5 teams. So a couple of those teams might not be making it. Who do you like, Dan, to be moving on now to the next round?
I'm keeping my eye on Team Don't Stop. They're currently in 5th with a 3rd place finish at the end of the day yesterday. So they're coming into Sunday with a little bit of momentum. Really, we're starting to compete for, like you mentioned, kind of the podium spot, 2nd and 3rd and down. Historically, they took a 38th place finish in the Team Tri-Plus from last year, but Chase, you mentioned they actually made a change to their team which could affect the outcome in their water today.
Yeah, they had Rachel Garibay on their team last year, and she practically almost didn't know how to swim, so they had to actually coast her through it. So they've replaced some team members, although with Roy Gamboa and Travis William at the helms. I would say 2 more of the more rocks than floaters, I would say, between the 2 men. So we'll have to see how they handle the new system.
A couple of Invictus teams are in that battle. Who do you like between the 2 of them?
I'm going to go with the underdog here, the team that's in 7th place, but again, like you said, only 3 points out. And they are also last year's 2nd place team. Now, only the gentlemen from that team remain in Sam Dancer and Holden Rethwell. But look at the 2 ladies that they put on that team, Margot Alvarez and Christy Aramo. I mean, that bodes really well for them, I think, especially going into this water event. They got 7th place in the team triplets last year. You add somebody like Christy Aramo into that roster when we're going into the water. It's fantastic. And then Margot Alvarez, while she hasn't always been the best at swimming events, she's never been the worst. So I think if we're talking about a cut and we're talking about a water event, this team stands a really good chance to make the move they need to and get in that 5th place position.
All right, let's assume the Mayhem Freedom is going to win this thing. I don't think I'm going out on too far of a limb there. 2 spots remain on the podium. You have spots 2 through 4 are separated by just 52 points, which again is not a big margin, especially when we get down to 5 and there are 25 points between each spot. So who do you like to join them on the podium?
Don't you make fun of me, Sean.
Okay, here we go. I know what's coming.
OC3
Black. Here we go.
It's that wagon.
Yeah. We are back on. Annie is on the bandwagon.
I never got off. I just pulled the train for a stop and then decided not to get off. OC3 Black, they were last year's 3rd place team, and they returned 3 of those members from last year. And outside of a poor start and their sprint relay yesterday, they have otherwise just been steadily climbing their way back up the leaderboard. And they've been doing that by capitalizing on events that that favor them, like the cheese curd event that we saw yesterday.
Big chipper.
Yes, a big chipper, thank you. And they were 9th in the triplets event last year. So again, a team that I think has been steadily doing exactly what they need to do. They're showing that their experience and their unification as a team is really paying off.
Dan, who you can't pick OC3 because squarely back on the bandwagon. So she's driving that thing, and Ann is in the passenger seat.
Yeah.
Who else should be up there as well?
Definitely Team Krypton. I think we saw from yesterday, they've been the only team to actually really put any pressure on Mayhem. In the big chipper, they kind of took a stumble a little bit, took a 9th, only got 4 points. It was kind of their damage control event. The GHD sit-ups and deadlifts didn't play well to their favor. Speaking with them yesterday, though, they are incredibly confident in the water, excited to see the swim and the paddle. They're going to need to be, because we're running out of events to catch CrossFit Mayhem and running out of events to kind of solidify your spot on the top of the leaderboard. Ideally, they're looking for some more gymnastic events to come out, but overall, very well-rounded team, having a lot of talent, and they're slowly working better as a team kind of as we go along through the weekend.
Chase, all the talk coming into this team competition was it's going to be a slugfest. All these teams are loaded. You can make a legitimate case for all of them to win this thing. We could not have been more wrong about that. I know we don't have as big a field as we have in the past, but we probably have as deep a field as we have ever had in the team competition. Is this the most dominant team performance that we have ever seen?
I think unquestionably yes. And because of the hype that we had the era of the super teams. You didn't have to train together, you can put them all together any which way you wanted to. And look at what CrossFit Mayhem is doing to the most stacked field of teams we have ever seen assembled at the CrossFit Games. I don't think it's a question, it's not up for debate. What Rich Froning has done with CrossFit Mayhem's team this year, under all the scrutiny and the way the offseason was, what happened at Wadapalooza, they went to Asia to get their win, they got beat at the Rogue Invitational. But what Mayhem has done and what they have showed us is not only are they dominant, they've started to show the blueprint about what it takes. It takes a level of team commitment and training that most people don't have the chance to do or aren't willing to do. This is by far the most dominant team we have ever seen.
Yeah, and Dan, you've been down there, and we've talked about this a couple days ago about what their training looks like. I mean, it is all they do.
Correct. Eat, train, sleep, repeat. That's kind of the mantra down there, and they do everything together. Like everything is always some kind of team workout, working together. The experience that garners when you're out on the floor, approached with the unknowable, the chances of you knowing what your teammates can do and cannot do, where everybody needs to pick up their slack and how to stick together on different implements, is just greater. They've really set the bar for how you're going to need to train in the future if you want to have a successful team at the CrossFit Games, maybe not just successful, but a chance at the podium and for sure a chance to win.
Yeah, and Annie, you've mentioned this before, the chemistry there is so important. They seem to have it more than any other team.
Right, if you follow these guys on Instagram or you have any connection into the Mayhem world, they eat together. They're always hanging out at the Fronings. There's this family vibe that is created, and I think, it's not just physically what you can do on the field, it's as a team, how can you work together? And the fact that these guys are not just training together, they're eating together, they're watching TV together, whatever it is, there's just a bond that's formed that's untouchable.
Yeah, well, the teams are going to go second today. The individuals kick things off first. This is the event they're going to be facing. It's pretty simple. It's an 1,000-meter swim and then a 1,000-meter paddle. The paddle is a prone paddle, and the time cap is 50 minutes. So who is jumping for joy now that he or she gets to do this event?
From some of the things that we've seen in the sanctional events earlier this year, Matt McLeod is going to be my pick for that. He's got 2 seconds and 2 firsts over the course of competing in any swim event in sanctionals. So look for him to do very well there. He's on the left side of your screen there doing the pull-ups, and Mary had a bit of a slow start to the week. 40th, 44th, and 18th were his first 3 event place finishes. He proved he has some capacity on the land. He did well took first in that sprint sled couplet. So I'm interested to see how he's going to shake up that leaderboard once we hit the water this morning.
Yeah, who do you like on the women's side?
On the women's side, Amanda Barnhart is frothing at the bit to get into the water this morning. Again, we're talking about a D1 collegiate freestyle swimmer. She had a very promising rookie debut at the Reebok CrossFit Games in 2018. She finished 15th. And it's just so great to see her following up by being in the top 10. But besides that, this is a longer distance swim, the longest distance swim that we've seen thus far. And I'm sure Chase would agree that the longer we go, the more ability she's going to be able to create an exponential lead on these other ladies. And that doesn't just go for the time, but for in the energy that she's going to have saved in swimming such a long distance and then going into the paddle. So I think she's really excited about this event.
Yeah, Chase, why is that 1,000 meter swim such a big factor here in this event?
When you think about how long it actually takes to do. And so for a 1,000 meter swim, you're looking somewhere for people who are okay at swimming. It's going to take north of 2 minutes to do when you think about a 1,000 meter swim. A 1,000 meter paddle, maybe half the amount of time. So the time difference between the two is that if you can bank on the swim, what Amanda Barnhart's benefit is that she could do a 1,000 meter swim with her background as easy and as comfortably as possible and still be minutes ahead of the rest of the field. So there's not enough time on the 1,000 meter paddle side to make up such a deficit because it takes so much time to swim that distance.
All right, let's take one more look at the schedule of events that we have on tap for today, and some of it, the details, I should say, are known. Again, we're going to start with the individuals. That goes here in just about 5 minutes as the individuals get things kicked off with the swim paddle. An hour later, it's the team swim paddle. Then we come back at 1 o'clock for, we don't know, but there will be competition. We're going to close things out at 5 p.m. here, local time. If you are here in Madison and you don't want the fun to end once you leave the campus at the Alliant Energy Center, you can go to any of the Great Dane pub and brewing locations. Today is the last day. All 4 of their locations have daily drink specials, custom Rogue food menus, and exclusive Rogue and Great Dane t-shirts and pint cups. So grab a hold of one of those and watch the Iron Game as we cover the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. And for more information, you can follow Rogue Fitness at roguefitness.com on Instagram. Really fast, one thing you're looking forward to seeing today. We'll start with Annie.
Well, I was saying earlier, this day is always so bittersweet to me. Last night we were saying, oh, only one more day, only one more day. And a little tear trickled down my face because, yes, we get to see who's going to be crowned fittest on earth. But I love this stuff. I could sit here for another 3 days and keep watching. So I guess I'm most excited to see who ends up with that crown on their head.
Yeah, we're joining the CrossFit World Feed while we talk here as they get set for the swim paddle. But Dan, what are you looking for?
I'm going to break the rules. I'm going to go with 2 things.
Okay, why not? You're Dan Bailey.
Obviously, the athletes are one thing to watch, but I'm really interested to see how these cuts and how the point system is really going to shake up the leaderboard when they start competing. And the other thing I don't think we've brought up is this is the first time, I believe, that a swim event has been later in the weekend.
It's the latest we've had it,
right? So now the athletes have been through all sorts of different events, and now they have to jump into the water. How's that going to affect athletes, like you mentioned, Chase, who maybe aren't already very good at swimming? They're okay swimmers. What's that going to do to their capacity in the water? So I'm excited to see that for event 1 this morning.
Yeah, go ahead, Chase.
So for me, we talked about Noah's mentality a lot and question. I feel like we did the same thing with Lucas Hogberg. When is Hogberg going to fail last year? Maybe, just maybe, Noah has it all together for the first time. And I'm excited to see how he handles this. And maybe the questions stop and he can start giving us some answers coming into the final day of competition.
And we now join the CrossFit World Feed, the pictures that they are bringing us that we can provide to you of event number 9 for the individuals. It's swim paddle. We are back out at Lake Monona. And as Dan Bailey mentioned, this is the latest ever in a CrossFit Games competition that we have been in the water. The men are going to start things off first. One more look at the overall standings for them, where Noah Olsen comes in 15 points up on Matt Fraser. Bjorgren Carl Gudmundsson 3 points up on Scott Panchik for that 3rd and final spot on the podium. James Newbury, Jacob Hepner, Adrian Moonweiler, and then Matt McLeod, followed by Saxon Panchik and Will Morad. And I know those look like big deficits, but today nothing is out of the realm of possibility. Women's overall standings, Tia-Clair Toomey, 85 points up on Kristen Holta, and then it's Jamie Green who leads Carrie Pierce by 27 points. Catherine Davies-Otter, she's sitting there in 5th. She could be a factor today, and then the rookie, Anna Fraggy, trying to get herself onto the podium. The event, a 1,000 meter swim and then a 1,000 meter paddle. The score is the sum of each athlete's time on the swim and then on the paddle. So it's total time for your total score. And those paddle boards look very familiar, and all 20 athletes will be going at the same time.
And I think it's important to note, Sean, that for the less efficient swimmers that maybe don't know how to kick as well, the energy that they're going to expend in the shoulders during the swim is really going to affect their ability to paddle directly afterwards.
Another thing about that prone paddleboard when they get on it, it's not a stable implement to deal with.
No, it isn't.
Any rocking left to right, it can eventually tip you over and roll into the water, right? So
I think I saw a little video clip of the old Dan Bailey doing that himself at the games one year.
Did you fall in the drink, Dan?
I surfed a wave on the way in and sang to Ben Smith on the way back in as well. When we were halfway there, might have thrown a Bon Jovi line out.
All right, we are underway on the start of the swim. And Chase, you know a lot about this, with this kind of mass start. I mean, this is chaos right here.
It's just chaos, and it's also very violent. When you're in the water, there's kicking, there's grabbing, there's elbows, because nobody really cares. It's different than a mass start on a run where people can see what you're doing. But when it comes to the water, it's super important to try to get ahead early. I would put mass start into quotation since it's only 20 athletes coming in, both men and women. But if you don't know what you're doing, it becomes very daunting. Like, you take one kick to the face and that just might be the end of your event.
And the Australians are out front early. The men will be wearing the dark caps. The women are wearing the light caps. And it's Matt McLeod and Tia Toomey who are out front on this 1,000-meter swim. They have to go out and around and then back, and then they will pick up their paddles, and then they will navigate the same course. 2,000 total meters, 1,000 swim, 1,000 on the paddleboard. Ninth event here to kick off day number 4, the final day of competition at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. The numbers they are wearing on their swim caps correspond with their placement on the overall leaderboard. 74 degrees, it's a beautiful day here in Madison, Wisconsin. Great day for a water event.
It is a great day, because if you look at how calm the water is with no wind, that's really going to help a lot of these athletes, because a part of open water swimming is being able to spot the target or your turnaround point, right? And so every time you pick up your head and swallow a chunk of water, over 1,000 meters, that's going to be a big belly full of water.
And Chase, you mentioned, to your point of the glassy water, how important it is to get out in front, being a part of that glassy water, being able to swim into that fresh, clean water, rather than being in the chop being created by people who are in the front.
It's twofold, and I feel like it depends on your skill level as a swimmer. If you're a great swimmer, it's vital. Clean water, no one's in your face, you can just sight on your own. If you're a bad swimmer, you actually want to try to tail off on somebody who's a better swimmer than you, because if you can park behind someone, that knows how to sight better than you, and that just means they can look where they're going, because that's a hard skill to do in open water. But 2, drafting in the water has such a massive positive effect. If you can tail on someone's toes and just follow those, it's a good place to be if you're not the strongest swimmer in the world.
Well, and that'll actually be true on the paddleboard as well. You can very much draft on a paddleboard, but it's doubtful a lot of these folks know how to do that.
The Australians continue to lead. It's Matt McLeod, number 8, in the dark swim cap. Next to him is Tia Toomey in the light swim cap. Again, the numbers that they are wearing on their caps correspond with where they stand on the overall leaderboard. Men and women competing at the same time, but not against each other. They will be scored separately.
The thing that I'm interested in seeing once they come in from this swim, on that narrow paddleboard, there's really 2 techniques that you can use. One, you can be laying on your belly, paddling like normal, hopefully that you're not going to fall off, just using your arms. The other is paddling from your knees.
Right.
So when you're able to do that, you're actually able to activate more core to extremity movement. You're able to use your midline to kind of push your arms through the water. It is a way faster method to move through the water. In 2015, I remember Con Porter doing that as he passed me at great speed on the paddleboard. So the Australians are out in front now. I'm wondering if any of them are going to be able to hop on that paddleboard, use that technique to further their lead.
Why is that technique so hard?
Because of the balance.
Yeah.
The balance. Yeah. That very narrow paddleboard, any movement to the left or the right will roll you right into the water.
Right. I'm actually very impressed that Tia right now has such a huge lead on Amanda Barnhart. I don't know if that's Amanda playing a specific a game right now, or if Tia is just really that good of a swimmer.
When you look at Tia, the difference between Tia and Matt McLeod is that Tia has a very short stroke in terms of her arms coming out of the water. She'll enter just in front of her face, but she has a good reach, where you see Matt McLeod just below her. He has a much longer stroke. And so what you see between the two is that Matt has a much more comfortable, long technique stroke, which is very beneficial for something like 1,000 meter. Tia is just strong. You can see the power that she has. So yes, she's in the lead, but she is working a lot harder than I would say Matt. Now they're not competing against each other, but we said earlier is how important it is on the 1,000 meter swim in terms of time it takes to do the event. 1,000 meters, upwards of 20 minutes, probably more towards 25 for most of these athletes because of the distance. Now, if it's a legit 1,000, we've seen distances in the past where it's like, it was a 500 meter, I was like, they didn't break the world record. That was 300. But it's gonna take twice as long as the paddleboard event will do. And if you can put distance between them, and what these two athletes, especially Matt McLeod, is that he's going to finish this event comfortably on the first half of the swim. Because if you're a swimmer, it's the difference between, I'll put myself, me doing an Olympic lift versus an Olympian, right? Mm-hmm. I can do it, it looks like looks like the snatch, but then that's the night and day difference. If you are a swimmer and you have a swimming background, not just you practice it, you can do this 1,000 as almost active recovery and be minutes ahead of the rest of the field. And there's not enough time to catch you on a paddleboard.
This is the pack behind McLeod and Toomey as they are on the trip out, I should say, on this initial 1,000 meter swim. They have to go around that buoy and then back, and then they'll get their paddleboards. But things are certainly sort of started to separate out here on this initial 500 meters out. And Chase, there was a time not that long ago where it was almost comical when you would watch CrossFitters try to swim. And if you were just basically proficient at moving through the water, you could smash these events.
What are you trying to say, Sean?
Present company not included.
I liken it to the weightlifting community watching us all do Amanda in 2010.
Right.
Just
we can do it.
Totally pooping on the snatch. Right? And when you look back, myself included in that, and what we saw in 11, 12, and watching people how to swim, it was like trying to watch Arnold Schwarzenegger swim in Predator. Yeah. It was like, actually, you know what? He did a pretty good job. But the training that they have put in and understanding is that swimming is such a foreign movement to do. Yeah. You can fake a run, you can fake a bike, you cannot fake a swim. Yeah. It requires a lot of training, and athletes have been living in the pool since this has been involved, and they know it's been in the games every year, and it should be here to stay as a good test. And so it is nice to see good swimming out on the lake.
But you bring up, Chase, a lot of these athletes have been swimming in a pool. Swimming in a pool with a lane line to track is wildly different than swimming open water. Right, so when you open water swim, like Chase was saying, you have to sight, you have to pick something so you don't end up just zigzagging all over Lake Monona. And these athletes obviously have that huge orange buoy to use as their sight, where every couple of strokes you pick your head up and you make sure you're on track. But if you're used to just following a lane line and waiting for the wall, open water swimming is going to really catch you by surprise.
So Tia Toomey and Matt McLeod are getting set to make the turn back to shore on the second half of this 1,000 meter swim. Toomey's in the white, Matt McLeod is in the left, and the two Australians are way out in front here. Remember, men and women are competing together, but they're scored separately.
Now, I was talking earlier about how long it'll take for an okay swimmer. If you can hold a 2-minute 100-meter pace, you are a good swimmer.
Right.
You're capable. I'll say you're a capable swimmer. You're not a good swimmer. That's actually not that good. You're a capable swimmer. If you are a good swimmer, holding a 1:30 pace for 100 meters is not hard to do at all. And that's a 5-minute difference between you and a good swimmer. You think about that.
Well, Toomey and McLeod made the turn around the 8-minute mark.
So likely that this isn't quite a 1,000-meter swim. To me, it looks a little bit shorter. But regardless, this is the longest swim we've seen in the CrossFit Games thus far.
Toomey and McLeod left of your screen. Toomey is in the white swim cap. McLeod is in the dark swim cap. And these are the athletes who are behind them. And it's hard to pick out numbers on the swim caps, but once we do, we'll try and identify them. That Could be Noah Olson. That is Noah Olson. Noah Olson in second place right now.
You see Noah, he has a very, very short, choppy stroke, and that works in water polo. You know, when you have head up and you got short, choppy movement. When we're talking about open water swimming, you need length and you need technique. And so Noah, though he's in a good position with the field, he's working extremely hard. And we got to remember, it's like we still have a 1,000-meter paddleboard after this. I said it's not going to take us long, but it is in no means easy.
Yeah. Noah Olson, second place for the men behind Matt McLeod, as he has now made the turn back. I believe that's Amanda Barnhart in the white swim cap, so she's in second, a distant second behind Tia Toomey.
The one thing about open water swimming and swimming in general, it's not like going for a long run. I think a lot of times if you're running about, you know, say like a 5K or even a 2 miles, is that you can start at a certain pace and you actually can feel better as the run goes on. Even biking to a certain extent, that doesn't happen in swimming. It gets harder and harder and harder because when you get fatigued on a run, you can just kind of, you know, back the pace off and slow down a little bit. You can stop pedaling on a bike. When you're in the water, there is no stop. And if you go slower, it just makes it harder. So that's the challenging part about swimming, is that the difficulty of the distance increases as you go. So when you reach the halfway point, no one's going to sit here in negative split, which just means go faster on the second half than the first half. It's going to get exponentially harder as they get closer to shore.
Well, and wouldn't you say that a lot of that comes down to the breathing? If you're jogging, you can more readily control your breath than if you're swimming. With swimming, there is an inherent holding your breath, right? Which is counterintuitive to most of us as we start to get more taxed.
Tia Toomey and Matt McLeod are your leaders. After this, it's that 1,000-meter paddle. Amanda Barnhart sits in second place behind Tia Toomey, so if this holds, and we still have a long way to go in this event, but Toomey can put even more distance between herself and Kristen Holta. We don't know where Kristen Holta is in that pack, but Tia Toomey came in with an 85-point lead over Kristen Holta, and if she can get Amanda Barnhart between the two of them, she can pick up 20 points.
Well, and this also bodes really well for Tia Claire Toomey, because as we saw last year, she was one of the few female athletes that was able to knee paddle that prone paddleboard. And so assuming that she comes in a good distance ahead of Amanda Barnhart, for her to have that lead on the board has got to be a big confidence booster for Tia.
About 12 minutes, 30 seconds unofficially into the race here.
And I think it's very deceiving when you look at distance in the water versus what you would approach distance on land, is that it looks like about a 50-meter gap between your two leaders and your second and third place, or third and fourth place. That's a minute.
Right.
That's a minute time frame they have on these athletes.
We're hearing that Matt Fraser is starting to challenge Noah Olson now for second behind Matt McLeod. So Matt Fraser working his way up on Noah Olson, and that's huge for Fraser. But if he only beats Olson by one spot, he still won't overtake him for the overall lead. He'll be 5 points back. But right now, Matt Fraser challenging Noah Olson for second place behind Matt McLeod.
This is definitely something where Noah needs to fight for these points. This is something that kind of a wheelhouse event for him, something he's very good at. If there's anything we know about Matt, once we get back into the Coliseum, any indoor arena, he seems to be incredibly dominant inside of there, with borderline being untouchable over the years. So Noah needs to pick up as many points as he can in this swim event and push, not just let Matt kind of cruise in front of him and think, oh, it's okay, I'll still have the lead after this event.
There is, it's Adrian Moonweiler on number 7. So he's back. That was Noah Olson, so the 7 and the 1 looking a lot alike, but that's Noah Olson. And he is basically all by himself in second place. So he's held off Matt Fraser. and still sits in second behind Matt McLeod. Matt McLeod is in the dark swim cap on the left of your screen. Next to him, Tia Toomey, who is in first place for the women.
And look at the distance they're putting on the rest of the field. And the same, here's the benefit, there's where you see the sign of a good swimmer, a true swimmer, is that what does their stroke look like in the beginning of the race and what does their stroke look like at the end of the race. And what you see on Matt McLeod on the left, he still has a nice, good reach. He still breathes to one side the entire time, and there's actually nothing wrong with that. A lot of things with distance swimming is that you want to find yourself in a rhythm, whether that's 2 breaths or 2 strokes of breath or 3, is that he finds a nice rhythm, you kind of settle into that, and when you have the ability to swim, and Tia's the same way, she doesn't have the cleanest technique in the world when it regards a stroke length for her upper body, but she's so efficient under the water. It's just something we can't actually see her do, and she's so strong. So Tia, with that having experience plus a little bit of, sprinkle a little bit of fitness in there, you can handle yourself pretty well in the water.
And it's been interesting to see her and Matt kind of stick together. I wonder if, it was almost more comfortable for them to almost just stay side by side throughout the whole swim. Again, they're not racing each other for a spot here. So in a lot of ways, they might have just settled into that togetherness.
Unofficially, 15 minutes, 40 seconds have gone by in this event. This is the 1,000-meter swim, the opening portion of this 2-part event. The next part, the 1,000-meter paddle. There's a 50-minute time cap here in this event. Tia Toomey on the right, Matt McLeod on the left. They are your leaders.
And if you can see in the background, all the athletes scattered across the water, and that just shows you how difficult it is to look where you're going while you're swimming. If you see traditional open water races, it's just a single file line down the length of the lake. And that is the most unique part of open water swimming, as athletes are unaware of if they train traditionally in a pool.
Yep.
Matt McLeod and Tia Toomey getting set to come out of the water here at Lake Monona, and they will grab their paddle boards and they will get right back in and traverse the same course. So Toomey is out, McLeod is out.
I'm really excited to see Matt McLeod on the paddleboard. It says that he actually has a surf rescue background. So that means, in theory, he should be very proficient at this.
These things first showed up in 2015. This is now, I think, the 3rd time that they've been used at the CrossFit Games. And Toomey's off and McLeod is off. Now Toomey right to her knees and starts to paddle to see if McLeod does the same thing.
And there's a perfect example of the difference between the swim pace and the paddle pace. It looks like there's a little motor underneath the boats that they have going on the right side of the screen. That's why it was so imperative to get ahead on the swim, because the time domain is so much shorter for the paddle.
You know, the other thing that knee paddling can do, I don't know if you've ever gone surfing or done any sort of paddling, but paddling for any distance, I know this sounds funny, but just holding your head up, right, so that you can look, becomes extremely tiring on your neck and your shoulders. So the ability to knee paddle really can save a lot of trap, neck, and shoulder fatigue.
Tia Toomey on the right and Matt McLeod on the left, and Amanda Barnhart is getting set to come out of the water around the 18-minute mark here unofficially. That duck is not in the competition.
He's a judge.
But has the best seat in the house.
He's watching for no reps as they come in.
So Amanda Barnhart is out of the water. 18 minutes, 15 seconds. She sits in 2nd place in this event. 7th place overall coming in. Now here comes Noah Olson.
That's a solid 1,000-meter course, right? That is a legit 1,000. 18-something, Tia and McLeod around on 16. Barnhart was actually 1 minute and 40 seconds behind her. The distance didn't look that far.
Olson, Bethany Shadburn, James Newberry coming out. There's Bjorn Gudmundsson, so we have yet to see Matt Fraser. Jamie Green. And I think that was Kristen Holter that we just saw on the left as well. But no one's catching these two.
There's Matt McLeod actually putting me to shame, as I said that the knee paddle would be obviously faster. He's overtaken Tia Toomey laying on his stomach.
But it does look like Tia's actually possibly drafting off of Matt McLeod right there.
Correct. work smarter, not harder in this event if you can.
Right, and I don't know if you saw, but Matt was originally in the lead, and they could
here's
even
Matt
be...
Fraser coming out of the water. So he is way back in the pack here. Saxon Panchik got out before him. Fraser with some ground to make up.
Matt and Tia could even be doing a little shift on who's going to draft off of who. In typical paddle races, my husband has actually done some prone paddle racing. There is an etiquette where you can actually draft off of each other, and each person switches who takes the lead, and the others draft off of them. Could be what's happening between Matt and Tia right now.
Fraser back into the water with the paddleboard, and he has a lot of ground to make up on the pack. About 4 or 5 men got out of the water ahead of him.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Annie, if we're looking at people laying down on the paddleboard, we want to see them with those feet kept tight on the back of the paddleboard, nothing dragging in the water back behind them.
Exactly, and kind of the more traditional right arm, left arm paddle is much more efficient than the kind of 2-swing paddle that most of these females are doing right here.
And I think one thing you'll see the true guys, they'll kind of alternate their feet in the air, right?
Yes,
you
kick
see
your
the
feet
cloud
with
in
it,
the front is that right hand goes in, left foot goes up, and that little balance on the board.
That's exactly what that is. That tends to help balance the board.
Here are your leaders, Matt McLeod for the men, Tia Toomey for the women. And there is no one within shouting distance of them. Now Kristen Holta is out. So Tia Toomey is looking to put significant distance between herself and Kristen Holta in the overall standings. McLeod and Toomey, meanwhile, as Holta gets out of the water, have made the turn. 21 minutes have gone by here. So Noah Olson is in the yellow, he's on the yellow paddleboard in the upper right. I think behind him is James Newberry, who's going to the knee paddle. That was Will Morad, who just got out of the water for the men. As still more athletes are finishing up this 1,000 meter swim. That is Catherine David's daughter. Oh. 5th place overall coming into this event, and towards the back of the pack here after the 1,000 meter swim.
I haven't said Carrie Pierce's name either.
Fact. Jacob Hepner coming out of the water, and
there it is,
Carrie Pierce.
She heard us talking about her.
Once again, I said this yesterday, don't get too attached to any of these leaderboards because they are going to change event after event.
Scott Panchik.
Now Scott Panchik is out. Back to your leaders, Matt McLeod and Tia Toomey.
They seem to be almost chatting with each other, possibly right here.
About what they had for breakfast.
They could probably have a float, a nice, pina colada, and just enjoy their trip back in here.
Kind of pick your hands up and see if you can ride it all the way in. Oh, hey.
Yeah, no reason for Matt McLeod to exert himself more than he needs here. There's not another heat. He's going to win the event. It would be his 2nd event win of the competition so far.
That's actually a massive advantage moving into the rest of the day, because what a 1,000-meter swim does to you physically in terms of exhaustion.
Yeah.
Right? You do a 1,000-meter open water swim only. When you're done, you're depleted. There's just something about swimming. It's 4 times more just exhausting than other events. And then you toss on another 1,000-meter paddle. Dan, you've done both back-to-back. The paddle after the swim.
Oh, it's devastating on your shoulders, your arms, everything. I mean, most of the athletes aren't going to have a whole lot of exposure to this. If they've known their history, they should find some way before coming to the event to get out on the paddleboard, but it taxes your upper body in just a different way than swimming does alone.
Tia Toomey and Matt McLeod are just demolishing this right now.
I think the next female male competitors have just barely rounded that buoy out there.
I want to thank CrossFit for providing us with the world feed here as we get to enjoy event number 9 of the individual competition, the first of we don't know how many events to close out the final day of the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. So McLeod and Toomey heading to shore, and this will be the 4th event win for Tia Toomey. She's only finished outside the top 4 twice. That was in event number 2 and in event number 4, the sprint couplet, when she finished 12th. Everything else has been 4th or better. And now the pack behind them, as it looks like James Newberry in the orange paddleboard on the left has passed Noah Olson.
Not surprising, another athlete that I believe has some surf-saving skills from Australia.
The Aussies love the water events. They have typically dominated here whenever we're in the water, and that's not going to change here as Matt McLeod and Tia Toomey, the 2 Australians, coming in together, and they are both going to rack up another event win. 2nd for Matt McLeod, 4th for Tia Toomey. And they're going to race each other. It's not even going to matter. But they want to cross the finish line together. And Aussie pride on display. Tia Toomey and Matt McLeod. I think win event 9.
To me, that looked like, it's like somebody needs to compete against me this weekend.
Could you
Here,
pick
make me
it up?
feel like I'm in a race.
Right.
Yeah, could you pick it up, Matt? I'd like to run right now. Really?
James Newberry in the bottom right is now 2nd place for the men. Behind him is Noah Olson. If Olson finishes in 3rd, that would be 80 points. Now the question is, where's Matt Fraser?
Right. Well, for Newberry too, because if Matt's not careful and he loses 4 to 5 spots to Newberry, that's 50 points off the board, and Newberry's 30 points closer to the podium.
It ain't over till it's over. That's the lesson that we're going to learn today. Past the 26-minute mark, as Tia Toomey and Matt McLeod made this look like a warm-up event.
And you look at the times that they did, they had about a 16-minute swim and about an 8.5-minute paddle. So that's just showing you the major advantage it has in this event to be a good swimmer.
James Newberry looks like he will be the next man to finish, followed by Noah Olson. And Newberry employing that paddle from the knee technique that so many Australians have used on this paddleboard.
That's
there's
not
Noah
what you want to
Olson.
see right there.
Well, that is like I was talking about. All of a sudden, your head weighs about 2,005 pounds.
I think I just looked over and saw Dan start shivering with bad memories.
Oh, and it looks like we
still have
a
another
female.
woman in the water. Not sure who that is.
I believe it might be Anna Fragu.
She is the one name that we haven't said yet. So here comes James Newberry. He's going to lock up 2nd place in the event. He'll earn 90 points in the overall standings. Newberry coming in 5th place overall. And he's now looking to challenge for a spot on the podium. Here's Noah Olson. The overall leader after 8 events will keep the white jersey, and he will earn 80 points. So now the question is, where is Matt Fraser?
Huge finish for Noah Olson right there.
Bjorgvin Carl Gudmundsson coming in. So he's going to take 4th.
And that's going to move him in front of Scott Panchik for sure.
So Gudmundsson will stay ahead of Panchik for the race to the podium. Here comes Bjorgvin Carl Gudmundsson, 4th place finish for him.
And I believe that was Haley Adams that just came in. Jamie
Bethany
Green.
Shadburn is out. Haley Adams finished 2nd, so there's Matt Fraser. And he is getting closer to shore. So if Matt Fraser finishes 5th, that will be 60 points. Noah Olson has already locked up 3rd. So Olson will add 20 points to his lead. And Fraser will now trail him by 35 points after 9 events. Matt Fraser is in. And he will take 5th place in event number 9. That's Kristen Holta. Here comes Saxon Panchik. So Saxon Panchik, Jacob Hepner, Adrian Moonweiler, Will Morad, and then Scott Panchik have yet to finish this event, but Saxon getting in ahead of his older brother. He's going to take 6th. And here comes Kristen Holta, who is trying to do some damage control and keep herself in the top 3.
And there's Carrie Pierce.
As Jamie Green has already finished.
And I am just so surprised to see where Barnhart is shaking out in this race.
It is a bit of a shock that she has fallen that far back in the pack. Barnhart has actually already finished. She came across when we weren't looking. When we didn't have the camera on, she finished 5th in the event. So Amanda Barnhart's already in. So here comes Kristen Holta. She's going to finish 6th place. So Holta is in. So she will surrender 20 points to Jamie Green. She was up by 45. And now here comes Jacob Hepner.
And just right off the bat, you see Hepner actually dragging his arms forward, right? So you're trying to reach to swim, except you pull yourself backwards, and then, you know, it's
2 steps forward, 1 step back.
It's the old Cotton Eye Joe technique.
It's usually what you do when you want to stop.
It's like riding a bike and tapping your brakes every time you pedal twice.
Carrie Pierce getting set to come across the finish line for the women. Jacob Hepner will take 7th. 3 men left in the water. Scott Panchik, Adrian Moonweiler, and Will Morad still have yet to finish. So Jacob Hepner in at 7th. It's Catherine David's daughter we just took a look at, and here comes Carrie Pierce.
Pierce made up
will
a
finish
lot
7th.
of time.
She did on the paddleboard.
Yeah. There's that upper body pulling, shoulder stamina for you.
Catherine David's daughter and Scott Panchik look to be next to finish. David's daughter looking to lock up 8th place. She will not gain ground on the women in front of her in the overall leaderboard. Tia Toomey, Kristen Holta, Jamie Green, and Pierce have all already finished. David's daughter sits in 5th, but Anna Fragu is way back on the pack, so David's daughter won't surrender any ground to 6th place Fragu.
When you look at the paddleboard, you see a lot of these athletes that are so tired and they lay face down. The problem is that actually limits your stroke. Right? When you're a bit more upright, you can reach further into the water. When you have that, it pushes your hands out to the side. You can't have as good of a pull.
Catherine David's daughter is out. Scott Panchik is out. And David's daughter is going to sprint to the finish. I believe that's Turi Helgadottir behind her. So David's daughter is in, and she will take 8th place. That'll be good for 30 points. And here comes Turi Helgadottir in 9th, which means Fragu will finish in 10th, and she will earn 10 points in the overall standings.
Looks like that's Will Morad coming in.
Yeah, Will Morad, one of 2 men still left in the water. Adrian Moonweiler is the other one. Morad is out of the water, and he's going to lock up 9th place easily. So Moonweiler will take 10th, and Fragu will take 10th. They're the only 2 athletes left in the water.
Morad is not moving fast. He's got a bandage around his leg there. It looks like something keeping his left leg tight.
Well, we saw that last night when he wouldn't make an attempt at 315, the opening barbell, and kind of grabbed his hamstring a little bit, and we speculated as maybe that was what was bothering him after the sprint event, and clearly that looks to be the case. That's Adrian Moonweiler. He's the last man left in the water. So to recap, Tia Toomey for the women wins the event. Haley Adams and Bethany Shadburn rounding out the top 3. On the men's side, points. Matt McLeod, he gets his second event win. James Newbury takes second. Noah Olson takes third, and Matt Fraser takes fifth. On the women's side, Tia Toomey gets 100 points. Kristen Holta, who sat in second, finishes in sixth place. That is good for 50 points. So Toomey will add 50 points onto her lead over Kristen Holta.
The one thing as I'm watching this event unfold and kind of realizing all the volume of pulling that has happened over the last 3 days. You had the legless rope climbs, you had the over 300 pull-ups, pegboards. What your lats go through on long distance swimming, I don't think people really truly understand, because they think shoulders. And it's really, if you just reach underneath your armpit and grab that sucker right there, that gets so unbelievably tight.
Yeah.
And what that is going to do to these athletes moving forward, if they haven't taken care of themselves in between events over the weekend, they might see some repercussions coming in the next few events.
Adrian Moonweiler is getting set to finish up for the men, and that'll do it for their event, as he is the last man out of Lake Monona. 10th place finish for him, 10 points in the overall standings. Moonweiler is out, and Moonweiler will take a stroll across the finish line. And that'll do it for event 9 for the men, as Matt McLeod earns his second win of the competition. It's an Aussie sweep. Tia Toomey wins on the other side for the women. It's her 4th event win. And in 9 events, Tia Toomey has only finished outside the top 4 twice. That leaves Anna Fragu, the only woman left in Lake Monona on her paddleboard. It's a 50-minute time cap, so she has plenty of time to get inside the time cap. And even though she's finishing last, and there is still pride in finishing inside the time cap.
Yeah.
With the athletes finishing so fast, some people might wonder, why would the time cap perhaps be 50 minutes, right? And I think some of that goes back to, you don't want to cap all the athletes out too early, because you're going to make them do all the work. Right. So Tia Toomey,
that's a really good point.
The athletes that came in first, second, they paddled the whole distance. You mentioned the shoulder fatigue. They've done all the reps. This eliminates a way for an athlete to really potentially sandbag an event, say, I know I'm going to get 10th anyway, I'm going to complete
Why would I waste my
half
energy?
of my swim or just slowly paddle through the water. It's like, no, we're going to give you enough time. You should be able to complete this all the way through and do all the reps.
There's Noah Olson saying hello to his fans, and he will continue to be the overall leader as he picks up 20 points on Matt Fraser. And now leads him by 35 points. Bjorn Gudmundsson, this is all unofficial, sits in third, and he has
Opened up the lead
on Scott Pancic for that final spot on the podium. James Newbury, meanwhile, is creeping closer. He is only 17 points back unofficially of Scott Pancic, 60 points back of Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson. And again, keep in mind, I know we're saying this a lot, those deficits can be made up very quickly in this format.
Well, yeah, when we're talking about 10-point chunks, all it takes is 3 or 4 places.
Right. Look at the state capitol building here in Madison, Wisconsin.
What a beautiful day, huh?
About a 75, 76 degrees out there on Lake Monona. Perfect day for a water event, the latest water event that we've ever had at the CrossFit Games, taking place on the final day.
The most important water event we've ever had at the CrossFit Games.
By far.
Speaking of which, now the pressure is really on Noah Olson. We don't know how many events remain, but now, I mean, he still has the lead, and we talked about the fear of success and how you can deal with success as opposed to failure as Anna Frag, who gets out. Noah Olson's going to have to hold off of Matt Fraser, who is just going to be hard charging here.
I can't wait to watch the next event.
Let's take a look at the start. It was a mass start at first, but Matt McLeod and Tia Toomey, it seemed like 5 seconds later, we're 30 yards ahead of everybody else.
And there you just see the churning and burning, people getting hit, people getting knocked out, but it's right from the start, end to end with McLeod and Tia-Clair Toomey, both athletes. And here I love this at the end. Tia looking over at Matt. It's like, will somebody please, stay with me during the middle of this event?
Well, so I would argue that Tia was actually a bit more proficient on the paddleboard than Matt McLeod was. She was much smoother on the knee paddling, whereas Matt was much better laying down.
So an Australian sweep, Matt McLeod for the men and Tia Toomey for the women.
Freedom. 2 minutes, athletes, 2 minutes.
I have both individual athletes who have won the event here, Tia-Clair Toomey and Matt McLeod. Not only were you guys both the winners, but you had a little bit of a foot race there in the end, and I think Tia came in first and beat the boys. Why the sprint in the end? What was going on there?
Well, let's just make sure it's clear. Matt reckons he didn't hear me say at the end, hey, we're sprinting at the end. But I swear I said that, so as soon as we're at the water, boom.
And how did you find the energy? I mean, what was it like coming out of the lake and then hitting the pavement and going for the sprint there?
Well, I mean, obviously we are competitors, but not racing against each other. So we were, when it came to the board lap, we actually helped each other a little bit. He drafted off me for a little bit, I drafted off him, and then we kind of realized how far ahead we were. And then there was just really no point exerting extra energy. So we just kind of, I guess in a way, slowed it down on the way back. So as soon as we got to the land, we had a bit of energy.
There you go. And Matt, let me ask you the same thing, sort of getting to the point in the end where you were helping each other out. I mean, what was it like out there up until then? You had the swim and you had the paddle.
Yeah, the swim was pretty hard on the way out, but sort of got into the rhythm, didn't really get any worse, sort of still where we were, and then the board was just keep moving so they don't catch up, really, yeah.
Well, nice job, you guys. Congratulations on the win here this morning. Great work.
And we're going to jump right in to the team starts. It's event 8 for them. It's swim paddle. And they will be wearing swim caps that correspond with their placement on the overall leaderboard, same as with the individuals. We're underway, and this one's going to be even more chaos than the last start that we saw.
Well, and actually, and you can tell me if you think I'm wrong here, Chase, when there is a little bit more of a mass start like this, I would say it's worth it to actually swing to the side, left or right, and not go down the middle. The little extra distance that you might have to buy by going to the side, but the open water, the not taking feet to the face, to me is totally worth it.
It's actually, and you're exactly right, it's either swing to the side or just let them go. Right? It's a 1,000-meter swim. It's going to take you and your team a lot longer than the individual because you're based off your weakest link. And what you need to make sure of is that someone needs to be accountable for the weakest swimmer out there on the team.
Here's how the event works. It's the same as we just saw with the individuals, but all the team members have to complete this, and their team score is the sum of each athlete's time. So it's essentially, you're going to add up everyone's time and then figure out who won.
Here's how you need to strategize with that with your team. If you have someone that's going to kill this event, send them. Right? Your job is to send them out there and to make up as much time as possible for your weakest link. And with the other ones is that you're going to need to have someone out there accounting for the worst swimmer.
Right.
And what I said on the individual side is that put your third best athlete in charge of the worst one in terms of the swim, because you don't want to lose time with your good swimmers and your good paddleboarders, and have that person swim for the other person. It's like, you stay on my feet and you drag off me the entire way of the entire swim. And so when you have a mass start with a bunch of teams, is that you don't want to lose your teammates while you're out there. Racing the first 10 seconds of this race is irrelevant when you talk about the distance of the swim that they have to do.
And here are the overall standings coming into the event as we've cut down to 7 teams. We're going to go down to 5 here pretty soon as well. So don't stop Invictus and Invictus X. Keep an eye on the race between them because they're fighting for that 5th and final spot OC3 Black, the Central Beast, and CrossFit Krypton are battling for a spot on the podium, and Mayhem Freedom is just being Mayhem Freedom.
And you know, last year Mayhem Freedom took 16th in the team triplets event, so definitely not one of their best finishes. But they also did not have China
I was just going to mention that
on their team last year, who is again one of the best female CrossFit swimmers that has been in competition in recent years.
It's like athletes from Invictus was number 6. Got the last look that I got here from the CrossFit World feed that we were able to identify. But they have the numbers on their caps correspond to their standing on the overall leaderboard. So number 1 is Mayhem Freedom, 2 is CrossFit Krypton, 3 the Central Beasts, 4 OC3 Black, 5 Don't Stop, number 6 is Invictus, and number 7 Invictus X.
Even about Invictus, it looked like a male athlete out there in front. I can only assume that's Rasmus Anderson out there for Invictus with that swimming background that he's had.
And number 6, so two of the male members, so it's Rasmus Anderson and Tommy Venus for Invictus, wearing the red swim caps with the numbers 6 on them. And then on the far inside, hard to make out what number that is, but there's also an athlete from Invictus X. It looks like that might be Margot Alvarez or Christy. It might be Christy Aramo. Aramo, a pretty strong swimmer, so she could be up there. And then we have an athlete from OC3 Black in the purple swim cap wearing number 4. And it looks like that's Dre Strom. Could be out there, Dre Strom, number 1 in the dark blue swim cap, who's way on the inside. So all the athletes going at the same time, and again, it's that your score is your sum, the sum of every athlete's time. They all swim, they all paddle. Exact same course as we just saw with the individuals.
And I look in the background, and I see a lot of heads above water not moving. Right, so a little bit, I mean, you can get a little bit of a panic in open water if you're not used to it, or you just get lost where you are out in the open water.
And that's to your point, Chase, where if somebody is that type of swimmer, it's very helpful to have another team member next to them, and they can sight for them, and it's just like, hey, hang on my heels, stay with me.
Incredible benefit if you have somebody who's done that before. And interesting enough, we talk about how well CrossFit Mayhem trains and how much they try to replicate the test of the games. They train up in a pond, usually swimming at their dad's pond, and they actually put buoys into the pond. You can practice spotting, finding your lane, and knowing where you need to go.
The numbers and the color. So Mayhem Freedom, they'll wear number 1 in the dark blue, and then it's CrossFit Krypton, number 2 in the green. Central Beasts have the yellow caps, and then you can figure out how you can identify those athletes based on the number and then the colors that they are wearing on their swim caps.
Assuming that's Christy Aramo, she kind of went for a couple breaststrokes
breaststroke
right there.
thrown in there.
That is my least favorite of all strokes.
And a lot of that is just to kind of, as I said before, is that the pulling, compounding over just the course of the swim. Throwing in a little breaststroke, you usually see some athletes actually flip on their back that have the experience. They'll flip on their back and do a little backstroke, and that's just to stretch the arms, allow you to breathe freely with your face open to the air. Take a couple breaths and then flip over and get back into the freestyle.
Well, and actually the breaststroke would be a great way to sight, right? It's much easier to sight because the way your head is oriented during the breaststroke.
I tell you what, guys, it's all taxing to me when I'm in the water. Not a lot changes.
I'm having a stroke.
We saw a lot more rocks than
a lot more rocks and floaties out there.
that would be me.
Chase, Dan talked about kind of frothing at the bit yesterday for that sprint event. Are you frothing at the bit for this one?
Yeah, this is old slow pitch down the middle for old Chase Ingraham. That's I was seeing on the nose like, I really wish I could have tested this one at the games. It's like, why do you keep saying your time out there? It's not even in there.
Was it 2013 or 2014? 2014 when you tested the swim event, right?
I tested the run, swim, run, actually.
Okay, and you also tested the pool.
And the pool, me and Annie tested the bar muscle up one. And I'm going to say is that we had the harder job to do because they didn't wipe down our pull-up bars or retape them. That is why I didn't have the best time relative to the field.
We had sopping wet pull-up bars.
Stop complaining.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you just weren't as fit.
Probably. Jordan Troyan was pretty good that year.
Even not bad.
So it looks like Invictus X OC3
black.
and then Mayhem are your teams out front. Now that's big for Invictus X because they're one of the teams that are on the bubble. But again, this is the sum of your team's time. So just because you have one guy out front.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that for an event like this because, you know, thank goodness we don't have the rescue sled out there again. I mean, that would be brutal, more brutal to watch than it would be to do. But having, you know, we say weakest link all the time is like, let's just see how your team does.
Right.
If you do collective weight totals, you don't say the worst lift is your team score.
Right.
So for something like this with a swim and a paddle, I love the fact that you can have an impact on your team if you're good at this, just like you would have the impact in a total lift.
Right.
Actually, it looks like Rich Froning might be in the lead for Mayhem rather than Dre Strom.
And Rich Froning, we got to talk to him leading up to this event, and he was saying how much he's worked on swimming. He thinks back to that pool event in 2014.
Yeah, there's two moments that stick out of my mind where all of a sudden it looked like Rich Froning had a giant chink in his armor. One was some running in 2011. I saw him struggle a little bit on the beach event, and then again in a longer running event. But also the first time we jumped in the pool, your hips ideally don't want to be sunk to the bottom while you're swimming, and we had some underwater cameras there, and he was not a strong swimmer at that point. And since then, it's been a 3-day-a-week thing for him, and now he's one of the strongest swimmers in the team field, and arguably on his last individual competition was one of the strongest swimmers in the field there as well.
And he is the man out front here. So it's Froning and Mayhem Freedom, Invictus X, and OC3. And then it looks like Invictus in the red behind them. So those are the top athletes right now.
Here's what I need to know as we're looking at the field is that we're like, oh, Rich is leading. I'm like, why is it Rich? Why isn't it
China?
Right? And I think, and I can't see, Tasia is not a good swimmer. Tasia doesn't like swimming very much. And they practice in a little pond where they can touch the bottom and see all around them. Is that this is a 1,000-meter open water swim. So China might be in charge of taking care of Tasia out there on the course. I'm not sure. That's just what I'm assuming.
And much different if you were to panic out here. Something, you know, catches your mind in a different way. Like you mentioned in the pond, my feet can go down. I know I'm safe. Here, the consequences are huge. You grab one of those paddle boards. I'm not sure what the rule is right now on this event, but typically, if you hold onto that paddle board, it eliminates you from the competition.
CrossFit Krypton in the green. It's like
Cody Mooney.
Yep. And then behind him in the green is one of his teammates.
Saw Dre Strom in the dark blue cap behind him. So Tasia and China are out there somewhere. But that's, and I said at the beginning, you need to do that.
Yes.
You have to do that. You have to do it for your weakest swimmer. One, just for safety.
Well, and
the other is to help them out.
This event is not crucial for them. They're fine. Yeah, they're going to stay in the lead regardless of what happens.
They just need to stay alive.
Right. And no need to take risks for Mayhem Freedom as they are solidly in the lead coming into this event. 635 points to sit atop the overall leaderboard, 157 points up on CrossFit Krypton.
I mean, this is one of those where you're like, yes, you get last and very little points.
Right.
But
you have such a cushion.
You're okay. So let's get through this event best we can and send your horses out to drop the time, total time for your team.
And this is just a testament to Rich Froning's athletic prowess. And you mentioned, Dan, just wasn't that long ago, he was terrible at this. Now he's, I mean, look at him.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious that he's put the work in still over all the years, finding ways that he can improve his overall fitness. Swimming was one of them. He attacks weaknesses like no other. Similar to 2011, he failed a rope climb, which pretty much cost him the games, and he comes back in 2012, one of the best rope climbers ever. Same thing we're seeing here with swimming.
Rich Froning in the lead for CrossFit Mayhem. As again, the time isn't determined by your slowest athlete. It's cumulative time. You take the times of all four of your athletes, you add them together, and that will determine who wins. Event 8 here for the teams as they kick off their final day of competition. And remember, we are cutting down to 5 teams. And 3 teams on that bubble are Don't Stop, Invictus, and Invictus X. We've seen athletes from Invictus and Invictus X. I'm not sure we've seen anybody from Don't Stop yet.
Don't Stop is going to be in the royal blue caps. We'll watch for those.
And we do cut down to 5 teams after this event, so that's a crucial race between those 3.
I think that's Christy Aramo.
It does look like Christy Aramo in the orange, and is that Rich Froning next to her? So Aramo's been able to make up some ground.
Here's some more impressives. Like Chrissy has a nice long stroke. Her feet are coming a little too high out of the water, right? If your foot exits the water, it no longer has any impact on the water. So I would say keep those feet a little shallow, but Rich has a very short right stroke. It almost comes right in front of his face. You saw a lot like Tia-Clair Toomey did. And though above water, it's not the prettiest swim, but again, what Rich is doing underneath, right? He has good technique, good pulls, and when you have the strength and stamina, as long as you put your arms in good positions to have a good stroke, you don't have to have the prettiest one above water.
Aramo for Invictus X, and Froning for Mayhem Freedom are out front. Froning will head to the shore, and then he'll pick up his paddle and navigate his way around the same 1,000-meter circuit.
And we're watching across the board as we saw Tia and Matt McLeod head-to-head and having fun racing each other. But when we're talking about the team competition,
right,
this is all impactful. It's not just like, oh, well, that's a female team member, I don't have to worry about her. It's like, no. If she beats you, that's time for her team that she's taking away from yours. So it impacts everyone across the board.
About 14 minutes, 30 seconds gone by here in the opening event for the day for the teams at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. We're out in Lake Monona again, as we have been every year since we have moved to Madison, Wisconsin. It's event number 8. We don't know how many events remain for the teams, but we do know one crucial thing about the competition, that we are cutting down to 5 teams for the rest of the day after this event. So 2 more teams will be cut from the field.
And that's actually a very big deal, not in terms of teams lost and teams going forward, but when you look at the point scale on the team side when there's just 5, like a first and third is a 50-point difference.
Yes. Big chunks of points can be made up very quickly. We don't know how many events
and so
we have.
Let me reel myself back in a little bit. Okay. What I said is like, oh, if Mayhem gets last, no big deal. You sacrifice 90 points of your 100,000 that you have. If you sacrifice anywhere north of, say, 70 to 80 to this field, I don't know how the back ones are doing. When you're talking about point drops of 20 to 25, you get a third, and the end of the day, you could actually lose this event.
Right.
So this is actually a more crucial event for CrossFit Mayhem than we started with talking about, right? They don't have an opportunity to lose too much here. I don't think they're going to struggle when we get in the Coliseum, but anything can happen. But you don't want to put yourself in that position if you don't have to.
Correct.
So this isn't a cruise event for CrossFit Mayhem.
Not a cruise, but also not, you got to win if you're going to stay alive.
Right,
Yeah, it's
exactly.
You finish in the top 5, I think they're pretty good. Or if you finish in the top 3 of this field, you're going to be just fine.
Like you mentioned, we don't know what's going to come out in the Coliseum, and we saw how devastating those sprint events can be when you're talking about 1 second, 2 second, tenths of a second. If some kind of quick race comes out in the end, it might just come down to slipping your chip timer across the line, something like that. So while they can get a third, probably still want to try to rack up all those firsts, which they've done all weekend.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, the teams have never seen the prone paddleboard, correct?
That is true.
Correct. I
Yes,
think
they
that's
have
correct,
never
yeah.
used that.
Right.
Yes.
So now Rich could be at a slight advantage because he has, as an individual, paddled.
He did not paddle in 2015. No,
Ah.
That was his
last
first
year as
year
an individual
team.
was
That was the
2015.
rescue sled they used that year.
Correct.
Yeah.
So this, I would like to see what happens once we get to this paddleboard, because that's an implement that as a team, you may not have been training with. You axle bar, yes, the worm, yes, but whereas Christy Aramo has paddled.
So it's Aramo out first for Invictus X. Froning follows her for Mayhem. They will now pick up their paddle boards and get back in the water for 1,000 more meters. That looks like Andrea Nisler for OC3 and Tommy Venus for Invictus. Aramo's on her paddle, and here comes Rich Froning. He'll be on that yellow paddle board. Approaching the 18-minute mark here of this event. 2 more athletes getting set to come out of the water. And it looks like that might be another Mayhem Freedom athlete. And Nisler and Venus on their paddle boards. Nisler on the orange and Venus is on the blue for OC3 and Invictus respectively.
There's
So that's China Cho. The China Cho will be second out
There we
for
go.
Mayhem.
That's what we wanted to see.
First team with 2 athletes over the line for the swim.
Here comes Rasmus Anderson. So now we have 2 athletes out of the water for Invictus. That's big for them because, again, they are one of those teams on the bubble right now as far as the cuts are concerned. They're on the wrong side of the cut line, 2 points back at Don't Stop, and we have yet to see any athlete from Don't Stop get out of the water. So this is big for Invictus. Essentially, whoever finishes first between Don't Stop, Invictus, and Invictus X is going to make the cut.
Yep. There goes China off on the paddleboard, and Rasmus right behind her on that bright green yellow paddleboard.
Whoop.
Little slip there.
I have not been able to get on one of those things in the water, but just holding it and moving it around, you can tell that it's really hard to keep that thing balanced. That's your leader as far as the woman who is out front. That's Christy Aramo. Rich Froning is behind her. They were the first 2 out of the water. So Aramo representing Invictus X, Froning representing Mayhem Freedom, and now Andrea Nisler for OC3 on the right in the pink swim cap.
I can see on Rich's feet are kind of dragging in the water there a little bit in the back. Maybe he hasn't had experience with this. That's something where definitely you want to bring your feet in together or pull them up out of the water. You don't want anything dragging back there, slowing down your progress through the water.
Right, but again, I think they use their feet to try to balance a little bit. But like you said, Dan, what that ends up doing is creating drag against what you're doing up front, which is the paddle.
Christy Aramo taking a look behind her, and again, we want to thank our media partners, CrossFit, for providing us with this world feed that we can bring to you here on the Rogue Iron Game. Sean Woodland, Annie Sakamoto, Dan Bailey, and Chase Ingram with you throughout the day. That looks like
Don't Stop. I think that might be Cody Mooney.
Cody Mooney out for Krypton. And here comes Dre Strom
So that means
for
3
Mayhem Freedom. So 3 of their 4 athletes are out of the
athletes.
water and now onto the paddle. And now another athlete for Krypton in the green. 2 more of their athletes getting set to come out. And that is Camila Blanc-Bazinet, the 2014 Reebok CrossFit Games individual champion. So Bazinet and Mooney are out of the water, which leads Griffith and Alex Smith in for CrossFit Krypton. But it's Mayhem Freedom who have the most athletes out of the water and onto the paddle. The only one who is not out is Tasia Persevich. 1,000 meter paddle is the second half of this event. And once again, it is not when your last athlete crosses the finish line. Your score is the sum of all your athletes' times. Christy Aramo still way out front for Invictus X, but a pair of Invictus athletes have already gotten in the water on their paddle. Right now, she is the only athlete we have seen come out of the water for Invictus X. Now she makes the turn at the halfway point of this 1,000 meter paddle.
That's another part, is that different on the individual side when you have a stretched field of 10. When your time is collective across this, you can't have the benefit that McLeod and Tia did, is that make the turn, look back and go, oh.
Yeah.
You want to get a little sun on the way back into the deck? It's like Ermo needs to really dig down, because the fastest people can have a massive impact on the total team side. It seems pretty obvious to say, but you got to hope that they don't have anyone totally dragging back the whole part of the team. So there's really no letting up for the team side of this event.
And she's opened up a big lead on Rich Froning, and even Andrea Nisler here from OC3 Black has overtaken Rich Froning as they round the buoy and start heading back in.
It's hard to tell if that's Taylor Williamson or Andrea Nisler, but it is one of the two athletes from OC3, two female athletes from OC3. They're in good shape. Now here comes China Cho, who's gaining ground on Rich Froning.
You know, big way. That didn't take very long.
No.
So Cho has made the turn. Chase, is there any scenario where teammates can kind of work together here and sort of?
Oh, heck yeah. I mean, you're talking about drafting in a big way, is like you're going to have that.
Or forcing other teams to have to take a longer route around them, something like that.
For the buoys?
Just
in general.
Yes.
I would if it was a total team time in terms of all four finishing in that department, right? So if you have your two fastest ones and you want to mess around with the people behind it to slow down the entire team, yes. When it's a total team time, all you're really doing is hurting your own time relative to the rest of the field. So that the way this is structured, you just want to send everybody out as fast as you can and get done as soon as possible.
Froning and Cho look like they're having a quick conversation, and China's just going to keep putting the pedal to the metal. Wait, Rich looks like he's really far back on that paddleboard.
I was just going to say he really needs to scoot up on the paddleboard.
China may have told him that. It looks like he may have tried to move himself up on it, but when you look at what China is doing on the right and Rich is doing on the left, Rich is way far back on that paddleboard.
Yeah, you
almost
can
fell off there.
You can see the tail of his paddleboard keeps almost kind of going underwater right there. It's not going to be efficient.
And that's another reason why you see his feet dragging in the water. You sit that far back, that tail end is going to be dipping into the water. It's hard to keep your feet up.
Right.
And if you're not balanced, it's not just balanced laterally along the board, it's in the middle of the board as well. So if the board's rocking back and forth and side to side, it's going to throw you off.
Froning just doing all he can to keep forward momentum. OC3, I believe that's Andrea Nisler, is in the lead for her team. So three of her athletes behind, but she is trying to track down Christy Ermo, who just left view on the left of your screen. So she's going to be the first athlete to complete this entire 2,000-meter circuit.
Potentially China Cho's getting a little bit closer. I guess we can't tell quite from the angle right now, but she's been eating up that lead little by little.
On OC3 Black.
Correct.
I think Rich Froning understands it.
It's
maybe
like,
he needs to work on this a little bit.
Yeah, you got me.
There are rucks and paddleboards on order for CrossFit Mayhem.
Christy Ermo is going to be first out for Invictus X.
Not
so hand off a
surprising.
paddleboard and then sprint across the finish line.
Looked like the hardest part of the whole event for her is just getting the paddleboard out of the water.
So Ermo is in. We've seen her do very well as an individual at this setting. So her time, 26:15.51 seconds. (26 minutes, 15.51 seconds). Once again, the time for Christy Ermo, the first woman to complete this circuit.
And it actually looked like there was a yellow cap, which would be the central beasts of one of their swimmers. So still swimming, not yet on the paddleboard.
The Central Beasts, they're in third, but Invictus X, or Invictus in sixth, only 40 points back of them. The Central Beasts, they're certainly not safe here either.
No.
Interestingly enough, Christy Ermo's time on that would have actually taken second in the individual competition.
That's impressive.
Yeah, impressive, but definitely not surprising when we look at the event that we're talking about. This will be a little race to the finish here.
So Andrea Nisler is out for OC3, and here comes China Cho, but she'll get across the finish line first. Cho will be second, so 3 athletes in. OC3 Black's first time, 27 minutes, 28.31 seconds. Mayhem Freedom's first time, courtesy of China Cho, 27 minutes, 30.49 seconds. Now here comes Rich Froning. He will be the second athlete from Mayhem Freedom to finish up. Froning is out of the water, and I'm surprised he just doesn't chuck that thing about 50 yards into the forest.
Gotta be glad to be rid of it.
Froning is done. So great time for Rich Froning, the first man across the finish line for the teams. His time, 28 minutes, 12.38 seconds. Four athletes have finished, 2 of them from Mayhem Freedom. And now an athlete from, looks like Rasmus Anderson from Invictus. And he and Tommy Venus were pretty close together.
I say that, it's Tommy Venus right behind him.
So that's big for Invictus. They're on the wrong side of the cut line coming in, 6th place overall, just 2 points back at Don't Stop for 5th. And there is Tommy Venus, and you're right, Annie. I think there was still a Central Beast swim cap out in the water on the last shot. You can kind of see it on the left side of the screen. Rasmus Anderson is done. Anderson will hand off his paddleboard, and he will head across the finish line. So the first athlete for Invictus is in, the second close behind. So Anderson, he comes in with a time of 29 minutes, 26.49 seconds. And here comes Tommy Venus. 2 athletes have finished for Mayhem Freedom. 2 athletes have finished for Invictus. Venus across in 29 minutes, 41.12 seconds. And here is Cody Mooney, the first athlete for CrossFit Krypton, 2nd place overall, but 157 points back of Mayhem Freedom in the overall standings.
Wow. Is Totora for Central
Joseph
Beast.
Totora for the Central Beast
Still on the
in the
swim.
water. Here comes Cody Mooney. Mooney is out, and he will be the first athlete from CrossFit Krypton to come across the finish line. Mooney in at 30 minutes, 33.60 seconds. And now Lauren Fisher forgets that she has to grab her paddleboard.
That's huge.
So she's out. And here comes Camila Blanc-Bazinet. So Fisher is in. So Invictus.
3 athletes for Invictus.
3 of their 4 athletes.
Huge.
They are looking good as far as making the final cut down to 5. We have 2 in for CrossFit Krypton as Camila Blanc-Bazinet is in at 31 minutes, 5.25 seconds. And now Joseph Tortora for Central Beast is finishing up his swim. Here comes Alex Smith. He would be the 3rd athlete from CrossFit Krypton across the finish line. Tortora from the Central Beast is on the left.
And then Dre Strom looks like coming in. So another team with 3 athletes in CrossFit Mayhem Freedom.
So Mayhem Freedom with their 3rd athlete across. Back to Tortora for a second.
Just kissed the sky, thanking God that he made it to the swim.
Here's the problem for them. They're 3rd place overall. They are way back, and they are not safe as far as the cut is concerned. So they could very quickly be on the outside looking in,
especially
as Alex
when you
Smith gets out of the water.
Especially when you look at how Invictus and Invictus X are doing.
So here comes Alex Smith. So CrossFit Krypton now, 3 of their 4 athletes across. So 3 teams have 3 athletes in, Mayhem, Freedom, Invictus, and CrossFit Krypton. And that is Margot Alvarez for Invictus X. She would be the 2nd athlete from her team across.
Now, the only thing that Central Beast have going for them is we've yet to see any athletes from Don't Stop come in.
Three teams with 3 athletes. And there are 2 teams with 1 athlete. That's Invictus X and OC3 Black. And Margot Alvarez will be 2nd for Invictus X.
Great job from the ladies of Invictus X.
They are another team that's fighting to get into that final 5.
I believe.
Don't Stop. Alexis Johnson is the first athlete out. And next to her is Roy Gamboa. So 2 of their athletes getting out at the same time. And Jen Smith for CrossFit Krypton. Or make that, I'm sorry, that is, looks like Nicole Holcomb possibly for the Central Beast.
Yep. There's Jen Smith.
Yeah, there's Jen Smith for Don't Stop.
It looks like
Just
one
like
of the
that,
male
Don't
athletes.
Stop's going to have 3.
Yep.
Jessica Griffith is the only athlete still in the water for CrossFit Krypton. And we have our first male athlete from CrossFit OC3. Looks like Luke Schaefer.
Race to the finish here.
So race to the finish. Again, it's your cumulative time. Schaefer's going to win that race, and Jen Smith now gets across for Don't Stop. So that's big for Don't Stop, and now they're about ready to get another athlete across.
Travis Williams.
So Travis Williams coming in. So all of a sudden,
that would be the entire team.
Don't Stop is going to get their whole team across the finish line. Travis Williams, man, he needs to hurry up and understand what's going on here because his team is trying to hold on to a spot in the top 5. So Don't Stop will have all 4 of their athletes across. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to win the event.
Right.
Because it's the total time of all 4 of your athletes.
And there's a huge pack coming in right here. It looks like we have a couple from OC3 Black.
So that's Taylor Williamson for OC3 Black. They have 2 athletes across. They're about to have 4. As Joe Persanti was in the background there, Williamson's across the finish line. 3 of their 4 athletes are in, and now we have a mad dash as Persanti is in.
It's like Jessica Griffith.
Yeah, Griffith across. Nicole Holcomb from the Central Beasts. Here's Sam Dancer. The CrossFit Krypton gets all 4 of their athletes in as they look to stay in 2nd place overall. And here comes Sam Dancer for Invictus X.
Just throttling the water on the way in.
Man, no technique, but all effort. I love it. Bowling at China Shop.
And Sam Dancer just trying to get himself across the finish line as quickly as he can as we approach the 36-minute mark.
I'm surprised he doesn't just hang on to the back and kick it in.
Yeah. Here comes Sam Dancer, so Invictus X.
3 of their 4 athletes in.
The majority of their team in.
Reagan Huckabee.
And Reagan Huckabee out there for Invictus.
This is why I love the scoring for this particular event in terms of what determines first place, because yes, all of your teammates finished first, but not all of them had the best performances in a total. So this makes it a lot more interesting from a team's perspective.
Well, and then when you look at the Central Beast, they already have a couple athletes across. And they're the team right now that is probably the most trouble because Joseph Tortora was getting out of the water on his swim while other teams were sending athletes across the finish line.
Yep.
That's Zach Souter for the Central Beasts. He would be their third athlete across the finish line.
And that's what I was talking about, you guys. It sounds funny, but just holding your head up, the strain it puts on your neck and shoulders is so tiring.
To also show the fatigue that compiles throughout this event after the swim and onto the paddleboard is how he can even pick his hands up out of the water. You're talking like some of the strongest people here at the CrossFit Games can't even lift their hands 3 inches off the side of their boards.
The Central Beast came in third place overall, but they were only 40 points up on Invictus in 6th place. You can make that up really fast here. There's only 7 teams in the field. The difference between every spot is 16 points.
Oh.
So really the only leaderboard that's going to matter is the final one.
I mean, we know Totoro's last. So Central Beast we're waiting on, but he makes a turn. Where's Tasia Pasevich?
That's a good point.
All right.
Very good point.
And we have not seen Tasia Pasevich. You assume that she's out there on the paddle because it doesn't look like any athletes are still out there swimming. And that may be her in the green that we just saw as
no wake zone.
Zach Souter.
No problem. No problem. I'll follow that rule to a T.
Probably the funniest sign we've seen so far in the CrossFit Games.
Slow.
Zach Souter is going to join Nicole Holcomb and Emma Chapman as 3 athletes from the Central Beast to cross the finish line.
You know, and I think depending on when Tasia finishes, now you're trying to look at, okay, how is Krypton's actual total time?
Right.
I think it was actually pretty good.
I do too.
In terms of all of it. They're close with Don't Stop and Invictus a little bit.
So Zach Souter's out. 3/4 of the Central Beast team now across the finish line. It's event number 8 here at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games, and we are cutting down to 5 teams. Now here comes Tasia Pasevich. Tasia Pasevich, the final athlete out of the water for Mayhem Freedom. Not really concerning for them as they got 3 athletes across pretty quickly, and they had a giant lead over CrossFit Krypton coming in. 157 points for the top spot on the leaderboard. So Pasevich gets in and being congratulated by her team.
So this means Mayhem will win the swim paddle event next year.
Exactly.
You'll see them all on their knees flying through the water at 100 miles an hour.
Right.
It's like Holden Rethwell.
That's Holden Rethwell from Invictus X.
Wow.
So he's the only athlete left in the water for his team.
Taking a little breather.
Definitely see the paddleboard just moving side to side there, trying to grab his balance.
If somebody could put a motor on this thing, I'd get in a little quicker.
Christy Aramo, to put this in perspective, finished 15 minutes ago. 26:15:51. That was the fastest time from anybody, and she's on Holden's team.
And depending on how
That's
the
gonna
total
help.
time shakes out, the value of having someone who can be so incredibly fast on this event.
Holden Rethwell looks like he is just out of gas here. He's taking a couple strokes and then resting with his hands, and just trying to glide on in. So Holden will be the last member of his team across the finish line for Invictus X. And again, they were on the wrong side of the cut line coming into this event. They were in 7th place overall, but not by much.
Just 3 points.
3 points separating 5th from 7th on the overall leaderboard. Sam Dancer, Christy Aramo, and Margot Alvarez trying to get him across the finish line. Ruthwell is done. And Invictus X, they are in. About 42.55 unofficially for Holden Ruthwell. Here comes Joseph Tortora for the Central Beasts. But it was Chrissy Aramo with the fastest time out of any athlete. 26 minutes, 15.51 seconds, and that time would have been good enough for 2nd place in the women's competition. So she really does her team a favor as they try to avoid the cut line and get into the final 5 teams. Again, we are cutting down once again after this event, and then we'll have 5 teams for the remainder of the competition. Joseph Tortora will be the last athlete out for the team competition, and then it's time to do some math. Add up all 4 team members' times. The team with the fastest total time will win the event. So here comes Tortora to close out event number 8 for the teams. And that'll do it. And now, teams like Don't Stop Invictus, Invictus X, Central Beasts, we're gonna have some nervous moments here, but mass start at the beginning. And we really saw, as we always do, the good swimmers separate themselves and then be able to hold on the paddleboard.
And we said this a lot during the event, is how vital it is when you have a total time structured event like this, is that you send your best athletes out as far as you can. You see China Cho trying to give Rich a little advice off the side, and you know, that look from Rich is like, yeah, I know. It's not good. It's not good. But Chrissy Aramo, one of the ones that has been going head-to-head with Tia over the last 2 years, taking it for that team.
Now, we'll still have to wait and see exactly how the scores shake out, because it's cumulative time amongst all of the athletes on the team that will determine the placings in this event. But, Christy, you were the first swimmer out of the water, and so just kind of take me through what it was like in the lake and then coming back in and grabbing the paddleboard and having to go back in.
It was long, so the whole time I just knew, like, it's very easy to lose it on the swim. So I just kind of tried to pick and go right behind somebody and just kind of try to slow myself down and just breathe and glide. And then I turned the little thing, and Rich is in front of me, and I was like, what the heck? So then I started to paddle because I wanted to be first out of the water, because I thought the guys would paddle faster. So I was trying to build as much lead into it as I could, because I knew cumulative time, every second counts.
That strategy obviously paid off for you. Your time was actually second only to Tia Claire Toomey, who came in first for the individual ladies. It was funny because last year you guys were 1 and 2 out of the water as well on that event. How does your sort of veteran status here and with the swim events and at games helping you out so far?
I think it just helps you stay calm. You just realize, like, hey, I want to keep my heart rate down. I want to run my own race and not worry about anybody else. And I think that's what you learn year after year.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Christy Aramo with a time that would have been good enough for 2nd place in the individual women's competition. As we wrap up our water events at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games to kick off day number 4 of competition, the latest that we have ever had, the water event at the CrossFit Games. And once again, we want to thank our media partners, CrossFit, for providing us with the world feed that we can bring to you here on the Rogue Iron Game. Competition now moves back to the Alliant Energy Center for the remainder of the day. For the team competition, 1 cut remains, and they will go from 7 now down to 5. The individuals, their fields will remain at 10 athletes. Back to the men. It was Matt McLeod. He and James Dewberry leading the way as the Aussies once again do well in the water. Noah Olson finishes third, and he picks up 20 points on Matt Fraser, and now leads him by 35 points through 9 events. Here are your overall standings. So it's Olson at 729, followed by Matt Fraser. Bjorben Carl Gudmundsson sits in third, but Scott Patrick, James Newbury, and now Matt McLeod very much within striking distance of a spot within the top 3. On the women's side of things, Tia Toomey wins for the 4th time, beating Haley Adams by more than 3 minutes. Bethany Shadburn will take third. Jamie Green moves up to 4th. What that means for the overall leaderboard is that Tia Toomey's lead over Kristen Holte has gotten even bigger. 821 total points for Toomey. She's 135 up on Holte. Jamie Green is 25 points back at Kristen Holte for second, and Carrie Pierce sits in 4th, and former 2-time champion Catherine Davis' daughter is in 5th. But anything can happen, and these leaderboards can change up very quickly as we head back to the Alliant Energy Center for the remainder of the competition of the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. We're going to take a break. We will be back with you at 12:45 local time here, 12:40, pardon me, local time here in Madison, Wisconsin, to continue the Rogue Iron game and our coverage of the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games.
Common is our foe, unconventional our ally. The battle against weakness reveals perfection. Ours is a disruptive culture, seeking to redefine strength, reshape nature, and restore American innovation. This is our code. This is Rogue.
In life, there are the strong-willed, the innovators, and the outliers. Those who turn right when everyone else turns left. Their passion is their compass. Their dreams, future stories to be told. It is this bold attitude that makes them legends. They weren't the first, and they won't be the last.
is our foe. Unconventional, our ally. The battle against weakness reveals perfection. Ours is a disruptive culture, seeking to redefine strength, reshape nature, and restore American innovation. This is our code. This is Rogue.
In life, there are the strong-willed, the innovators, and the outliers. Those who turn right when everyone else turns left. Their passion is their compass. Their dreams, future stories to be told. It is this bold attitude that makes them legends. They weren't the first, and they won't be the last.
Dread it, run from it. Destiny arrives all the same. Day number 4 is rolling along here in Madison, Wisconsin at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. Thank you everybody at home who is joining us, and hello to everybody here on the Alliant Energy Center campus who is watching us throughout the facility here. We appreciate you being with us here today on the Rogue Iron Game. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto and Dan Bailey. We are now through 9 events for the individuals and 8 events for the teams, but let's go back to the individuals, and you can't overstate this enough. I mean, you have to be a good swimmer when you get to the CrossFit Games, and we could tell that in the last event.
Yeah, it's an absolute must. I mean, if you can't swim at this point, shame on you. It's like not being able to do muscle ups or burpees or something like that.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things. You either have it or you don't. You're either going to be in that front middle half of the pack, or you're going to be in the very back of the pack struggling, taking up a very small amount of points.
And let's take you back to event number 9, both the men and the women competing at the same time. And early on, Tia Toomey in the white swim cap and Matt McLeod in the dark swim cap, both Australians, and both separated themselves from the pack. They were the first 2 out of the water, the first 2 done with that 1,000 meter swim, and then the second part of the event was a 1,000 meter paddle, and it was the same story. Tia Toomey and Matt McLeod all by themselves. And they could actually have a conversation as they both got to the pier at the same time, both crossing the finish line at the same time. Toomey gets her 4th event win.
Has to remind Matt that we're sprinting at the end here.
Yeah, and she said, I think we wanted to twin at the end as well and get across the finish line at the same time, but Matt McLeod picks up his 2nd win. Now this was big for Noah Olson as he gets out of the water, and he finishes 2 spots ahead of Matt Fraser. It was James Newbury who finished 2nd for the men, but Olson gets 3rd. Matt Fraser will finish in 5th place. So let's take a look at the women's overall leaderboard. This is where we stand now after 9 events as we head back inside the Coliseum. Tia Toomey is still your overall leader. She has 821 total points. She leads Kristen Holta by 135. Jamie Green is creeping up on Holta. She only trails her by 25 points. Carrie Pierce currently on the outside looking in when it comes to the podium, but she sits in 4th, and it's Catherine David's daughter who sits in 5th place. Let's go over to the men's side of things, where Noah Olson still your overall leader for the men, and he was able to widen his lead on Matt Fraser. He now is 35 points clear of Matt for the lead. Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson has moved into 3rd place overall, followed by Scott Panchik and James Newbury. When you look at those 2 leaderboards, what really stands out to you?
Well, for me, it's Kristen Holta on the women's leaderboard. So just like you said, Sean, she had a 45-point lead over Jamie Green going into that event. She cuts that lead nearly in half to just 25 points coming out of that, thanks to Jamie Green's 4th place finish on the event and Holta's 6th place finish. Now, normally we would think 25 points, she's still comfortably ahead of Jamie Green for that silver medal, but that could evaporate in one event and just 3 spots, right? So given that each placing is worth 10 points now, if Jamie Green finishes 3 places ahead of Holta, that lead is dissolved. Now I would say she is still 82 points over Carrie Pierce, so a little less likely that she'll get completely knocked off the podium. But again, in 1 or 2 events, she could see that silver medal slip through her fingers.
Yeah. How about you?
I'm looking at Matt Fraser. This is not the morning that he wanted to have after having such a great evening, winning that clean and jerk, or excuse me, just the clean with a 380-pound clean. Took first there, picked up some big points. I was surprised to see him so far behind once he got out of the water. Historically, he's done much better than, like, say, a 5th place finish with the history of these events. There's a potential problem he has looming, and that's if Noah stays within 1 place of Matt, he doesn't have the potential to gain that ground that he's lost to Noah, right? Still a lot can happen, obviously, but if Noah keeps his eye on Matt the entire time and Matt doesn't put enough distance between him and Noah, he won't have time to gain the ground and make up that 35 points.
Yeah, good news for Matt Fraser is, though, we're going back inside the Coliseum. Last 2 times he was in there, he won both events. Let's turn our attention now to the team event. They did basically the same event as the individuals earlier today. It was their 8th event, and it was big for them because they were cutting from 7 down to 5 teams after the team swim paddle. And the way this worked is that it was your cumulative time for all 4 athletes. So it wasn't when your last athlete crossed the finish line. You added up all the times for all 4 of your athletes. And it was Invictus X, OC3, Mayhem Freedom. They were out front early, but Invictus also had a couple men, Rasmus Anderson and Tommy Venus, who got out pretty close to each other. So Aramo was first. In fact, her time would have been good enough for 2nd in the women's competition. Aramo on the paddle ahead of Rich Froning. China Cho was able to catch up to Rich. That certainly helped them. And then Andrea Nisler for OC3, scoring some points for her team as well. But it was Aramo who was first across the finish line. Andrea Nisler first across for OC3, and then China Cho came across ahead of Rich Froning. And then the pair of Rasmus Anderson and Tommy Venus got out, and then we saw more athletes come out of the water and come across the finish line. What stands out to you now? We've made the cuts, and now we're down to 5. Some surprises, I think, after that event.
Yeah, well, and especially for me, it's going to be that it was, even with Christy Aramo's 1st place finish on that event, beating out all the men, all the women of that field, they still weren't able to move themselves into the 5th, into the top 5, and now they're out of competition. And we're talking about a team that was 2nd place last year at the Games, obviously a slightly different roster, and a team that also competed at 5 sanctionals. But again, all of those sanctionals, they had a different roster. They're the only steady, the only consistent amongst that team has been Sam Dancer and Holden Rethwell. So although this is a really strong team, I'm wondering if they just didn't have quite enough time together as a team. It'll be interesting to see if they stick together and try to make another bid next year and what happens.
Meanwhile, Don't Stop is the first team on the wrong side of the cut line, and it looks like they missed it by only 6 points.
Yeah, this was definitely an event they needed to do well, and when you look historically on how that team has done in the water, it hasn't been good. They did make the swap out for Jen Smith this year, adding her to the team, but it wasn't quite enough over the course of the weekend to get them where they needed to be. This event obviously didn't go quite as planned. They needed to do more work early in the week in order to set themselves up to move on to some of the final workouts, where looking at the team members, you see Travis Williams there, Roy Gamboa, some past individual athletes probably would have done really good in the Coliseum over in the arena. We'll get some barbells, some different things rolled out on the floor rather than just swimming, but they didn't put themselves in the position to do that today.
Here's how the team leaderboard looks now as we are down to just 5 teams for the rest of the competition. It's Mayhem Freedom at 719 points. They're up 173 on CrossFit Krypton. Invictus, they sit in 3rd, so they're in that final spot for the podium, but OC3 Black very close to them, and the Central Beasts are in 5th place. Now remember, as we move to a new point scale, there are now 25 points between each spot, so you can make up a lot of points in a hurry here. We'll get more on the team competition a little bit later, but right now let's get set for women's events 10 and 11. They were just announced inside the Coliseum. Dave Castro briefing the athletes. They are back-to-back. It's Ringer 1, and ringer 2. So we have 30, 20, 10 of assault bike calories and then toes to rings. That's a movement we've never seen before at the CrossFit Games. And then we have a 5-minute reset, I believe. It's a quick reset. And then we go 15, 10, 5 of burpees to the rings and overhead squats. The weight for the men is 135. The weight for the women, 95 pounds. We haven't had a whole lot of time to kind of wrap our heads around this, but there's a look at what the challenge will be. Ringer 1 and ringer 2, back-to-back events. But first time you guys are kind of seeing this printed out in front of you, what do you think the keys to the event are?
Well, I think for ringer 1, it's really going to come down to knowing your pace on the assault bike so that you can immediately get up onto those rings, right? So there's going to be girls or guys next to you that are going to go out hard and fast, and if that's not how you tackle that volume of calories on the air bike, then you're going to need to reel it back a little bit. And then, of course, it'll be also on the toes to rings, trying to keep that in as minimal amount of sets as possible.
Who are you watching for in this event to do well now? As we've said before, don't get attached to the leaderboard, because the way these points are being distributed, this thing can change just like that.
Right, for me on the women's side, it's going to be Jamie Green. You know, this is an athlete that won the Open in 2016 and ended up going team that year. We were kind of disappointed not to see her compete as an individual. She got 8th in 2017. She was Rookie of the Year that year and then finished 11th last year. She's only had 2 finishes outside of the top 10 thus far this weekend. Most impressively, her 3rd place finish on event 1. She was only one of 4 women to finish that event, and her 3rd place finish on Mary as well. She's got 57 points ahead of Carrie Pierce right now, so she's looking good as far as staying on top of the podium goes. But even better for Jamie right now is she's only 25 points back from Kristen Holton. As I just mentioned earlier, 25 points is really just 3 places, and we've got 2 events right there, and so she's got plenty of time to make up the space she needs to move herself from 3rd place to 2nd.
Yeah, so Jamie Green is trying to catch Kristen Holta. Meanwhile, Carrie Pierce is trying to catch Jamie Green.
Yep.
Right, so there's a great battle going on right there. When we take a look at Carrie Pierce, overall she's having the best year that she's ever had. 6th place finish is as high as she's ever finished in 2016 at the game. She currently sits in 4th, and like Annie mentioned, only 57 points out of one of those podium spots. Her lowest event finishes this weekend have come in sprint events, and also couldn't lift that first barbell. The weights in these next workouts coming up are a little bit lighter, a little bit more gymnastics movements for her. She's done well with any gymnastics movement so far, and she was also a collegiate gymnast for 18 years, so should have no problem with whatever those toes to rings are for her. So events 1, we also mentioned she had the handstand walk and rope climb, so able to do well in those events and pick up some points.
Let's go to some Ask Dan Bailey. I've been told that this is going to be a good one. That's all I've been told. So let's put it up on the screen. Oh boy. Lucas Parker, have you ever seen Alex Vigneault and Willie George in the same room together?
So Lucas, you're causing me a little bit of a dilemma right now, because earlier in the week, I thought I was working out with Alex Vigneault at a local gym in Madison, and now I have no idea which one it was, okay? Kudos to either of them. Neither of them speak the greatest English at the moment. It's gotten better over the years, but now I don't know. I mean, the doppelganger right there.
What's the key, do you think, to telling the two apart? What's the height? Is there a height difference?
Wow.
Yeah, great question. I don't have an answer for you.
Willie George has a huge tattoo on one of his arms, I do believe.
Well, there you go. You see it in the picture.
Right? See that?
Maybe we need to start Ask Annie rather than Ask Dan.
Well, no, it's just because I ask them all to take their shirts off before I decipher who's who.
Well, Lucas Parker, by the way, he's been killing it on social media. Keep up the good work, Lucas. We're really enjoying your stuff. Let's take a look now at the schedule for the remainder of the day. What we know so far, we do have a couple of individual events coming up. Those are next inside the Coliseum. And then the rest of the day, we are spending inside the Coliseum. What awaits after Ringer 1 and Ringer 2, though? We don't know. So we're going to find out more as the day moves on. We're going to go to break. When we come back, we will have women's events 11 and 12, Ringer 1 and Ringer 2. Stay with us here on the Rogue Iron Game as we cover the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games.
For the past 10 years, in an average-sized American town, everyday American people have pushed the not-so-average-sized American dream. Each vision met with adversity, every trial reassuring them that their heart was right. And when the naysayers came calling, "You can't do that," They responded not with words, but actions. And what started with a few people in a garage now rises one more icon of can-do, a monument to American manufacturing might. We are Ohio-born, American-made, 450 strong and growing. We are Rogue.
We've been innovating the barbell since 2008, and we'll still be innovating in 2028.
In life, there are the strong-willed, the innovators, and the outliers. Their passion is their compass, their dreams, future stories to be told. It is this bold attitude that makes them legends. They weren't the first, and they won't be the last.
We head indoors at the Coliseum at the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin, as the final day of the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. rolls on. Back-to-back events for the women, Ringer 1 and Ringer 2. Thank you for being with us here, everybody, on the Rogue Iron Game, and we appreciate CrossFit providing us with these images from their world feed. I am Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingraham. We are back under the lights, and we saw some pretty spectacular moments yesterday. Some of them courtesy of Amanda Barnhart the last time we were out here on this floor.
And a lot of it has to do with the aura of the Coliseum stepping in on the final day of competition. The crowd is all centered around you. It's loud, the lights are on, and now we're moving into two back-to-back events to where we thought the scoring was only going to be 3 for the day because we don't know how many exactly. So some of these athletes sitting outside the top 5 are given a little bit of a gift with an extra scored event coming up.
Here are the overall standings coming in. Tia Toomey leads Kristen Holta by 135 points. Jamie Green is occupying the third and final spot on the podium right now, but Carrie Pierce, Catherine Davis-daughter, Haley Adams, and Bethany Shadburn, even Amanda Barnhart, all trying to track her down, as again, because of the point structure, no one is really out of this thing as we head into back-to-back challenges, Ringer 1 and Ringer 2.
We've seen a movement that we will see at the CrossFit Games for the first time ever. Ringer event number 130, 2010, assault bike cows, and then toes to rings is a movement we have never seen before, and not really a movement a lot of athletes do. They'll take a short break into 15, 10, 5, burpees to the rings. We've seen that in the past, and then overhead squats at 135 and 95. And all of I see is a lot of speed that's going to happen in these two events.
There are 2 heats for the women. 5 women going at once. Haley Adams right now sits in 6th place. So she's the highest ranked woman on the floor right now, as the leaders will always be in the middle lanes. Anna Frag, who didn't have the best event the last time she was here in competition, that was in the swim paddle that we did just a few hours ago. Bethany Shadburn, they're all trying to gain ground and work themselves into position to possibly make a move to the podium. We are underway. 2 movements, assault by calories and toes to the rings. And we start with 30 calories on the assault bike. What do you think the keys are now just at the beginning of this event?
Right off the bat, you look at who's going to be successful, and it's going to be the athletes that can handle the assault bike on Ringer event number 1. Toes to rings isn't a difficult movement to do. In fact, it's a very easy movement to do. It's very similar to toes to bar. It has a bit more demand on the core than people are used to. But just being on the assault bike for this long, you really need to push the bike. The bike is where you're going to win this event.
There are 120 scored repetitions in this event. Bethany Shadburn right now is through 13 of those, as the leader's name will be highlighted in a blue box. The number in the white box will indicate how many reps that woman has completed. And when you're on the assault bike, Chase, what are you thinking now as you move through a lot of these calories? Bethany Shadburn is through 21 and counting. At the 30 mark, they will now move on to the rings, and they will complete 30 toes to rings. Shadburn, your leader here in this heat. Her best finish actually came in the last event. It was her first inside the top 4. She finished 3rd overall. She has 6 finishes inside the top 10. She does have a 45th. That was in event number 2 in second cup, but that was before the points were being distributed like they are now. So that finish was not nearly as costly as it could have been. In Bethany Shadburn on the right of your screen, she is first to the toes to ring, and now here comes Amanda Barnhart as she has moved past Haley Adams for second place. It goes Barnhart and then Adams and then Bethany Shadburn on your screen, and now another woman jumping up to the rings as well.
And the one thing you'll notice about the rings in this particular movement, that different than toes to bar, very similar movement pattern, but they take a lot longer than toes to bar actually do. So when you think about the demand on the core, it's not much different, but the time under tension that these athletes are under, you can't just do that quick little knee tuck, kick the bar and cycle through, is that the rings slow you down to a certain point that a lot of these athletes are not used to.
They will progress down the floor. There is another set of assault bikes on the bottom left hand of your screen, so we will progress down the floor. They won't go back to the same assault bike. But Bethany Shadburn with 1 rep to go, and she is done with round number 1. 100 will mean the end of round number 2, and she is back on the assault bike along with Haley Adams. Here comes Amanda Barnhart, 20 calories now. And Anna Fragu is there as well.
Here's where the event really starts to take shape. In your traditional a descending rep scheme, a 21-15-9, a 30-20-10, this round of 20, and what a lot of you should have seen is actually how easy toes to rings are. They're not a hard movement to actually do, they're just time consuming. So this event has shift focus into mainly being an assault bike event. So those athletes that are sitting in the second heat, you have to understand is that you are really gonna have to push the bike a lot harder than you want to be successful in this event.
Bethany Shadburn and Haley Adams are both through 73 of those 120 repetitions and counting. The first of 2 heats here, back-to-back events for the women. They will be scored separately, events 10 and events 11. So Bethany Shadburn at the 80 rep mark will step off the bike. She's on the bottom right-hand part of your screen and will continue to the rings for 20 toes to ring. Shadburn getting to work at the 100 mark. She will be done with round number 2. Here comes Haley Adams. Haley Adams has been super impressive here, making her individual debut at the CrossFit Games. She's competed in the teenage division, had a lot of success down there. And Chase, I know that you've been super impressed with the way that she's conducted herself at this competition. We're having some technical difficulties with Chase Ingram's microphone. We'll get those fixed. We'll get him back on here. So I'm going to fly solo here for a second. So Bethany Shadburn is through 100 reps, as is Haley Adams. These are your 2 leaders. Anna Fragu is trying to take over Amanda Barnhart's spot in 3rd. So Shadburn through 104 of the 120 repetitions. This is the final round. Once she hits 110, she's on the right of your screen. She's going to move back to the rings and do 10 final reps and then sprint across the finish line. Bethany Shadburn coming in 7th place overall, 539 total points, trying to move within striking distance of possibly a spot on the podium. And now 10 reps remain for Bethany Shadburn. Four to go for Shadburn. Haley Adams sits in 2nd, and it's Barnhart in 3rd, followed by Fragu, and now Turi Helgadottir in 5th. Only 5 women in this first of 2 heats, and now Shadburn is done, and she will take heat number 1 of Ringer 1. 5:38.21 seconds for Shadburn. Now Haley Adams is across. She will take 2nd in the heat at 5:45.49. Leaves Amanda Barnhart as the leader on the floor, 7 reps ahead of Anna Fragu on her final set of toes to ring. Barnhart is done, and she is in. And Fragu is off, and she is across. That leaves Turi Helgadottir, who's still on the bike for her final set of 10 calories.
And to me, that's something a little surprising to see Turi so far in the back of the pack on an event like this. I mean, she's a well-conditioned athlete. She's a great CrossFitter. She seemed to just having a little bit of a struggle on the tempo on the rings and just the intensity on the bike. And that's what you're going to need to be successful in this first event.
Helgadottir is done. She's 10th overall. As we approach 10 seconds to go until we hit the time cap. Helgadottir trying to get as many reps as she possibly can. Remember, we have another heat to go. She's not going to get across the finish line in time. And now the reset before we move into Ringer 2, which is 15:10.5 of burpees to the rings and overhead squats at 95 pounds. One more look at Haley Adams and Bethany Shadburn on these toes to rings.
Now, Bethany Shadburn did a great job, especially on the assault bike. She's just a bigger, stronger athlete than Haley Adams is, but I can't speak enough positive things about Haley Adams coming in as an 18-year-old. Just a good, positive attitude of the way things are going, and it's just more than that. It's not the attitude, it's what she's bringing to the competition floor.
So Turi Helgadottir is the only woman in that first heat of 5 to not finish all the work inside the 7-minute time cap. As Bethany Shadburn takes the heat, and now we are set for ringer 2.
Stand by.
We are underway. 15, 10, 5 burpees to the rings and overhead squats at 95 pounds. And this is where height really gives you an advantage.
It's about time, right? It doesn't happen often in CrossFit. When it does, you swing for the fences when you can. 15, 10, 5, starting with these burpees to the rings. Now, this isn't a challenging movement to do per se, though it does create a much more of a standard to get to the floor and up to the rings. And Sean, like you said, it pays to be a little bit taller, and especially how you place yourself on the floor. The thing we have to remember is they just ripped through 60 cals on the assault bike, and those toes to rings take enough out of your core that doesn't make the burpee the simplest move to do, where you see the rings kind of maybe affect the burpees. The assault bike going into the overhead squats, that's going to be the biggest key to see how they handle. The problem with this is that the weight isn't heavy. And when that happens, it tells the athletes that they need to go fast.
Turi Helgadottir was the first done with her burpees to the rings, and now she is on to her first set of 15 overhead squats. 60 total repetitions in this event. And Turi Helgadottir right now is your leader through 24. Amanda Barnhart and Haley Adams fighting for second. Bethany Shadburn is in third, or fourth, make that, followed by Anna Fragu in fifth. Only 5 women on the floor right now for this first of 2 heats. Turi Helgadottir hangs onto the bar for all 15, and now she moves back for 10 burpees to the rings, and here comes Amanda Barnhart.
Now I'd have to see how Turi hangs on to this pace, and I'm also a little curious if maybe she overpaced the first round, not really understanding how long that would take. And if you have a 30 cal assault bike to start, it can take twice as long as you thought. That might have been the case there for Turi Helgadottir.
Here are your leaders in the heat. Turi Helgadottir, far side of the floor. Next to her, Amanda Barnhart. She is in second. And Haley Adams in the green shorts. She is in third. Amanda Barnhart has now taken the lead from Helgadottir by about a rep.
I think some of these athletes are really needing to understand is that the pace of these 2 events is as fast as you can go. There's really not a wrong way to do it unless it is too slow.
Helgadottir to the barbell just ahead of Amanda Barnhart. So 10 overhead squats now at 95 pounds. And Turi Helgadottir through 44 now of the 60 scored repetitions. And then she and Amanda Barnhart are swapping the lead. Haley Adams is back in third.
Haley Adams struggling a little bit in the background relative to Turi and Amanda as Amanda moves ahead of Turi.
So Barnhart now back to the rings, 5 reps to go, and she has about 2 down before Turi touches the rings for the first time. 5 reps here, then 5 reps back on the barbell, and then a final sprint to the finish. So Turi Helgadottir finished last in the prior event, and now she's looking to challenge for a top spot here as Amanda Barnhart moves to the barbell. She'll move this with ease. 5 reps for her as she looks to set the early pace in the first of 2 heats. 1 rep to go. Barnhart's done. She will get across the finish line, and Amanda Barnhart takes heat 1 of ringer 2. Turi Helgadottir looking to come in second place. Here comes Haley Adams to start her final set. So Helgadottir is in. She'll take second in the heat. So Bethany Shadburn and Anna Fragu on their final set of 5 burpees, and it's Haley Adams who's looking to lock up third place in this heat. So Adams is done, and she is across.
Now we might see a lot of this in the second heat where, Turi last in the first part, second in this one. Shadburn won the previous one, and now towards the end. So you got to play to a little bit of a game between the 2 events.
Of these 4 movements, which takes the most out of you?
It's obviously the assault bike, right? The assault bike can screw up the whole thing, but you really don't have a choice based off the structure of the event. It forces the issue on the bike.
So Fragu is in, and now Bethany Shadburn goes barreling across the finish line, and that'll do it for heat number 1 of ringer 2. Back-to-back events. 1 heat remains as the overall leaders, the top 5 women in the standings, will be on the floor next. So Amanda Barnhart, though, setting the early pace with a time of 3:06.76 at ringer 2.
What I like about Amanda Barnhart is that, their strength is one thing, but she has such good quality movement. And so events like this, having an overhead squat at the tail end of a sprint, positioning is so vital. So Amanda Barnhart, that's where you get the benefit from.
Here are your results from Heat 1 of ringer 2. Amanda Barnhart by 10 seconds over Turi Helgadottir. Haley Adams will take third, and it's Fragku and Shadburn who finished 4th and 5th. Quick reset, and then Heat number 2 will be out. What did we learn from that first heat?
Well, what we learned is that you're going to have to go faster than you want to, especially with 10 athletes, so much on the line with the point system that they're using. The advantage, I cannot begin to stress how much of an advantage the second heat has based off watching the first one, because when you have sprint events like this, these are full commitment events. It's a lot better to have something to shoot for and something fast versus something longer like you would see Mary.
We are waiting on the next second and final heat of women to take the floor here at the Alliant Energy Center. Again, we want to thank our media partners, CrossFit, for providing us with these images from their world feed. And we want to thank you for being with us here today as we wrap up day 4, the final day of competition at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram. We don't know how many events remain here, but back-to-back events, I'm not sure that that's what these athletes expected.
Not at all. I mean, you think, okay, we got 3 events. And people put that in their head when they're thinking about coming into the day. The Tia Claire's not so much, but you're talking those races between Holta in second, Green in third, Carey and Katrin. Now you're given an extra event. And that's almost like having an extra life, because when you're scrambling for points on the last day, throwing in an extra event for those athletes trying to sneak up the leaderboard is a gift.
And just a couple spots on the leaderboard, that's 20 points right there. So points are out there to be earned. And we usually call Saturday moving day at the CrossFit Games. I mean, it's been Saturday and Sunday. I mean, you can move all over the place. We've seen this leaderboard change basically after every event.
Sunday especially, right? When you come down to the final 10, we had 2 events yesterday that had 10 athletes in them, but now what we know of is it was 3 and now it's 4. Who knows what happens at the end of the day? Maybe it's 10 more. But this is what the athletes that are trying to make big moves need. With this type of system in place on the final day of competition, throwing in an extra event, it almost puts even more pressure, because you could honestly well, I don't have enough, maybe I'll just do the best I can. And now you actually have a legitimate shot to make bigger jumps up the leaderboard.
And you've talked about this as well. You always have a plan going into an event, but because you can gain ground or lose ground so quickly, sometimes the plan's got to go away and you just got to put your head down and go.
And I think that's what you're going to get from these 2 events, because they're really not game plan events. And I like that from a viewership standpoint. The last thing I want to do is actually do any of these events tonight, but seeing an assault bike for 30, 20, 10 cals, toes to rings isn't hard to do. It's not hard to do, especially at the level that these elite athletes are. So now that scares me, because it's now a bike event. And the last thing I really want to see is an event starting with 30 cals on the bike, and then 20, and then 10 with a reprieve of toes to rings in between. And then knowing you have overhead squats on the tail end, you would almost want it to be a little bit heavier, but it's not. It's 135 and 95. So what does that tell you? I got to go even faster than I want to, because burpees to the rings also, again, at that rep scheme, 30 total burpees to rings, again, isn't hard to do. So they're forcing the issue based off the way they program it. And I'll tell you what, I love it. I love putting athletes in a position that they don't want to be in, because nobody wants to go out and sprint 30 cals on the assault bike, but you don't have a choice.
Yeah, exactly.
You have a choice. And if you don't make that choice, you've chosen to lose.
Right. And here is a look at the back-to-back events. Ringer 1 and Ringer 2, one with 120 total reps, the other with 60 total repetitions.
And I believe this is actually the first time we've seen both the men and the women do the same exact number of cals on the assault bike.
That was the same thing with the ruck run as well, same weight in the ruck. 5 more athletes remain to go here in the second and final heat, and they are your top 5 in the overall standings. Katrin Davidsdottir, she comes in 5th place overall. She is 40 points back of Carrie Pierce for fourth. She is 103 points back of Jamie Green for third. So she can't get into the podium, but she can get close. Carrie Pierce, meanwhile, led this competition at one point. She is now in fourth. Now, Jamie Green is the woman who sits in third.
Jamie Green holding that final podium position, but to your point about Katrin being so close, she also needs to look over her shoulder because Haley Adams is only a handful of points behind her.
Kristen Holte making her way to the floor. She is on track for her career best finish at the CrossFit Games. She's been 7th overall the last 2 years, never been on the podium. That is looking very likely to change here in 2019. And now, Tia Toomey, your overall leader, trying to become the first woman to ever win 3 CrossFit Games championships.
I enjoy the way these two events set up back to back because it makes it very cognitive between the athletes, because you don't want to catch yourself thinking about 11 when you should be focused on number 10.
Lane assignments. Tia Toomey, your overall leader, will be in lane 3 in the middle. The two women immediately behind her in the overall standings, Kristen Holte, will be in lane 4. Jamie Green will be on the other side of her. And Katrin Davidsdottir, it is not out of the realm of possibility that she could wind up on top of the overall standings. She's going to have to smash whatever events remain and get a lot of help in the process. But that is what this scoring system allows here. We can have big swings up or down on the leaderboard, and Katrin Davidsdottir looking to take advantage of that.
And that's the thing we've been talking about, and I think, you know, people are like, oh, you've talked about the scoring system a lot. It's because the scoring system has a massive impact, especially on today. If these events were happening on Thursday, we wouldn't mention the scoring system once, but the margin of points between places is what these athletes are actually have to their advantage, trying to chase down Tia-Clair Toomey.
Tia Toomey will, regardless of what happens in this event, she will remain the overall leader. Now, if she finishes dead last in both events, maybe that changes a little bit. But after this event, it's the 135-point cushion. The most you can pick up on anybody is 90.
When you think about events like this, like not likely, it's actually the most likely opportunity that this can happen because of the speed that these events should be done in, where there's no room for error.
Second and final heat of Ringer 1 is underway. It's Bethany Shadburn who has the top time, 5:38.21 seconds, 120 scored repetitions in this event.
And this is the pace you want to see these athletes go at because they don't have a choice. Katrin Davidsdottir sitting in 5th, being chased down by Haley Adams, within striking distance of the podium after nearly being cut yesterday. This is who benefits the most, having 2 back-to-back events like this.
And Davidsdottir right now is through 10 of those initial 30 calories. Kristen Holte 3 back, followed by Pierce Green. Toomey right now in 5th place.
And Holte is actually one of those athletes that do not benefit from an event like this, especially dealing with the assault bike, just because of her size. Size matters when it comes to the assault bike, especially power output. Davidsdottir, Tia-Clair Toomey, Barnhart, those are ones that can take advantage of the bike. Holte, it's going to be a little bit of damage control because everyone's going to hang on to the ring. So the advantage that she would have is negated by how simple those toes to rings are.
Katrin Davidsdottir is creeping closer now to that 30 rep mark where she will move on to the toes to rings. Her judge's hand is in the air. She's through 26 of those 30, and she is leaving everybody behind her. Carrie Pierce now in second, closest to the camera.
And how many times have we seen Katrin Davidsdottir get her back against the wall and then come out swinging when she gets back to the Coliseum?
So Davidsdottir's done with her 30 calories and now on to her 30 toes to rings. At the 60 rep mark, she'll be done with round 1, and she'll move forward. 20 calories on the assault bike after this, but she is the only woman on her rings right now. She's already 7 reps in.
At the very start, you saw her actually try to push the pace of the toes to rings. You can't actually do that. In movements like this, to me, they have a capped time frame, a lot like wall balls and kettlebell swings, is that you can't actually make this movement faster because of the rings. So if you try to go faster, all you do is make it harder. Just hang onto the rings, do them unbroken, and your pace and intensity needs to be saved for the bikes.
Davidsdottir right now is 9, now 8 reps away from finishing up round number 1. Carrie Pierce is in second, followed by Holte. Tia Toomey has moved into 4th, but she and Jamie Green are close for that 4th place spot in the second and final heat. Back-to-back events here, events 10 and 11, and this is ringer 1, ringer 2 coming up after this. David's daughter's done. Back to the bike for 20 calories.
I'm not saying destroy yourself on the 20, but don't be afraid of the 20. We still have overhead squats to do, so you could put yourself in a bad place. Keep pushing the pace. Put more upper body into the bike. People forget those handles aren't armrests for your hands. No, you can actually put a lot of extra power into the bike if you use your arms. Push, pull, help the legs out on the assault bike.
David's daughter is more than halfway through this event at 68, now 69 repetitions and counting, 120 total. Carrie Pierce, 6 reps back of her in second. Kristen Holt is in third, and it's Toomey and Jamie Green battling for fourth. The time to beat again, 5:38.21 seconds, belongs to Bethany Shadburn. Did that in the first of these 2 heats.
And that's actually a little surprising to see, is that Tia Green and Holta all moved to the bikes at the same time. I would have assumed Tia would be up a little closer towards the front.
So David's daughter score says she is done, but she is obviously still on the bike, so some work left to do for her. She has 20 toes to rings. After this, she is done, and she will be the first woman back to the rings.
There's no other option for Katrin Davidsdottir. If you want a shot at the podium, you have to win events. There's no other game plan. There's no other strategy. You have to go out there and win. In my opinion, Katrin is best when you take options away from her and it says you have to win. Not do your best, not stay in your lane. Win this event at all costs.
She's trying to chase down Carrie Pierce, and again, she's 40 points back of Pierce. So Pierce is just trying to stay close so she doesn't surrender too much ground. And here comes Tia Toomey, Kristen Holta right beside her as well. But Katrin Davidsdottir now through 100 of the 120 total repetitions, and she's going back to the bike for the final time. 10 calories, then 10 toes to rings, and then a sprint across the finish line.
Here's where the massive benefit is in going second, because you know what the time is. You're leading your heat. Don't kill yourself on these 10 if you don't have to, just to beat the time to beat.
Davidsdottir now with 5 calories to go. Carrie Pierce just finished her second set of toes to rings, and she is on the bike as well. So Pierce trying to stay close with Davidsdottir. Toomey and Holta to the bike at the same time. And now Jamie Green joining them. Those are your top 3 athletes in the middle of the floor. Green, Toomey, Holta, and then Carrie Pierce closest to the camera.
Actually very impressed how Holta is sticking with the champ, Tia Claire.
38 seconds to go before we hit the time to beat. Katrin Davidsdottir looking like she's going to smash that. So Katrin Davidsdottir doing work. The sled dog wins event 10.
Huge, huge event for Katrin Davidsdottir.
So 5:38 is now second place. Carrie Pierce has to start thinking about beating that time, so she only surrenders 10 points to Katrin Davidsdottir. Toomey and Green on the rings, and here comes Kristen Holta. She's on the right.
Holta is actually cycling a little bit faster than Tia Claire Toomey, keeping those knees tucked.
And Carrie Pierce just fell off. That means Bethany Shadburn is going to take second. Green and Toomey come across. Holta will take third. Toomey gets fourth. And here comes Carrie Pierce. So Pierce, because of that fall, may watch her lead disappear as far as Katrin Davidsdottir is concerned. So Davidsdottir was in 5th coming in. Pierce was in 4th. Davidsdottir needed to make up 40 points, and she may have just done it.
That was very, very close. If she's not, she's only 10 points behind because Pierce dropped her grip starting to go. And as each athlete swung in, 10, 20, 30 points.
Carrie Pierce is going to finish 7th in that event, which means she earns 40 points. So Davidsdottir just picked up 60 on her. That lead is now gone for Carrie Pierce over Katrin Davidsdottir.
Look how smooth and relaxed Katrin Davidsdottir is on the rings, and that is what you actually want to see with this particular movement, is not trying to make it too hard. And that's what you saw from Carrie Pierce. And you saw her fall right there, just belly flopping right on the mat. And that had a lot to do with her grip,
right,
just being smoked.
And Kristen Holta beats Tia Toomey across the finish line, so Holta will be able to slightly cut into Toomey's 100, now 25-point lead. as unofficially the standings have updated after Catherine Davidsdottir wins. Shadburn finishes second, Holta, and then Toomey. So Holta now trails Toomey unofficially by 125 points. Jamie Green sits in third, but now she is only 47 up on Davidsdottir.
And how much did we say, who are the athletes that are going to throw wrenches into the system that can make moves for people on the leaderboard? Shadburn, Adams getting ahead of Green while Catherine's taking an event win.
And Bethany Shadburn has now jumped into 6th place overall.
Jamie Green looked rough after that event, and we were talking about overhead squats coming up with such a light weight. You need speed when it comes to this. I'm not sure if she's going to have it.
Catherine Davidsdottir at the top of your screen tracks down Carrie Pierce in the last event. Now she turns her sights to Jamie Green, who is 47 points ahead of her in the overall standings and who currently occupies the final spot on the podium. 60 total repetitions in this event. We start with those 15 burpees or rings, and Davidsdottir, top of your screen, is off to a great start.
She is blasting through this, and this is what this event demands for. When you look at it on paper, this event isn't hard to do. In fact, a lot of the movements are, you would say, simple, borderline easy. So what does that mean? You need to fully send the event. You have no other option but go, and Catherine Davidsdottir is doing exactly that.
Well, Davidsdottir just picked up her first event win of the competition. You think back to the first time when she won the CrossFit Games, her only event win came on the final day. But Davidsdottir moves on. She's onto the overhead squats. Jamie Green sits in second, followed by Toomey, Holta, and Pierce. Here comes Jamie Green and Tia Toomey, but Catherine Davidsdottir is in the lead at the 30 mark. She will move on for round number 2 and perform 10 burpees to the rings.
Can't tell you the importance of pushing the round of 15. When you're done with 15, the event is halfway over. There's not enough reps towards the second half because of those breaks to make up. So you actually need to throttle down on the 15 to get ahead of the rest of the field.
Kristen Holt is starting her overhead squats. Davidsdottir continues to move at a frantic pace. And now 10 burpees to rings for the former 2-time CrossFit Games champion, who we said earlier, she's still in the running here. Carrie Pierce, meanwhile, struggling as she finishes up her first set of burpees to rings. And you wonder, maybe she got the wind knocked out of her during that fall.
If she didn't get the wind knocked out of her, she is a much tougher human being than I have ever seen, because the way she hit that mat was devastating.
And now a no rep for for Davidsdottir. She fixes that, gets back to the barbell. Now 10 overhead squats. Toomey is in second and Jamie Green is in third. Jamie Green needs to think about hanging as close as she can to Catherine Davidsdottir to not surrender as many points. Now remember, there is another heat that has already gone. Those times may be a factor here.
Tell you what, this event couldn't have lined up better for Catherine Davidsdottir. What fatigue movement would you like to do when you're at your worst? An overhead squat. This is Catherine Davidsdottir is taking advantage of the opportunity that she's been given.
The Davidsdottir's done. Now 5 burpees to the rings. The time to beat belongs to Amanda Barnhart, 3:06.76. And I don't think that's going to be a problem right now for Catherine Davidsdottir as she looks to pick up her second straight and second total win of this competition. Carrie Pierce, meanwhile, is in 5th, and she's struggling. No struggle, though, for Davidsdottir. 5 final repetitions for her. Final rep for Davidsdottir. 2 for 2 for Catherine. 2 wins, 200 points inside the Coliseum. Tia Toomey is well ahead of the 2 women behind her on the overall leaderboard. The Toomey looking to now finish 3rd in this event, as Barnhart's time of 3:06 is going to be good enough for second. So Toomey is in, she'll take 3rd place, but she will not surrender any ground to either Kristen Holta or Jamie Green. But Catherine Davidsdottir is now creeping up in that race for the podium. Jamie Green.
Gee, very impressed how Green bounced back from what she looked like after 10. I didn't think that she'd do a single overhead squat.
But Jamie Green is across the finish line. Green will take 3rd in this heat. That's 6th in the event. Now here comes Kristen Holta. 1 more for Holta. Holta is in. She'll take 7th place in the event. So once again, Tia Toomey is going to widen her lead on 2nd place, Kristen Holta. Things getting tighter in the battle for the podium for the women. Now, Carrie Pierce is the only woman left on the floor. Now this is where you have to start thinking, I know there's another heat, you want to get in, but is the effort now worth it for her?
I mean, for her, based off her finishing place, no, I don't think she really has a choice, even if she wanted to go hard, because whatever she did in event 10 is either red line too hard or that fall off the rings took its toll on her.
There was not a lot of time for her to recover from that fall, and she still has a set of burpees and a set of overhead squats remaining here. It's Catherine Davidsdottir. Perfect inside the Coliseum today. Wins ringer 1, wins ringer 2. Her first 2 event wins of the competition. And she picks up 200 points in the process, and she has vaulted up the leaderboard, and she will be a factor in the battle for the podium.
3, 2, 1.
And that's going to do it for Carrie Pierce. So she will hit the cap. Pierce will finish 10th out of 10 in the event. Costly fall for Carrie Pierce, but Catherine Davidsdottir, 2 wins and 2 huge wins for her, as she has now unofficially moved into 3rd place overall by just 3 points over Jamie Green.
I mean, you were almost left for dead coming into Saturday morning, squeaked in after the sprint, and you are taking full advantage, not just being a top 5, but possibly a podium spot.
2 wins for Davidsdottir right now. She sits in 3rd place overall.
200 points at this point in the game could be a complete game changer. How were you able to find a pace that you could maintain to take the win on both of those back-to-back events?
We take a lot of pride in working very hard in the gym. We do a lot of interval stuff, and where I go as hard as I possibly can, and I trust that I will recover. And before we came out here, my coach told me this is what we do. And I closed my eyes, and it was like in the gym. This is what we do. Work really hard and trust that we can do it all over again.
You close your eyes, put your head down, get the work in. I mean, at this point in the entire weekend, after everything you've been through, is it harder to go to that dark place, or with the podium in sight, is it even more of a fight?
I have nothing to lose. I'm here to fight.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Well, she's here to fight. She just landed some haymakers. 2 straight wins for Catherine Davidsdottir, 200 points. 253.29, the only woman in the heat to go sub 3 minutes. Amanda Barnhart's top time from heat 1 is good enough to give her 2nd place. Tia Toomey doing exactly what she needs to do to stay on top of the overall leaderboard, just avoid a total meltdown. She takes 3rd place. Your updated overall standings is Catherine Davidsdottir, now in 3rd place by 3 points over Jamie Green. Kristen Holta hanging on to 2nd place, but now Davidsdottir will turn her sights to her, and we'll see if we have a showdown possibly between the last 2 champions of the CrossFit Games. Jamie Green, though, has a chance to work her way back onto the podium. Haley Adams and Amanda Barnhart could be factors, but they're falling off the pace, as is Carrie Pierce. So right now it looks like a 4-woman battle for the podium, but that can change very quickly. I know we sound like a broken record there, but there are tons of points available here. Take a quick break. We'll be back inside the Rogue 10 here on the Rogue Iron Game to get you set for men's events 10 and 11. Stay with us here in Madison, Wisconsin.
I've been called a rebel, an outlaw, a fighter. Fighting to become stronger, faster, smarter, better. Pushing my body strengthens my mind and my soul. I walk towards the fire, towards the fray. I walk towards the crucible. It is not easy. It will hurt. I will sweat, I will suffer. I will bleed and blister and bend, but I will never break. I'm never broken.
Common is our foe. Unconventional, our ally. The battle against weakness reveals perfection. Ours is a disruptive culture, seeking to redefine strength, reshape nature, and restore American innovation. This is our code. This is Rogue.
Once again, the leaderboard gets jumbled up here on the final day of competition at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. Thanks for staying with us, everybody, here in Madison, Wisconsin. We are inside the Rogue tent. I am Sean Woodland alongside Annie Sakamoto, Dan Bailey joining us as well. But, I mean, that last event, Catherine Davidsdottir, she has always done a good job of striking when the iron is hot and doing what she needs to do late in the competition, and that was vintage Catherine Davidsdottir.
Vintage, and what she needed to do on those two events was basically go full send, right? She had nothing to lose and everything to gain, and that's exactly what she did. She went out hot on the bike, unbroken on the toes to rings, and it totally paid off. She was able to beat Shadburn's time from the previous heat by about 30 seconds. And then what was so impressive to me was the pace on her burpees. It was just blistering, especially compared to those other ladies. It was as if she hadn't done ringer one and all the other ladies had. Obviously for her, overhead squat, very comfortable movement. So here we are. She goes into that event, or into those two events, in 5th place. She was backed by 97 points from Jamie Green. What used to be an insurmountable deficit. There's no way. Here she is now, just about 12, 20 minutes later, 3 points ahead of Jamie Green, sitting in 3rd place.
Yeah, if we have the overall standings, we can show them to you. I mean, it's now super close. Like you said, Catherine Davidsdottir was in 5th coming into the event, and now she's sitting on the podium, but not by much. Jamie Green can still be a factor here. She is only 3 points back. That disappears in one event. Tia Toomey still your overall leader by 165 points now over Kristen Holta. Davidsdottir's in 3rd, Green in 4th. Haley Adams, she can still be a factor. Amanda Barnhart, after what we just saw, not out of it either. Now, Carrie Pierce, though, got to wonder how she's feeling after the fall that she took on event number 10.
Yeah, I'm super surprised to see that happen to her. She's known as a very well-rounded gymnast. Toes to rings, to me, would have been something that she would have been one of her strong suits. And as we saw when she was doing that toes to rings, she came right off, might have knocked the wind out of herself, chest first onto the bottom. You can see there struggling to catch her breath. Perhaps might have knocked the wind out of herself on that workout heading in to ringer 2. So where she was sitting before, she's dropped all the way down to 7th, and now she finds herself over 100 points away from that podium with just those 2 fast events there. You can see looking incredibly fatigued on her burpees. When she would come down, she wouldn't drop straight to the floor. She would have to take a pause for a moment and then drop down. So kind of curious to see how that fall, losing her grip on the toes to rings, falling on the mat there, might have changed things for her moving forward into the next events.
Well, the men will be up next, and the same thing for them. It's going to be back-to-back events, and here's where we stand as we head into events 10 and 11. Noah Olson still your overall leader. He has a 35-point lead on Matt Fraser. Bjorgren Karl Gudmundsson, he sits in 3rd place overall. But Scott Panchik, James Newberry, Matt McLeod, and even Jacob Hepner, all those guys have a chance to move into position, if not move on to the podium after this next event. Noah Olson now back inside under the lights with the leader's jersey on. He has got to be feeling the pressure at this 5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got Matt Frazier breathing down his neck. We're coming to the end of the competition, and nothing's safe, like we've mentioned before and we've mentioned all weekend. So he had a great finish here against Saxon Panchik, being able to squeak in some points last night. Every point's going to matter, but my eyes are on him. Will he be able to stay strong on the toes to rings? He should be able to, because that's one of his better movements in terms of gymnastics. My question is, can he stay with Matt on the assault bike? He's also a very good squatter, so then who's going to be able to burn out on those burpees, maintain pace, keep those overhead squats unbroken?
This will be the same challenge as the women face, with just a heavier load on the overhead squat. What are the keys here for the men?
I would say the keys for the men are, can you manage that assault bike as well as the toes to bar? So, or excuse me, toes to rings, different movement this year. So minimizing your brakes there, pushing hard on the assault bike, hard enough that you can get off and jump right onto the rings.
Who will you be watching now to do well in this event?
Well, for me, I hope BKG was just watching what happened to that women's leaderboard, right? So he opened up the gap between himself and Scott Panchik on the swim paddle from 3 points to 43 points. So that was a great lead that he gave himself. But look at what we just saw that happened with Katrin Davidsdottir, right? Last night we saw with BKG, he put that dumbbell down, Noah Olsen overtook him on the sprint triplet. This is not the time to be conservative. For Bjorgman Carl Gudmundsson, he has to go full send if he wants to ensure his spot on the podium.
Bjorgman Carl Gudmundsson right now in third place overall. We're going to step aside for just a quick second. We'll be back. We'll bring you men's events, 10 and 11, back inside the Coliseum here at the Alliant Energy Center.
Ladies competition floor. In lane number 1, welcome Will
Back-to-back events for the men. Events 10 and 11, Ringer 1 and Ringer 2. Thanks for being with us here, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland, being joined by Chase Ingram here on the Rogue Iron game. Will Morad taking the floor here, the first of 2 heats. And Morad's a guy we're going to want to keep an eye on in this heat because he's dealing with what appears to be a little bit of a hamstring issue.
He's grabbing his hamstring yesterday after the sprint event. He even talked to Dave Cash a little bit. Forewent the lift yesterday afternoon. And when you're looking at bike's really not going to affect the hamstring too much. If anybody's done that, it's the quads that get penalized when you go too fast. But those toes to ring actually demand a lot more hamstring flexibility than people might think, because the rings, you can't really move them around like you would a straight bar for toes to bar.
Well, Matt McLeod coming off his second event win of this competition. Here are your overall standings as Matt Fraser is going to try and track down Noah Olson over these next 2 events. He still has possibly 1, maybe 2 events remaining, but he's running out of time. Fraser with a 35-point deficit to make up. Jorgen Karl Gudmundsson, he sits in 3rd, but he will have to hold off Scott Panchik, James Newbury, Matt McLeod. All have a chance to catch him, and even Jacob Hepner certainly might have something to say about the battle for the podium as well.
They absolutely do. Look what Katrin David's daughter just did. We thought she was left for dead in 5th place, and she goes and wins back-to-back events and gets 200 more. So we're moving on. 10 and 11, 30, 20, 10, assault bike cows and toes to rings. The first time we've seen that at the CrossFit Games. In fact, any level of competition in CrossFit history. Moving in, we'll take a short break and move to the 15, 10, 5. Burpees to the rings and overhead squats at 135. Sean, I was talking earlier, is that this event actually isn't hard to do. You know, event 1 is hard to do no matter how slow you go. But what that means is these athletes actually have to push the pace faster than they may be prepared to do.
5 men in this first of 2 heats. Matt McLeod, courtesy of that event win, has moved up to 6th place overall, as he won earlier today in the only water event that we've seen at the CrossFit Games on a Sunday. As he and Tia Toomey made it an Australian sweep. Adrian Moonweiler, meanwhile, sits in 9th place overall with 492 points. He's looking to get himself possibly into the top 5, and Jacob Hepner currently 7th overall.
Jacob Hepner is one guy I have my eye on that has the skill set to push these 2 events and set. It's going to actually end up setting the pace for Heat 2.
10 seconds. Stand by.
Ringer 1, the first heat underway. 6-minute time cap, and then Ringer 2, the next challenge, begins just a minute after that. And we start with these 30 calories on the salt bike, 120 total repetitions in this event.
Now, when you get to the bike, you have to understand is that you must push the pace faster than you are prepared to do, but not so fast that you end up hurting yourself for the second round, because 30 takes quite a bit. You don't want to fully invest into the 30. That round of 20 will be your most important round when it comes to the bike. Hang on to the rings, try to recover, have good movement, but focus on the intensity of the bike.
Matt McLeod right now through 23, now 24 of those 30 calories. And remember the last time we saw an event that kind of required just pure grunt work done quickly, that was the sprint couplet. He won that event.
And imagine what those legs go through when you're talking about a sled push. I think a lot of those athletes contested that. So he definitely has the fortitude to handle a strong pace on the assault bike.
Matt McLeod onto the rings first. 30 repetitions here. Jacob Hepner has joined him, and now here comes Saxon Panchik, Adrian Moonweiler on the right of your screen, and now Will Morad on the left. Remember that hamstring injury? You can see the wrap around his left leg.
So here's the big difference between toes to bar and toes to rings. Look at the athlete's torso as they lean back to try to bring their toes to the rings. They actually doesn't sit back. A pull-up bar won't move, it's fixed. So you can actually lay back, press down the bar, and it doesn't require as much flexibility into the hamstrings. With the rings, their torsos don't move. So the demand on the core is a little greater, even though it's not as much on the hands. So that pulling up of the chest, staying upright, is what actually makes these rings harder to use.
Well, Matt McLeod stays in the lead. He's now halfway done with this event through 60 of the 120 scored repetitions. His first ever appearance here at the CrossFit Games, and he already has 2 event wins under his belt. One of them came earlier today, and now Jacob Hepner is onto the assault bike as he stays in second. Saxon Panchik now getting to the bike. Upper left-hand part of your screen, he's in third, followed by Adrian Moonweiler close behind him, bottom right-hand corner.
The most important round is the middle round. The round of 20 in event 10, the round of 10 on event 11 is that you can't back off the pace. You're going to want to. Your legs have had time to kind of feel the effects of what the first 30 cals did while they were hanging from the rings for 30 repetitions.
Jacob Hepner has now moved in front of Matt McLeod through 74 of the 120 scored repetitions. So McLeod falling off the pace a little bit, and Jacob Hepner has taken the lead.
When you fall off the pace on the assault bike at this level and this level of intensity, you fall off a cliff in terms of pacing with the rest of the field.
So Hepner, through 80 of the 120 scored repetitions, he has 20 toes to ring to complete. Here comes Matt McLeod, who now sits in second.
There's a good angle of what I was talking about earlier, is that the torso, the shoulders and hips stay almost directly underneath the rings, as opposed to a toes to bar off a pull-up rig where you get to sway a little bit more. And that's a challenge of the rings.
Well, Jacob Hepner is chasing Matt McLeod in the overall standings. He's 37 points back of him. Adrian Moonweiler on the right of your screen sits in fourth, as Jacob Hepner, final 10 calories on the assault bike. 20 reps remaining for him.
Now this is still heat 1. There's another heat remaining, so you don't really have a time to pace off this. You're going to have to push these last 10 to get through them, because the faster you push on the assault bike, you get an exponential time advantage.
Will Morad is back in 5th place as Saxon Panchik is now onto the bike. So Morad in 5th, but it's Hepner in the lead, almost done with his final bike. He is now. 10 reps remain for Jacob Hepner. His best finish was 3rd in Mary. Now here comes Matt McLeod. Hepner 1 to go. And Jacob Hepner will take heat number 1. 4:27.13 seconds. Matt McLeod looking to take 2nd place in this heat. This is the first of 2 heats, so McLeod is in. And all of these men have just bought themselves extra rest. The time cap is 6 minutes. They get a minute reset once the time cap hits, and then they get going on ringer 2. So Will Morad, the only man left on the floor. And Morad will get across the finish line. That hamstring must really be bothering him.
I mean, you think about how he did it, and that's doing a dead race sprint. And it's different than, a little twinge. We don't know the extent of the injury that he has, but you're talking about hamstrings and, fully functional movement at the most high intensity possible. That's not an easy thing to deal with. Hepner on the right side, finishing first. Now, what I'm thinking about is actually heat number 2. Because if you're in heat number 2, we said earlier, the advantage is knowing the time to beat. What better athlete to have in heat 1 to really show what the pace needs to be? Because a lot of times you won heat 1, maybe it actually wasn't that good of a time based off the athlete that was doing it. Hepner, however, could have one of the best times we see today.
And as of right now, he's picked up at least 10 points on Matt McLeod. Hepner's in 7th, McLeod is in 6th. Other athletes, though, in the next heat might be able to help increase that amount. We're getting set for the start of ringer 2, the bottom half of the graphic here, and now the reps have been cut in half.
It hadn't got any easier, though, because we have burpees to rings and then overhead squats at 135, a very, very light weight for these athletes. It's actually almost insignificant in terms of weight, but it is significant in terms of it's enough weight with enough reps after what they just did on the assault bike. That's actually going to make it very challenging to do because of the pace they're going to have to be going at.
Jacob Hepner with the top time in heat number 1 and trying to set the top time here in the first heat of now event 11,
10 seconds.
Ringer 2.
Stand by.
We are underway, 15, 10, 5. Burpees to the rings and overhead squats at 135 pounds.
We saw Katrin Davidsdottir in the last event just go for it, and that's what you actually can do. You can't really screw up the pace of this event. It's just burpees, it's just overhead squats. The thing to remember, we just did 60 toes to rings and 60 assault bike cows. Those overhead squats, though I said were light, the core demand on an overhead squat is way more than people think. And then your legs are blown out. So those squats are not going to be as easy as they may have thought they would be coming into this.
Jacob Hepner is just ahead of Adrian Moonweiler. Adrian Moonweiler is on the right of your screen. Hepner is right next to him. Now, Will Morad, once again, dealing with that hamstring injury. We'll see how that affects him here on these burpees, but he is in 4th place ahead of Matt McLeod, and now it's Hepner, Moonweiler, and now Saxon Panchik, who are done with their set of 15 burpees, and now it's onto the overhead squat. So Hepner choosing to clean and jerk that, Moonweiler goes right into it.
We saw those 2 different strategies between Katrin and Sarah, and it's really more of what you're comfortable with, because what you need, what you have to have, is a good overhead position. Some people will prefer to actually snatch that to snap them into a good position. Others, without that confidence, need to rack it to the front and then push press it overhead.
Adrian Moonweiler about a rep ahead of Jacob Hepner. Moonweiler's on the right, Hepner is on the left. Now Hepner finishes before Moonweiler, and now they are halfway done. We go to 10 burpees to rings. Hepner's in the lead, followed by Adrian Moonweiler.
And here's where you have to go. You're in probably the most pain you're going to be in the event. It's not going to get any worse, but you have to push the pace on a set of 10. You can't, no one's going to really lose this in a set of 5 unless they drop the barbell.
Hepner threw 35 of the 60 repetitions. Adrian Moonweiler is falling off the pace just a little bit, and Saxon Panchik sits in 3rd. Matt McLeod, this is good news for Hepner. He's back at 4th. And Will Morad sits in 5th.
Man, look at Will Morad on the left side, just gutting it out. I tell you what, just to stick through that the whole time and to keep fighting through the event, it's a lot of guts for Will Morad.
Morad is on the left, and you can see he is favoring his right leg, trying to take as much pressure off as possible of his left. Meanwhile, Jacob Hepner is on for his 2nd of 3 sets of overhead squats, and here comes Adrian Moonweiler. 10 repetitions here for Jacob Hepner. Morad just has nothing left in the tank. Is that hamstring? You got to give him credit for being out there and gutting through this, but doesn't look like he's going to be much of a factor in the rest of the competition. Meanwhile, Jacob Hepner, for his final 5 burpees to rings and then 5 more overhead squats, he's starting to open up some distance between himself and Adrian Moonweiler, who just joined him on the rings. Here comes Saxon Panchik. Matt McLeod is towards the right of your screen in that pink top, and Hepner is leaving him in his dust. This is good for Jacob Hepner as he looks to move up the leaderboard. One more for Hepner, and Jacob Hepner sweeps the first heats. 3:29.73 seconds. Adrian Moonweiler will come in behind him. He will finish 2nd in the heat. Saxon Panchik will take 3rd. Now, Matt McLeod, who was challenging for the lead in the last heat, has slowed considerably here in ringer 2.
And you look at his movement, it's not due that overhead squats are bad for him, and it's not that burpees to rings are hard, but it's just overall compounding effect what event 10 did going into event number 11.
So less than a minute for Matt McLeod, who's done. So 10 reps remain for him. And Will Morad, his rep counter has not moved. I don't know if he's decided just to stop.
I mean, there comes to a certain point where it's competitive fire versus actual injury,
right,
and making something worse.
Jacob Hepner having fun with the crowd while he waits. And now Matt McLeod with 14 seconds to go. He's got to hurry. He's got 5 reps. And McLeod with a trip but he is going to squeak inside that 5-minute time cap. But Jacob Hepner will own both times to beat with 1 heat remaining here in these back-to-back events.
When it said it coming in, that's good for Hepner. I thought he was well suited for 2 back events just like this, but this is great for the second heat coming up because they have a pretty much dead on idea of what it's going to take to win this event and what those times are going to look like. That is a major advantage with sprint events like this going into the second heat.
Jacob Hepner having some fun with the camera as he had some fun in both of these events. Time to beat in both Ringer 1 and Ringer 2, 329.73, the top time in Ringer number 2, the second half of these back-to-back events, as we are now set for the final heat. And this is going to be a lot of fun as Matt Fraser looks to track down Noah Olson.
When you came into today, and Fraser being 15 points out, we saw that based off what the TBD schedule had been, is that there's 300 points up for grab for all these athletes to make moves the best they can. Right? And the question was, how is Noah going to handle that pressure going to a swim event? I say there's some confidence there.
Absolutely.
He's a capable swimmer, and paddleboarding, he's done it at the games before, so has Matt. Both of them at the same time. Matt didn't have a finish that I know he would want to have earlier this morning. Fell back further on the point scale. And we thought 2 events were left to go. Matt has been given a gift in the points race with a double event here in the middle of the day with events 10 and 11, just like Katrin Davidsdottir did. So this is huge for Matt to take advantage of this opportunity that has been given.
Yeah, Matt Fraser now has 35 points to make up. But we saw Katrin Davidsdottir erase a huge deficit and get herself on the podium. Noah Olson, though, let's give him his due. He has been handling the pressure extremely well here, and I don't want to jinx him, but he has yet to make that big, costly mistake that has kept him from reaching the potential that we think he is capable of doing.
And this is the event that poses the biggest threat to have that happen for Noah, right? You have a salt bike, which if you start too fast in the round of 30, you're done. There's no coming back from redlining on the assault bike. Oh, by the way, you have another event that you can lose even more points on. We saw it happen to Matt McLeod. Noah has shown me so far, and like I said, I don't want to talk about a no-hitter in the 9th inning, that he is changed and grown as an athlete, not just physically, mentally, but competitively, because there's a difference. There's the mental game, there's a physical game, and then there's your competitive game. Matt Fraser has that. Rich Froning had that, and to a level that you really can't teach. Matt, on the other side, talking about Noah not making a mistake, Matt's ready. Matt's angry, and an angry Matt Fraser is a dangerous Matt Fraser, but I don't want him to lose that competitive intelligence because the same thing can happen. We saw it happen to him in 2015 in the final event when he tried to chase down Ben Smith on the assault bike. He ended up burying himself, and retrospect, he actually didn't need to go that hard. So sometimes athletes' biggest strengths can be their biggest weakness, is that Matt needs to be careful to not overdo it too soon and maybe lose even more.
Yeah.
Because Matt can't lose more than 20. Matt can't lose points to Noah Olson in these 2 events. He has to beat Noah. I don't know about winning, but he has to.
Right, he has to start finishing ahead of him, and then the best case scenario for Fraser, he finishes ahead of Olson and he gets somebody between the 2 of them. There's also a good battle going on now for the rest of the podium. Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson currently sits in 3rd place overall. Scott Panchik will be gunning for him now as Panchik sits about 43 points back.
Which in 2 back-to-back events, when you're talking about 200 points up for grabs, with 10 points between places, the margin of point spread that we are working with 10 athletes makes all of this it's not I wonder if, it's like it can happen. It's been happening all weekend, it's been happening all day on both the men and the women's side. Is that having this available for 2 back-to-back events, 40 points is now nothing. It used to be, I don't think he can reach them. He's going to have to get like 10th place for his first. That used to be a 40-point difference. Now it's 1st and 4th.
Yeah, James Newbury comes in 5th place overall. He is 17 points back of Scott Panchik, for fourth. So now Panchik has to look over his shoulder and try to hold off James Newberry. So back to the CrossFit World feed that they have been providing for the last 4 days, as the athletes in the second and final heat here of events 10 and 11 take the floor, and there is James Newberry. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingraham, and we really appreciate you being with us here today at the Rogue Iron game as we wrap up our coverage of the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. Final day of competition started way back on Thursday with nearly 300 total individual athletes. We're now down to just 20. Matt Fraser, the last time he was in this facility, he won both the events in pretty dramatic fashion.
I mean, that's the Matt Fraser we're used to seeing, but now you add the fuel of being in second again behind Noah Olson. The deal here is, like, if Noah can keep his composure, that's really his only biggest issue coming in. It's not any of these movements. Overhead squats, he's fantastic, strong on the bike. But Matt's going to need to take it. He can't wait for Noah to make a mistake. And that's going to be the big thing. I'm so excited to watch the heat go. I'm trying to contain my energy right now. But this type of event, these two sport events, how fast they're going to be with so much on the line, it's going to be fireworks. And we're not into the final event yet.
Just 35 points separating Noah Olson from Matt Fraser, and it's Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson who's going to try to hold off Scott Panchik for that third and final spot on the podium. Back-to-back challenges, 120 reps in the first, 60 reps in the second.
And that's just, you see the rings, but it's the bike. The bike is this event. I was talking to Paul Tremblay once the events got announced, and tell me how this was. Like, it's straight bike, especially you got the big, strong guys out there. It favors them. The rings, you just got to be able to hang on and keep that rhythm on the rings. But it's going to come down to the bike, but not so much. As an athlete coming in, you know what's on the line and you have to move fast, but wait for the 20 to push the pace.
Noah Olson and Matt Fraser will be right next to each other. And keep an eye on Matt Fraser, because he will be watching Noah Olson's display. He does that all the time in events like this. Olson trying to get on the podium for the first time in his career. And remember, in 2017, it was an event with heavy overhead squats. And he imploded on that 2-2-2-3 intervals event, and that's what kept him off the podium that year.
Stand by.
Second and final heat of Ringer 1 is underway. 30 calories on the assault bike. And look at James Newberry and Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson crank away.
All right, so forget what I said about fully sending the first 30 cal. I can't wait to see what the next 20 look like.
The time to beat belongs to Jacob Hepner, 4:27.13. It's Olson and Newberry swapping the lead. Fraser's in there as well. So all of these men about on the same pace.
Noah and Matt do not need to look to the right. Don't let Newberry throw you off your game plan going into the rings.
James Newberry is done.
34 seconds.
30 calories down for Newberry. It looks like Fraser is just about done. Fraser is off, and he is ahead of Noah Olson, and there are two other men there as well. So Newberry is your leader. He's through 36, now 37 of the 120 scored repetitions. Bjorn Gudmundsson and Matt Fraser are in second and third, and here comes Olson, who is in fourth, followed by Scott Panchik.
So Olson's about 15 to 17 seconds behind Matt Fraser currently. And it doesn't matter where it's first or second, sixth or seventh. If there's only two places between the two, it's still 10 points regardless.
At 60 reps, Newberry will move on to round two. He'll be halfway through this event. He's through 52, now 53 of the first 60 reps in this first round. Gudmundsson and Fraser now have moved back in the third, so Olson and Fraser about even.
Here's what you need to look for James Newberry on the left side of your screen is the pace he has getting onto the bike relative to his first set of 30.
James Newberry back to the bike, 20 calories. He's halfway through this event, 120 total repetitions.
Just strong start for Newberry.
And here comes Fraser, moves into second. Gudmundsson now in third. So Noah Olson has some ground to make up here in this event. He's off the rings and onto the bike.
Now look at Matt Fraser at the bottom right side of your screen. This is a stronger pace than what he started with in the first set at 30, and that's what you need to see. Fraser pushing the middle round to get him back into contention for first place.
Meanwhile, James Newberry continuing to lead here, and he is almost done with his second assault bike. 20 calories down for the man from Australia. He's moving on to the rings, 20 reps. James Newberry stays in the lead. And now Fraser moves into second place. Time to beat, 4:27.13 seconds. Newberry threw 84 of the 120 total repetitions. It's Fraser in second and Gudmundsson in third, and Noah Olsen is falling off the pace.
Noah Olsen needs to push the pace here. You can't really make up time on the rings. That's the problem when you reach the end of this event, is that there's not enough time on the rings to make it up. It has to be done on the bike.
Even though Noah Olsen has just Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson between himself and Fraser, we have other times in the prior heat that might affect things here in this second heat. Newberry almost done. Final round for him, just 10 calories on the bike and then 10 toes to rings. Fraser is in second.
Watch the pace on Newberry on the left. He's got enough energy to push, but here comes Matt Fraser.
Gudmundsson is in third. Fraser slowly creeping up on James Newberry. 4 calories behind. Noah Olsen to the bike. He's in fourth place in this heat. Newberry's done, Fraser's done. 10 reps to go. Newberry about a rep ahead of Fraser. Gudmundsson on the rings now as well. 5 to go for Fraser. Newberry's off, he's gonna win the event. Matt Fraser is off, he takes second. That'll be 90 points for Fraser. Now here comes Gudmundsson. Gudmundsson will take third in the event. Noah Olsen will get in, he is in fourth. So Matt Fraser in second place picks up 90. Olsen picks up 70. So Matt Fraser cuts 20 points off of Noah Olsen's lead.
That wasn't the best structured event for Noah Olsen, and to only lose 20 is actually a good thing for him.
Scott Panchik is done, and Panchik will come across. Panchik fifth in the heat. That time will be good for sixth in the event. So Jacob Hepner, who set the early time to beat, will now take fifth place in that event. So one more look at the final set of toes to rings here is James Newberry hanging on for the win.
And he went for it. And that's what you got to do in the place on the leaderboard. Really, there's nothing to lose for Newberry, and those are the athletes that are the ones that can have the most impact on what happens on the podium.
And as a result, James Newberry has moved into fourth place ahead of Scott Panchik, and he's only 40 points back of Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson, who, this is all unofficial, now looks like he sits in third place still. Matt Fraser 15 points back as a result of his second place finish. So Noah Olsen is still the leader, but now only by 15 points as we get set for Ringer 2.
So Fraser's going to have to beat him with at least 2 people in between to get that 20-point spread. And then you're looking at Newberry and Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson, 40-point edge that Gudmundsson has, with Newberry currently sitting in fourth outside the podium. That's just a difference between first and sixth, or a third and a ninth. So it's completely possible when you have an event as fast as this, something sub 3 minutes.
1 minute.
There's no room for error, there's no room for slip up. But I think in this event in particular, with the burpees to the rings and the overhead squats, is that you can really push the pace hard in that first set of 15 and be able to hang on towards the end.
And you saw those updated overall standings. So Noah Olsen now just 15 points up on that man. So Matt Fraser trying to chip away at Noah Olsen's lead here. And it's James Newberry who moves into fourth place overall. And he has never been lower than 7th overall in this competition. Olsen versus Fraser, and as you heard Chase say, if Matt wants to take the white jersey from Noah Olsen, he's got to beat him and he's got to get a little bit of help.
10 seconds. Stand by.
Can Noah Olson hold off Matt Fraser? Second and final heat of event 11, ringer 2, 60 total reps.
Look,
we start with 15 burpees of the rings.
By Matt Fraser in the green center lane just to the right of Noah Olson. We saw David's daughter do the same thing and just come out of the gates screaming. There is no pacing in the first set of 15 because I don't think there are enough reps when you go to 10 and 5 to make up for lost time.
Noah Olson and Matt Fraser are about even. Now Gudmundsson is on the lead pace as well. So 15 reps here, then 15 overhead squats at 135.
And who needs to be careful is actually top left of your screen is James Newberry, as he is paying for that event number 10 pace.
Newberry's in 5th. Matt Fraser leads. First man to the barbell. Time to beat is 3:29.73 seconds. Belongs to Jacob Hepner. Gudmundsson on the barbell and Olson getting to work, as is Scott Panchik. But if this holds right here, regardless of where they finish, Matt Fraser's going to be your new overall leader. Fraser with 3 to go before he will move on to round number 2. Now 10 burpees of the rings for Matt Fraser, who is tracking down. He missed the rings. That rep will not count, and we talked about it earlier. Height is an advantage here.
It is when you take a fixed height of the rings, and that is a significant jump after you just went through 15 overhead squats and the 60 cals on the bike.
Matt Fraser threw 35 now of the 60 scored reps. Jorgen Gudmundsson sits in second. Noah Olson is in third. Again, if this holds in this event, regardless of where these men finish, Matt Fraser is going to take the white jersey from Noah Olson. Fraser moving. Now 10 reps at 135. Gudmundsson still right behind him, and now Scott Panchik is starting to move ahead of Noah Olson, and James Newberry paying for that effort in the first event. He's in 5th.
Noah Olson is laboring back on the right side of the screen on those burpees.
The Olson's pace has slowed considerably. Matt Fraser has not, and Matt Fraser is zeroing in on the top of the overall leaderboard. 5 burpees to rings for Fraser before a final 5 reps on the barbell. Gudmundsson is on the rings. This is great for Fraser. 5 reps to go for Matt Fraser. Time to beat 3:29.73 seconds. Final rep for Fraser. Give me my jersey. He is your new overall leader as he wins event 11. Gudmundsson is in. Here comes Scott Panchik. So now Noah Olson's got to worry about falling out of the top 3. Now he's across the finish line, so Olson will finish 5th in the event. Fraser gets 100 points. Olson will get 60. So now it's Fraser, unofficially with a 35-point lead on Olson, as James Newberry, who went full send at event number 1, is now sitting in 5th.
And that's exactly what I mean by people who can screw up the leaderboard. He fully sent in an event 10 with no regard of what his finishing place would be on event 11. And that put points between Matt and Noah just because of what he did.
Noah Olson has put up a great fight here at the CrossFit Games. But Matt Fraser has been on a mission. He has now won 3 of the last 4 events inside the Coliseum at the Alliant Energy Center. And in the last event, he finished 2nd. We are approaching the 5-minute time cap, and James Newberry, who won the first event, is possibly going to get in inside the time cap. And when you see an elite athlete moving like that, you know that was difficult.
And I know I'll never try these events.
At least not at that intensity. And Matt Fraser takes event 11. He picks up 190 out of a possible 200 points in these back-to-back events. And right now, there's a new white jersey being printed with his name on it.
And I'll give credit to Noah. This looked like nothing that he did wrong in terms of game planning and strategy that gave him these finishing positions. He just, now it's just better.
As a result, Matt Fraser with yet another event win and had the exact perfect pace here in Ringer 2. And Fraser with a 25-point lead over Noah Olsen. It's Bjorn Gudmundsson in third. But for the first time since Friday, Matt Fraser is going to be wearing the overall leader's jersey. And we really want to thank all the volunteers here at the CrossFit Games as Matt Fraser set for an interview.
That was exactly what you needed to retake the overall leader position after those two events. You came out here looking hungry for it. How did you execute a plan in those two back-to-back events to get back here?
I wanted to go at a pace that scared myself and just not give myself a choice but to hang on. I got nothing to hold back, so I'm just going for it.
We're sitting down. He's a little beat up after that, I'm sure, and after getting in the water this morning. I mean, how are you feeling over the course of all these past events?
Oh, tired, sore, just like everyone else, but fine. It's not stopping me from doing anything. I'm ready to do it all again.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Matt Fraser says he's ready to do it all over again. And he, just like Tia Toomey, trying to track down some history as Matt Fraser is looking to become just the second man to ever win 4 CrossFit Games championships. We will step aside for a little bit. We're going to be back here inside the Rogue Tent on the Rogue Iron Game, and Annie Thorisdottir will be joining us. So you're going to want to stick around for that as our coverage of the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games continues. Back out to the competition floor at the Alliant Energy Center as Dave Castro is getting set to make another announcement as he has brought the 20 individual athletes back out onto the competition floor. Let's hand it over to the CrossFit World feed.
The final event of the 2009 Games for the individuals is what we call the standard. The standard is Grace, 30 clean and jerks for time with 135, 95 pounds, 30 muscle ups for time, and then Isabel, 30 snatches for time. The standard is your final event. Go warm up, go get ready, go do what you need to do. For the teams, you guys are doing a team variant of that. 2 athletes, 1 male and 1 female, will finish Grace, then the next 2 athletes finish Grace. Then you guys as a team move up to 30 muscle-ups. 2 athletes finish 30 muscle-ups for time, and then the next 2 finish. And then you guys progress to the barbell. 2 athletes finish Isabel. 2 athletes finish Isabel. Cross the line, time. Let's have some fun.
There you have it. The final events announced. These athletes going to go prepare for it. The team's kicking things off at 3 p.m.
The standard for the teams and the individuals. We will take a break. When we come back, Annie Thorsdottir joining us here on the Rogue Iron Game Show at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games.
Innovating the barbell since 2008, and will still be innovating in 2028.
In life, there are the strong-willed, the innovators, and the outliers. Those who turn right when everyone else turns left. Their passion is their compass. Their dreams, future stories to be told. It is this bold attitude that makes them legends. They weren't the first, and they won't be the last. For the past 10 years, in an average-sized American town, everyday American people have pushed a not-so-average-sized American dream. Each vision met with adversity, every trial reassuring them that their heart was right. And when the naysayers came calling, "You can't do that," they responded not with words, but actions. And what started with a few people in a garage now rises one more icon of can-do, a monument to American manufacturing might. We are Ohio-born, American-made, 450 strong and growing. We are Rogue.
From it, destiny arrives all the same. What a show inside the Coliseum at the Alliant Energy Center that we just witnessed from both the women and then the men. Thanks for sticking with us here in Madison, Wisconsin, everybody, on the Rogue Iron Game as our coverage of the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games continues. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto and Dan Bailey. Annie Thorsdottir will be joining us here momentarily. But that, what we just saw, simple event, but a ton of excitement.
Right, and it's everything that we thought could happen at this stage in the competition as far as the way they've set up the scoring system. So 35 points used to be an insurmountable lead at this stage in the competition. In just 2 events, Matt Fraser swung that point lead, that 35-point lead that Noah Olsen had, to now a 25-point lead by him, which means 60 points just shifted in a matter of 2 events. He knew that he had to basically go full send on that event in order to get the white jersey back, and that's exactly what he did. But he didn't just need that, he needed a couple other athletes to come in before Olsen. Again, that's what ended up happening, and we go into the final event again with Matt Fraser on top.
What about you? What did you see overall from that event?
And I mean, because of everything that you basically just mentioned, it's still not over. We're still not safe. We have this other event where we could see another massive swing. So it looks like a pretty technical, pretty complicated event that's going to take a lot of skills, but just some classic CrossFit stuff. We're excited to watch. If you take a look there, Matt Fraser and Noah Olsen going head to head. It definitely looked like Matt was able to keep the pace just a little bit better, obviously, over the course of the event. So I don't know, I'm excited to watch the showdown again. Anything can happen.
Well, Matt Fraser, over the last 4 events now, indoors. This is like a very Rich Froning type Sunday.
Yes.
3 wins and a second. We still have 1 event to go that Dave Castro just announced. Let's take a look now at the men's overall standings, and this leaderboard will make a lot more sense to people as it looks like things have been returned to normalcy, as Matt Fraser is now your overall leader by 5 points, over Noah Olsen. Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson, he sits in 3rd place, and he will try to hold off Scott Panchik over the final event for that 3rd and final spot on the podium. We have now doubled our Annies on the set, as the former 2-time CrossFit Games champion Annie Thorsauer has joined us on the set. Thank you so much. I know you would rather be out there competing, but I appreciate you trying on the analyst hat here. The team event that we're going to see next, it's a Team Grace, 30 muscle-ups for time, and Team Isabel. What goes through your head when you hear that event announced?
CrossFit. Yeah, well, wow. I absolutely love all of those workouts. You have a barbell and you have a barbell and grip strength. It's cool. I think that's going to be an exciting event. I really missed that since we had that at the games. When was it where we had all those girls that the teams were supposed to do? I kind of missed that format, so I'm excited that they're doing that again.
Rich Froning and his team have been so dominant. I don't know if you have a chance to see them compete here, but as a former champion yourself, you know what it takes to win. What do you appreciate about what they're doing here in this competition?
Well, you just know that they have no holes. Like, at least they haven't been exposed to them so far. So it looks like it's just a really well-rounded team. You lose a lot, especially with this scoring system and the teams the way that they are now. You're going to lose so much if you have a hole. Yet you just see it on the leaderboard now. Like, their points, they're so far ahead of everyone because they haven't taken that misstep.
Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson right now sits in 3rd place. What would it mean for you to be able to see him get back on the podium?
He's supposed to be there.
Yeah.
Like, we've been training together leading up to the games now for the past 5 weeks. So we're doing training camp together, and he is the fittest he's ever been. He's in such a good shape. He's so strong. He's so determined. Like, his head is in the right place. He's supposed to be there.
That's good.
When you look at the individual final, what's the strategy that goes through your head for that event?
Well, it's a 2009 chipper, right?
Something similar, I believe. Yeah.
It's the same thing. It's Grace, 30 muscle-ups, Isabel.
Oh, okay. I heard it was a 2009 chipper. Oh, okay. Wow. Damn. I think. How long is the break between? Is it 3 separate workout?
I don't know.
I don't think if we know that right now. We're going to focus on the teams right now, actually. So.
Oh, you're on the teams. I thought you were talking about individuals.
I think I was, but I want to focus on the teams right now.
Okay.
Do you have a pick besides Mayhem that you think could end up on the podium? Do you want me to give you who's left?
I think it's gonna be Cami and their team is gonna be up there. You just know that Krypton, yeah.
Right.
I think they're a very pure CrossFit kind of team,
yes.
So I think they're gonna do really good with those events.
You got a chance to put on your own competition this year at the Reykjavik CrossFit Championship. How did that experience go for you?
Ooh, that was different. I had no idea all the preparation and everything that you had to think about. I had no idea. I always think the volunteers and everything after I compete in these events, but I had no idea how important they are. And that was exciting.
It is amazing how much they do.
It was very cool, and it was also fun to get to have your hands in the programming, looking at the events, making sure it was well balanced, and it got interesting.
I'm sure it did. What do you do now
I didn't
moving
know.
forward? You're going to do that again now for the 2020 season. What things would you like to improve on at your event?
I think you don't want to get too carried away over complicated programming. Simple is often just the best way to go, I feel. And I think we kind of learned that at the CrossFit.
It is a much different feeling when someone says, okay, program it, and you actually have to do it yourself. What are some of the challenges you had to overcome when you programmed your event?
Well, I was looking at it, I'm like, oh, this is a fun event. I want to do this, I want to do that. So I was kind of picking what I would like to do. And then we had to just move some of those events away because it didn't all fit together. Most of it was a lot of barbell movements, machines, box jumps. I'm very much for those like normal CrossFit workouts, and almost all of the workouts were like regionals CrossFit, the box workouts that you can do. So
right.
it was
a lot of things to factor in though, right?
Yes, exactly. And all of a sudden we had the same movement in like 3 different workouts. Like, no, Frederick's like, no. We cannot do that.
Let's go. We'll go back one more time to the final team event. We'll put it up on screen so everybody can read it and sort of wrap their heads around this. But it's Team Grace. It's called the standard. So you start out with 30 clean and jerks, then 30 muscle ups for time, and then Team Isabel. What do you think the toughest part of that event is going to be for the teams?
Well, it's going to be the muscle ups, making sure that you split them up the way you need to split them up. It's going to be grippy. All of this is grippy. It's all going to be fast. Like, the weight is not that heavy. You're going to be able to cycle that pretty quickly. Yeah, I think you can go unbroken on a lot of those things.
And
like, the teams are going to have to push that.
They're going to work in male-female pairs. So how does that change things, if at all?
I think the males are going to do most of the muscle ups. Female, like, the weights are very well separated. They're going to be very similar on the barbell, so it's going to be about even height, or the cycling, the one that can actually like pull the bar down a little bit. It's going to be.
Do you think communication plays a big part in this one with, say, something similar to like the worm or the snail, or is this more your individual talent is going to kind of carry you through the event?
I think you need to, as soon as you feel that you're going to start slowing down, you're going to have to be quick on that, making that transition go through. It kind of depends on how the transition is going to be. If they're going to be separate bars, and if you can just grab the bar right away, if you need to run and grab someone, I think that's going to play the biggest part in here. It's going to be keeping that barbell just moving constantly at a very high pace, and then if you need to make that transition, it has to be like so sharp, otherwise you're going to lose it.
Let's talk about the individual event now. We do have that. We'll take a look at that. And I'd love to get your thoughts on, if you were getting ready to do this, how would you approach it? So it's going to be Grace, it's going to be 30 muscle ups, and then it's Isabel, 95 pounds for the women. When you look at that, what stands out to you?
The 30 muscle ups, that's going to be the game changer in that workout. The 30 clean and jerks, you're going to have to be really smart there. I know a lot of the athletes are going to want to get a little bit carried away because it feels great in the beginning. I think they're going to be smart. The girls that are out there now, they know themselves pretty well. I would probably start with a few touch and go, and then try to go into just quick singles, because it's going to be about the grip on the muscle ups. And then on the snatches, like, once you get through those muscle ups, the snatches, that's just going for
just
it.
Hang on
like,
for dear life.
Just hang on and hope that you're going to be able to continue moving. Being smart though, because it is 30, your grip is going to be fatigued, you're going to be tired once you get there. If you do too many unbroken, you're going to start stepping away from the bar and shaking it off. Rather, if you feel like you're getting to that point, like that threshold where you start seeing a little blurry and you know you're not going to be able to hold on, you need to just start doing those quick singles and try to get through there. And this is going to be so exciting.
Well, I tell you what, if you ever want to come back here on the desk, you certainly passed your first test. Outstanding job breaking down that event. Annie, thank you so much for stopping by. We certainly appreciate it. Annie Thorisdottir, two-time champ, thank you so much. Let's go to the team overall standings right now as we get set for their final event. And look, Mayhem Freedom, they're running away with this thing. That race is basically over. The battle is now for the final 2 spots on the podium. CrossFit Krypton, Invictus, OC3 Black, and the Central Beast. 4 teams fighting for 2 spots. So Invictus, they survived the cut line, and now here they are on the podium. What do you like about their chances now to end up in third place overall?
Yeah, I feel like they've had a pretty quiet week. They've been quietly kind of hanging around, and now they're back up on that podium spot. I really like their chances in this workout, mainly because there's a little bit less, I feel like, that has to do with communication on this event, right? It's a little bit more of individual talent that's going to be displayed here. So we've got those 30 clean and jerks, muscle ups, and the snatches as well going through as a team. You can see Invictus here kind of finishing the pier paddle. So did what they needed to do in order to survive the cut line. Didn't have to be perfect, but got into that final event to give themselves a chance and really put, again, that individual talent of Rasmus, Lauren Fisher, athletes that we've seen in the games as individuals in past experiences, put that on display today and hopefully secure their podium spot, if not make a jump.
OC3 Black, you are now officially back on.
Officially, I'm hoping for
the
a T-shirt.
bandwagon.
I'm hoping
okay.
there's a T-shirt
We'll see
on
if
my
we can
doorstep.
set that up for you. I mean, you were a little, you backed off a little bit. Now
Only
you're back
little.
on. Why could they wind up on the podium?
I
here?
think this is a great workout for Team OC3 Black. So they did lose a little bit of ground on that swim paddle event. They were only 11 points back from third place going in, and now they're 19 points back going into this final event from Invictus. But what that is, that's 2 spots, right? So if they can just make up 2 spots ahead of Team Invictus, they will be able to get themselves onto the podium. And here's what I like. There is some barbell where maybe Invictus will do a little bit better. But like Annie T was saying, a lot of this is going to come down to the 30 muscle ups. And I look at these 2 teams, OC3 Black and Invictus, and I think OC3 Black is going to do a lot better on the 30 muscle ups than Invictus.
Do you think it's coming down to the 30 muscle ups? Dan, where is the big crux of this event?
Yeah, I would have to agree with Annie and the other Annie. The 30 muscle ups is going to be the big crux of the event. How are you going to split those up? You have to know your teammates in terms of the communication, making quick transitions, getting one person off the rings, right onto the rings, stabilizing the rings when you come down, not letting them swing all over the place where you have to wait precious seconds to jump back on top. So anything from settling the bar, getting the other athlete's hands on it as quick as you can are all going to be things that are going to pick up extra time on another team if you're not paying attention to those details.
Really fast, let's leave Mayhem out of it. They're running away with this thing and they'd be the easy pick. Who do you like to maybe win this event?
Well, can I pick first?
Fire away there, Annie.
Well, then I'm going to go with Krypton.
Okay.
I think if we're talking about 30 muscle ups and you have an athlete like Camille LeBlanc-Bazinet, how can you not pick a team like that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go with Invictus, actually. I'm going to stay with them on this set right now. I still go back to that individual competence in terms of these movements, these workouts. I like their chances to do very well.
Okay, final team event coming up next. Mayhem Freedom basically running away with first place, but a great battle for the podium. You're going to want to stick around to see that. We will bring it to you courtesy of the CrossFit World Feed when we return here on the Rogue Iron Game at 3 o'clock.
Innovating the barbell since 2008, and will still be innovating in 2028.
In life, there are the strong-willed, the innovators, and the outliers. Those who turn right when everyone else turns left. Their passion is their compass. Their dreams, future stories to be told. It is this bold attitude that makes them legends. They weren't the first, and they won't be the last. For the past 10 years, in an average-sized American town, everyday American people have pushed a not-so-average-sized American dream. Each vision met with adversity, every trial reassuring them that their heart was right. And when the naysayers came calling, "You can't do that," they responded not with words, but actions. And what started with a few people in a garage now rises one more icon of can-do, a monument to American manufacturing might. We are Ohio-born, American-made, 450 strong and growing. We are Rogue.
One event remains for the teams here on the final day of competition in Madison, Wisconsin at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. Thanks for being with us here on the Rogue Iron Game, everyone. I am Sean Woodland, being joined by Invictus X member Margot Alvarez and Chase Ingram. Margot, thank you so much for joining us. This is your first experience as a member of a team at the CrossFit Games. How was it for you?
It was incredible. We didn't have much time to prepare, but it was an awesome experience, great group dynamic with the team, and I'm really grateful we had the opportunity to be out on that floor.
Invictus X finishing 7th overall, an outstanding placement for them, as now the final 5 teams take the floor. Invictus will head out first. Now they need to beat Krypton by 2 spots in order to finish in 2nd place. They currently sit in 3rd place overall. CrossFit Krypton, the team of Cody Mooney, Alex Smith, Camila Blanc-Bazinet, and Jessica Griffith. And now Mayhem Freedom, they have already mathematically locked up their 2nd straight Affiliate Cup championship here in Madison. As long as they complete the minimum work requirement, they have 719 points, more than 173 up on CrossFit Krypton. Invictus sits in 3rd. OC3 Black is in 4th. In order for them to get onto the podium, they have to beat Invictus by 1 spot.
And that's the craziest part of all of this, is that the team point scales coming into this final event is like over 20 points, separating place finishes in this final event.
The trio is team event 9. They'll work in male-female pairs. 30 clean and jerks, that's Grace, 30 muscle-ups, and then Isabel, 30 snatches.
Looking at it right off the bat, you have this, you got to, in my opinion, and Margo, you can attest to this, is that put your fastest people first to get out of the way of the ones behind them.
Final 5 teams on the floor, just 1 heat in this 9th and final event for the teams. And for that team, this is a formality. Based on what they've done earlier in the competition, they have locked up their 2nd straight Affiliate Cup championship. Krypton trying to hang on to 2nd, Invictus trying to hang on to 3rd, and OC3 Black trying to work their way onto the podium. We are underway. They will work in pairs. They have to complete 30 reps each. Once they complete this, the next pair will get onto the floor. It's going to be Cody Mooney and Jessica Griffith.
Tell you what, right off the bat, this is a much more aggressive pace than I thought I would see from these teams based off the total volume of work they have ahead of them.
China Cho and Dre Strom will start for Mayhem Freedom. The Central Beasts, they currently sit in 5th place overall. It's Joseph Totora, the first male on the floor for them. Invictus is your leader. They are through 16 of the 30 reps in this event. For OC3, that is Luke Schaefer and Andrea Nisler on the floor for them, Dre Strom and China Cho. What do you think the key to this event is, Margo?
I'm looking at it, and I think going out hot a little bit in the beginning is important, like you said, to kind of get ahead, but you have to know that you can't put everything in that first 10 or 20 reps because you still have another 10 to finish off the 30, but then you still have 2 other workouts per se to get through. And again, you're doing them as pairs, so that might give you an incentive to go a little faster, but then you have to still be able to recover for the next movement.
We saw Emma Chapman and Joseph Totora there a second ago for the Central Beach. They're the first 2 out for their team.
And part of the reason why they're going so fast is because once they finish their 30, the next pair comes behind them to do their 30. So they're actually going to get some break moving into the muscle-ups, but I think sometimes people don't really understand the compounding effect when you marry clean and jerks with muscle-ups, because it's almost like the muscle-up is that gymnastic version of that same pull to catch the press style of move.
Yeah, pull, catch, and then a press. And this is the first time I think we're actually seeing the teams getting some rest in that workout. And I talked to one of the other teams saying all the workouts have kind of been, we're all working together individually, but as a group. This is a little different.
For Invictus, they are your leaders. They are through 40 of the initial 60 reps here.
So I'm going to amend my statement earlier about who to put first.
This early, huh?
And well, you're thinking about it, it's like you do want to get your athletes out early, but in this style of change between the athletes where the second pair in the beginning is moving forward, but the first pair matters when the event starts. It's to get your team out to a quick end, but the second pair matters the most for the event's finish. So putting putting your two best athletes, we saw Rich and Tasia, at the end when they can close the distance for time is actually the important position to put your best two.
Yeah, and I think if you look at these movements, it's 30 muscle-ups, a classic workout that is sandwiched between two barbell workouts. So I feel that will be a determining factor on some of the teams.
Invictus still your leaders, but coming close to finishing up this first portion of the final event. Once they hit 60 repetitions on the scoreboard at the top of your screen, the leader's name highlighted in a blue box, and the reps that team has completed will be in the white box. The teams that trail, their names will be listed in a red box, and the numbers in the white box will indicate how many reps they are behind of the leader. So Invictus is now done, and Tommy Venus and Lauren Fisher hop up for their sets of 30 muscle-ups. They are in the lead. Invictus in third place overall, trying to hold off OC3 Black for the final spot on the podium.
As we move from Grace, 30 clean and jerks for time, to the middle portion of this event. I'm surprised 30 muscle-ups doesn't have its own name by now, because it is a benchmark style workout.
It is, and we saw it last year at the 2018 games. Individuals did the 30 muscle-ups for time. Again, not surprised that it came out. So for it to come out again this year, it's like, all right, we're seeing it twice, back to back.
In my opinion, athletes have to be very careful in the middle portion of this event because they had some rest after they started with Grace as their second pair went. But when it comes to ring muscle-ups, yes, it's 30 for time, but it's not like getting fatigued on a barbell. You get fatigued on muscle-ups, they go away, and then you just get to stand there and look at them for the next few minutes.
Meanwhile, CrossFit Krypton, by the scoreboard, has taken the lead from Invictus.
Well, think about who your first lead athletes are for CrossFit Krypton. You got Alex Smith and Camille LeBlanc-Bazinet.
Muscle up for days.
You would assume they would be terrible at the middle portion of this event. I have no idea how they pulled ahead of everybody.
There's some sarcasm in your voice there.
Sarcasm for you, for those listening at home.
Joseph Tortora on the left of your screen, jumping up for his muscle-ups for the Central Beasts, who's coming into this event in 5th place overall. They were the last team inside the last cut line after the prior event. The team swim paddle.
It's close with the CrossFit Krypton and Invictus, like back-to-back, 1 rep, 2 reps, but then they catch back up. So it's going to be a close race to the end. It's going to come down to being able to push that pace, but staying close and make sure you don't hit that point of no return where you hit fatigue and you can't continue to do reps.
What about that point of no return, knowing how you would handle this event, what scheme would you advise other teams going into to tackle these 30 muscle-ups in the middle?
I mean, making sure you have your best muscle-up person, individual or group, in that spot to start. Again, you get to the rings and you want to get through those rings as a big chunk right in the front. Again, once you hit that fatigue, then you're going to start to slow down. So that's going to be most important. China, I know, is really good on muscle-ups, so having her obviously on the rings are going to be important. But again, you have all these teams with those individuals. You got to pick and choose which person's going to go where, and in what order. And obviously, Krypton, they're taking the lead right now, so it's going to be interesting to see how if they can continue to push that into the next movement.
CrossFit Krypton trying to hold off Invictus. Mayhem Freedom, they sit in 3rd place. OC3 Black, meanwhile, they are in 5th place in this heat, and they have got to beat Invictus by 1 if they want to get themselves on the podium. 2014 fittest woman on earth, Camille LeBlanc-Bazinet for CrossFit Krypton, and just having no problem working through these 30 muscle-ups.
The thing about this event that sets up for her and CrossFit Krypton is like you got barbell cycling and you have gymnastics in an event. So leading up with Alex Smith and Camille LeBlanc-Bassinet is a good way to set that team up.
Good combination of individuals.
CrossFit Krypton, as Mayhem Freedom has moved into second. We have seen this all competition long. Mayhem Freedom starts a little slow, but then they slowly build up, and by the end, there they are in the lead.
That's what they do, and oftentimes it's a little deceptive of how Mayhem Freedom starts events, because like you said, it's usually in the back of the pack, and then they move towards the end. And it's not that they get faster, it's that they never slow down. They start with a perfect, trained pace for every event, and as other teams falter towards the end, Mayhem's pace just keeps moving through.
CrossFit Krypton is through 95 of what should be 180 total scored repetitions. CrossFit Krypton just ahead of Mayhem Freedom, and Invictus, they started with the early lead, but they have now dropped back to third place.
As I'm looking at how to structure these teams, we've kind of been going back and forth and where to place your best athletes and why. I'm looking at Isabel. Isabel being the final portion of this event, and it really comes down to how fast is your last pair. So you see that you have Rich and Tasia anchors for their team. You would think you'd probably not have Tasia as the, we said the last pair is the timekeeper.
Yeah.
Tasia not being as strong at muscle-ups as, say, China Cho. But when you put both Rich and Tasia on a barbell with Isabel at the end, that's how you really pick these teams, is who's going to be your best pair at the end of this event, not necessarily the first two portions.
Exactly, and it's not necessarily how you start the workout. Obviously efficiency and your ability to get going is important, but how do you finish? Like, can you finish strong in that workout? Can the pair close it when they need to? That's going to come obviously down to this workout and down to that last movement. And Isabel's a great, that single barbell movement, so how can they finish strong with that?
CrossFit Krypton now through 106 of the 180 scored repetitions. We're past the 9-minute 30 mark as Cody Mooney and Jessica Griffith on the right of your screen are working through their set of 30 muscle-ups. Tasia Persevich and Rich Froning on the rings for Mayhem. Now OC3 Black, meanwhile, they have moved up into a battle for second. Now that is huge for them because they need to beat Invictus by 1 to get themselves onto the podium. That's Taylor Williamson hopping off the rings for OC3. And the team from Davenport, Iowa is now starting to put a little pressure here on the leaders.
Krypton and Mayhem back to back. One rep and then another rep. It was so close to call.
Camille LeBlanc-Bassinet on the right of your screen. They are waiting for the pair of Cody Mooney and Jessica Griffith to finish up. The CrossFit Krypton, they are your leaders as they try to hang on to second place overall and wind up with a silver medal on the podium.
When you approach 30 ring muscle-ups, you'd be surprised. The first 20 is drastically different than the last 10, and it's exponentially different than the last 5. You get through the first 20, you're like crushing it.
I feel great.
No problem. Then you get to 25 and you're like, what happened to my body?
Where'd my triceps go? And it's obviously your strategy and how you're going to approach 30 muscle-ups after 30 clean and jerks is going to be a lot different versus just the 30 muscle-ups by itself. So not going in a big chunk in the beginning is probably going to serve you a better purpose, and breaking it into smaller chunks, and that's going to be different for each athlete.
That pacing in the middle of 30 muscle-ups is so important because you don't really want to think about time or numbers. Like, this should take about 3 to 4 minutes. What is the best way to break this up to fit that time frame, not necessarily rep scheme?
Exactly. And China and I were on the team back in 2015 for the Invitational, and when we did 30 muscle-ups in practice, it wasn't necessarily about doing big sets, but about taking 3 to 5 reps and consistently going through and finishing that.
Mayhem Freedom, they are now the first team on to Isabel. So 60 more reps for them to go there in the middle of your screen. They don't need to win. But that wouldn't be like Rich Froning.
I'm sure Rich is just going to take this one off. Yeah, he's not going to try to win at all.
Trying to go out in style.
This is more my speed of barbell cycling towards the end here. I'm all about the singles.
And now Invictus has moved into third as they try to hang on to the final spot on the podium. Invictus on the left of your screen, they are on the barbell as well for their final 60 total repetitions. Each pair will complete 30 each.
And the important part here is the next pair can't advance until both are done. So say the female athlete finishes her 30, her partner can't start until the male partner is done with his.
CrossFit Krypton now battling with Mayhem Freedom for the lead. Both of them through 136 of the 180 scored repetitions in this event. Luke Schaefer on the barbell for OC3 is at one point in this event, they were challenging for second place. CrossFit Krypton and Mayhem Freedom continue to trade first. Invictus, they are in third, and OC3 is trying to hunt them down right now. They are currently in fourth. Lauren Fisher and Tommy Venus on the barbell on the left of your screen for Invictus.
You saw in the beginning that a few of the athletes, like Camille and a couple others, started to do a couple reps, 2 to 3 reps connected. Now, obviously, it's a lot of fast singles. I think it's getting to the point where you're going to be a little faster with the fast singles versus trying to hold on to that bar and then taking rest after, especially when you know you have a pair of people behind you waiting to pick up that bar.
Rich Froning and Tasia Persevich running the anchor leg for Mayhem Freedom. 30 reps to go. And 30 reps between them and a 4th affiliate championship. Rich Froning won 4 as an individual, now trying to match that as a member of a team. It would give him 8 gold medals for his career and 2 silver.
Unbelievable to do that over 10 years.
You go to the Froning house, they're probably using some of those medals as coasters. They have so many. I mean, it's insane.
Melt them down into flatware.
Luke Schaefer and Andrea Nisler are on the barbell for OC3.
Krypton right behind Freedom, and then Invictus right behind Krypton. Dragon going for multiples.
Rich Froning won his 4th individual title when he completed double Grace. This event started with Grace. It's going to end with Isabel. So once again, it's a benchmark barbell event that stands between Rich Froning and a 4th title. Five total reps now for Mayhem Freedom. CrossFit Krypton, they sit in second. Invictus is in third. Invictus is trying to hold off OC3 Black for the final spot on the podium. CrossFit Krypton trying to finish second. Tasia Persevich to finish up. 2 in a row, 4 total. Another title is coming to Cookeville.
What a strong finish.
They're going to have to build another barn for all the jerseys and trophies.
Need more space down there.
Krypton is in. That's going to lock up second place. Now the battle is between Invictus and OC3. Invictus is going to win that. They will wind up in third place. And OC3 is going to be 1 spot off the podium in 4th. Williamson and Persanti trying to close things out here. OC3 has had a really solid competition. Consistent throughout. The lowest they were ever in this competition were 14th, and they started to march up the leaderboard, and since then they've hovered between 4th and 6th.
That consistency pays off.
Here comes OC3 to lock up 4th place in the event. I know not the finish that they were looking for, but a tremendous effort from them and from all the teams that were here in what was an extremely entertaining team competition at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. The Central Beasts, the only team left on the floor. They have already locked up 5th place overall, but now Pride takes over and they want to get inside the time cap. Nicole Holcomb, who's competed here as an individual before, back up to the rings as she's being cheered on by Zach Souter, Emma Chapman, and Joseph Tortora, her 3 teammates.
Well, at least they're having fun out there. They're dancing around and laughing.
They're making the most of that experience for sure.
So Nicole Holcomb has that right shoulder heavily taped, and you have to think that obviously is affecting her here.
Yeah.
Rich Froning taking some time to sign some autographs and take some selfies, and he's going to add another gold medal to the collection here. This is what they did over 9 events. 1st, 1st, 2nd, 5th, 1st, 4th, 1st, 2nd, 1st.
Consistency at that top spot.
I mean,
I was trying to think of something clever and witty, maybe borderline sarcastic, but the only thing I can to give them the respect that they deserve is I can't even describe the domination that they just put on today against the toughest team field we have ever seen at the CrossFit Games.
Look, and all credit right now to Nicole Holcomb. There's no reason that she has to keep working, but she is continuing to try and finish this event.
Yeah, it's pure heart.
And just can't lock it out with that right arm. It looks like they're going to give her credit for the rep. So they're going to move on now to the barbell. The Central Beasts, they want to finish this event. Again, look, they've wrapped up 5th place.
Yeah.
And Joseph Tortora with a little homage to Josh Everett going with the split snatch. China Cho added to the Mayhem team this year, and she blended seamlessly with them. The team of CrossFit Krypton, who went through some different iterations throughout the season, and this one seemed to really work well for them.
Well, I'm going to touch on China Cho a little bit. They added her really late into the season, so for her to integrate with that team so quickly and so seamlessly, I think is a testament to her as an athlete willing to step in and roll and just kind of accept what the role is and kind of what she needs to be dictated to. And the overall leadership, I would say, from Rich Froning himself. It's what the team that he's put together, the way they train, the way they work. There's more to be said than just having good people on a team. It's how well you work together and how much time you guys have worked together that is being showcased here this weekend.
Yeah, and that experience pays off 100%. Being able to get together, being able to have time with one another, and be ready for a show like this.
Central Beast continuing to work through these final 60 repetitions. Margo, look, I know it's early, and we haven't even started next season, but did your experience here on the team competition possibly motivate you to come back and give it another try in 2020?
It's tough to say because I know my individual time that door is closed, but team obviously opened up after Rogue, and we talked about it a little bit there. Being here with the team was a lot of fun, and the team dynamic we had was an amazing experience. So we'll see if there's something in the future to be happening. I can't say yes or no to that.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Yes.
I'd certainly love to see you back in the team side of the competition. And you got a great send-off at the Rogue Invitational. What was that like for you as an individual to end on that note?
That was an amazing experience. Thinking about it just gives me chills in my body because I was so grateful for the community and the people, and being there with everyone was by far something that I will hold high in my heart.
2.5 minutes till we hit the time cap, and Nicole Holcomb is gutting through this right now. As she and Zach Souter are trying to complete their final 30 repetitions and get across the finish line. Again, there is pride in getting inside the time cap.
Exactly.
So Zach did 10 in a row and walked forward. I wonder if he's going to try to hang on to the bar the whole time.
I have a feeling he might try to attempt that, and I think he's close. He has almost there. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was close.
I heard the do it chant starting to rise up from the crowd.
Yeah.
So all the teams over there to help cheer on the Central Beast, who will finish 5th overall here at the CrossFit Games.
I love that community effort, everyone coming together to rally for that team or that individual on the floor still.
Less than now, about 80 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. Cole Holcomb and Zach Souter, and if they manage to get themselves across the finish line here, they're probably going to get the loudest cheer that you've heard in this heat from the crowd at the Coliseum here at the Alliant Energy Center.
I see it coming.
15 seconds remaining.
We're almost finished.
10 reps to go. We got less than 40 seconds. This crowd wants the Central Beasts to finish. And it's now all on the shoulders of Nicole Holcomb.
I want to tell them to like raise their hands so everyone stands and yeah, there we go.
Where's Cole Sager when you need him?
10 seconds for Holcomb. This crowd just trying to will her to finish. 2 seconds to go. And it is close, but just not enough. But a fantastic effort from the Central Beast. But Rich Froning and Mayhem Freedom. Domination from start to finish. And their 4th championship.
Congratulations to them.
Rich Froning, Dre Strom, China Cho, and Tasia Persephone from the start.
I just like the way they set their team up, and it's what they're not just physically capable athletes, some of the best in the sport from team to individual across the board, but the way they are as tacticians. Tacticians with not ever knowing the event all but maybe 30 to 45 minutes prior. I mean, think how worse this would have been if they knew what the events were going to be. It wouldn't have made it better, it wouldn't have made it closer, it would have made it so much worse.
More time to think about and analyze, and sometimes having that short time frame is actually better.
Now 10 medals are going and belong in Cookeville.
Big win for you. It's been a long week, a long weekend, many events, and you guys are all Games veterans. You've been working together on this for a while, but this was a very different event than we've seen in the past with cuts and with fewer events and with everything that you've seen. How was this experience different for you from previous years?
I think it was way tougher. I mean, the caliber of teams out here, with the new rules, there's just 14 well-rounded teams, and it got cut as we went, but the best competition, I think, from a team standpoint so far.
That's great to hear. And take me through the weekend a little bit. Was there an event that particularly stuck out to you as one of your favorites?
Favorites or hurt the most? That rope climb worm thruster was a doozy. I thought that would be my favorite event of the weekend, and I think that one hurt me the most.
Maybe that's the same thing for some people. Maybe. Looking ahead a little bit, I mean, you guys have been doing this for a while. You've been doing this together now for some time. Do you continue to train together? Do you change anything up given what you've learned here this week?
I mean, I think all of us minus one are moving on to next year, and then we want to keep competing, and the game plan is to win again. That's always the game plan.
Minus one, what does that mean?
Dre's retired after his 1 year.
One and done.
One and done.
Well,
out on top.
Congratulations. Great job this week, guys. Nice work.
Dre Strom going out a champion. And there is now a roster spot open.
I have never lost at the CrossFit Games ever. Dre Strom.
It's not a bad thing to have on your resume. We have our team champion, Margot. Thank you so much for being with us to call this final event. We appreciate you stopping by, and we hope that, unlike Dre Strom, that you are back
Thank you.
at the team competition next year. Let's check out the final standings here for the men, for the teams, I should say, as Rich Froning exits the floor, signs some autographs, and celebrates his 8th championship at the CrossFit Games. 4 as an individual and now 4 on a team. And those phones are now 50% fitter by just being in his hand. The Mayhem Freedom by nearly 200 points over CrossFit Krypton, I should say. Invictus, they take 3rd. OC3 Black falling short of getting on the podium. They take 4th, and the Central Beast wrap up 5th place overall.
Here's what I'm hoping is going to happen. And I think we've seen this over the years. We've seen Rich have a massively dominant individual year where you hundreds of points between. And then the next year, the competition rose to the occasion because they saw what it took to train at the level of Rich Froning and to be a champion. We saw it on the team level when Mayhem first came on the scene and then got beat and then retrained and refocused. So I'm hoping these super teams now see that it's not just about the caliber of athletes that you have, but you're gonna have to get together, train together if you want any chance to keep pace with CrossFit Mayhem. Because you don't, I don't see them ever losing until all of these guys retire.
Doesn't look likely. We're gonna go to break. When we come back, we'll get you set for the final events for the individuals. Stay with us here on the Rogue Iron Game from the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games.
Common is our foe. Unconventional, our ally. The battle against weakness reveals perfection. Ours is a disruptive culture, seeking to redefine strength, reshape nature, and restore American innovation. This is our code. This is Rogue.
We are down to the final event for the individuals at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. And we could see history made and history repeated. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingraham. Tia Toomey trying to become the first woman to ever win 3 individual championships at the CrossFit Games. And Matt Fraser trying to join Rich Froning as the only men to ever win 4. Event 12 for the women, as they will start, is the standard in 3 benchmark workouts back to back to back.
I mean, what an event to close out a long weekend of competition. We have 10 athletes remaining in the field, yet it's Tia Toomey sitting above all of them. Like I said, what she has done this weekend is we're switching roles. Tia's doing what Fraser's done over the last few years, and Matt's actually flipping into what Tia's having to struggle with here at the CrossFit Games. And to see her take this step forward, not a step, leaps and bounds ahead of what she's been doing for the last couple of years, is borderline scary to watch.
Bethany Shadburn taking the floor. Carrie Pierce, who at one point led this competition, coming out for her final event. But you mentioned Tia Toomey and what she has done. Every finish out of 11 events so far has been inside the top 4 except for 2. That's 9 finishes inside the top 4 and 2 12th place finishes.
Yeah, I was going to say, and those finishes outside of it are 12th. 12th one time when there were 75 athletes into the field, and 12th on another time, an event that lasted 1 minute and 35 seconds, where anything can happen. So it's not even like 12th place is a bad thing. I mean, think about that. Over the last years of both men and the women's side, they've all had one that they punted into the stands.
Jamie Green and Catherine Davidsdottir are going to have a battle here. Whoever wins this event between the two of them is going to wind up on the podium most likely, barring some other things that might happen. But Jamie Green only trails Catherine Davidsdottir by 3 points for 3rd place overall.
And as you see Kristen Holta taking the field, she's not aside of that battle and competition because she's sitting in 2nd place with only a 40-point lead. Here's the deal though, it's 42 points. So only being, well, I say only being 10 points between, but that difference needs to be, you add another place finishing, so it might as well be 50.
Your overall standings, Tia Toomey has mathematically clinched. She needs to get through this event in order to make it official. Kristen Holta is trying to hang on to 2nd. It would be her first ever finish on the podium. And Catherine Davidsdottir will have to fend off a challenge from Jamie Green for 3rd place overall.
And the way this event stacks up, 30 clean and jerks at 95 and 135, your traditional Grace event, followed by 30 ring muscle-ups, and then 30 snatches at 135 and 95. You're going to see a much different pace out of the gates for these individuals than we saw on the teams.
One event stands between Tia Toomey and history. We are underway. Event 12.
Now look at the difference between the strategies between these athletes. Tia Toomey on the left side of your screen, opting for singles, Holta as well. Where on the right side, I've seen Jamie Green and Amanda Barnhart touch and going some reps. You gotta forget, you're going into ring muscle-ups, which is not a strength for Amanda Barnhart. It isn't make up time in the beginning, it's control your effort and save some energy for that middle part.
Jamie Green right now is through 10 of those first 30 repetitions. There are 90 total reps in this event. Now Jamie Green through 13. Catherine Davidsdottir 3 reps behind her. It is early. We have 90 total repetitions in this event. And as Chase said, after this, it's 30 muscle-ups.
Well, here's what I'm looking at between Jamie Green and Catherine Davidsdottir is that who won Amanda 45 in 2017? Jamie Green. Who has a hard time with high volume ring muscle-ups traditionally over the years? Catherine Davidsdottir. So you're sitting in that battle for 3rd and 4th. There's might be, I say Jamie's probably going a little too fast. Maybe she knows how well she can handle the ring muscle-ups based off her performances in the past.
Carrie Pierce is on the left of your screen, and She is someone who excels when she gets on the rings. And Catherine Davidsdottir has crept up into third right now as Jamie Green is through 23 of those 30 repetitions here at Grace, 95 pounds on the barbell.
And as we talked Green, Davidsdottir, Toomey is sitting there comfortably in second pace. I like the pace that she's currently holding on to. I didn't say Kristen Holta's name a whole lot. She's sitting in second place with only a 42-point advantage on Davidsdottir and Green. And with this new system with 10 people left to go, that's going to be the difference between a 5-place difference. And that's right now when you look at the standings, Holta's in that position.
Jamie Green still in the lead. Tia Toomey and Catherine Davidsdottir sit in second, and it's Amanda Barnhart in third. Toomey is done. She will go to the chalk bucket. And now on to part 2 of this event, the 30 muscle-ups. Toomey pulling ahead of Jamie Green. Davidsdottir pulling ahead of Jamie Green. Whoever wins the race between the two of them winds up probably on the podium. So Jamie Green gets to work first on the 30 muscle-ups. She is not on the screen right now. Davidsdottir's on the left. She is in the long pants. Tia Toomey on the right.
Ooh, left side. Catherine Davidsdottir went for, I would consider a big set for her, a set of 5. And that 5th rep, she was slow to turn over. And that takes a lot out of your shoulders. And you do not want to see that happen in the first 5 reps.
Because coming up next to finish this event, 30 snatches, it's Isabel at 95 pounds. And Tia Toomey now has taken the lead. Jamie Green has fallen off the pace. Toomey is through 40 of the 90 scored repetitions. They will move forward every 10 muscle-ups that they complete. So Toomey right in the middle of the floor. And Tia Toomey is looking for her 5th win of the competition.
Tia looks great on the ring. She had 2 big sets to start that set of 30. They'll advance forward every 10. Fraga moves forward. Barnhart moves forward.
Amanda Barnhart, we talked to her a while back during the season. She said she has worked a lot on her upper body pulling, and it is paying off here. She is now in third place. So Tia Toomey sits in first. She's through 47 now, 48 of the 90 reps. Jamie Green 7 back, but Jamie Green is ahead of Catherine Davidsdottir, who is now on the left of your screen just getting to the ring. So Jamie Green trying to work her way onto the podium. The race for third is between her and Catherine Davidsdottir. Toomey's done, 10 more muscle-ups to go.
What I'm looking at is between Catherine Davidsdottir and Jamie Green is what their lockout is looking like when they get on top of the rings. Davidsdottir on the left side of your screen in the pink. Jamie Green just hops up on the right side of your screen. Watch Green's lockout. It's smooth. It's quick. She's not laboring at all. Catherine Davidsdottir is quite opposite at the moment.
Anna Fragu now has moved into second ahead of Green. Barnhart has dropped to 4th, and it's Holta now in 5th. Kristen Holta trying to hang on to 2nd place and stay on the podium for the first time in her career. Tia Toomey with 6 reps to go before she will get to the barbell for 30 snatches at 95 pounds. She has already won 4 events in this competition. What has been a dominating performance for her here at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games.
On the right side of your screen, Jamie Green's moving up to the rings behind Fragow, and Davidsdottir in the back left part still working on her 2nd set of 10 ring muscle-ups.
Davidsdottir has fallen off the pace, and now she fails a repetition. So Jamie Green could wind up on the podium here.
They still got to look where Holta is relative to Davidsdottir. It looked like Holta has actually moved up ahead of her by just 2 reps.
Tia Toomey is done. 30 reps remain for Tia Toomey. 95 pounds on the barbell. Anna Frack, who sits in 2nd place. Jamie Green is in 3rd. Catherine Davidsdottir right now 9th place in the heat. That is great news for Jamie Green, who's trying to work her way onto the podium, and Toomey to work on the barbell through 65 now of those 90 total repetitions.
Now, Holta has made up a lot of ground on the muscle-ups, but when they got to the ring, she was back into 6th or 7th place overall. So I would hope that she can give herself enough lead time on David's daughter to get to the bar with enough time, because you know when David's daughter gets there, if she gets there with enough time left, based on that she gets to the ring, she'd be able to close that gap more on Holta.
19 to go for Tia Toomey. Here comes Jamie Green. She and Fragu on the bottom of your screen are on the barbell along with that woman. Tia Toomey, who with every rep is inching closer to history. Jamie Green, meanwhile, is trying to hold off a comeback from Catherine Davidsdottir and leapfrog Davidsdottir to wind up on the podium for the first time as an individual. She's been on the podium as a member of the team.
She's part of CrossFit Yaz a few years ago after getting first overall in the Open. That was one of the biggest surprises to see that, is to take the Worldwide Open and then submit to the team for competition.
10 to go for Toomey. She's on the left of your screen. Jamie Green now sits in second ahead of Anna Fragu on the right of your screen, and it's Kristen Holta in the orange top, who is in fourth. Five more for Tia Toomey. In 2017, that was the first. 2018, that was the second. 2019, it's history. She has done it. Tia Toomey is the first woman to win 3 CrossFit Games championships. Fifth event win for Tia Toomey. Jamie Green is your leader on the floor. She's in the green top and long black pants. She is way ahead of Catherine Davidsdottir. The 2 women on your screen right now may be joining Tia Toomey on the podium. Kristen Holta, who has been 7th overall at the CrossFit Games for the last 2 years, looking for her first appearance on the podium, as is Jamie Green. Green is in, and she will stand with Tia Toomey on the CrossFit Games podium. And now Kristen Holta, one of the most consistent athletes we have ever seen at the CrossFit Games. And Kristen Holta is done, and Kristen Holta may be wearing a silver medal at the end of the evening. Here comes Carrie Pierce. Amanda Barnhart now the leader on the floor, 4 reps ahead of Turi Helgadottir. Catherine Davidsdottir has fallen way off the pace as Barnhart is in, and we saw that miss on the muscle up.
I'll tell you exactly when that happened. And Sean, you're exactly right. We were watching earlier, is that it was that 5th unbroken muscle up to start the set of 30 ring muscle ups. Now, Catherine has been working tirelessly on improving your muscle ups, but that doesn't mean they've got exponentially better. And that 5th rep where she was slow to turn out and lock out, that was the moment that turned the tide in this event for Catherine Davidsdottir.
Haley Adams is in. What an impressive performance from the youngster Haley Adams. Such valuable experience here as she got into the top 10 and was able to close out the competition. But still take nothing away from Catherine Davidsdottir. She was basically left for dead going into the sprint event, found a way into the top 10, made it very interesting, and has gotten across the finish line to close out her competition, and Davidsdottir will take 9th in the event. Tia Toomey is the first woman to win 3 CrossFit Games championships, and she did it back to back to back.
CrossFit Games champion is your first 3-time CrossFit Games champion, Tia-Clair Toomey!
And there it is, the announcement from Dave Castro, making it official. Tia-Clair Toomey!
They're going to need a bigger trophy case down there in Cookeville.
I'm hoping maybe if I move to Cookeville, I can be a better announcer. Is that
Get better at everything, you know?
Get better at everything.
Just go to Cookeville.
Get a couple inches taller, add a little bit of weight to my bench press. Maybe, just maybe, I'll get
I know
better
where
at
you're going.
deadlifts.
I was just going to say that. Just go down there and deadlift, Chase. But Tia Toomey, 5 event wins. It's 11 event wins for her career. She, like Rich Froning, has never finished lower than second at the CrossFit Games. And you wonder if we have seen the best Tia Toomey.
I'm going to say no, and that's not to take away from what she did here. And I say that no as like everyone should be terrified of the fact that I'm saying no. She has been fighting and clawing to get where she's been at to this point. And now she knows what she's doing, has these results. And to see her work through this final event, she was ripping off massive sets on the ring muscle-ups to the point where I thought it was too many, but she kept going. The singles on the snatches kept that pace the whole way through. No, we haven't seen the best of Tia, but we may have been seeing the best female CrossFit athlete of all time.
The woman from down under is once again on top of the CrossFit world. She is our first 3-time women's champion.
This is the first time we have seen a 3-time consecutive female champion of the CrossFit Games. You were running, you got your flag, high-fiving. I mean, what sort of emotion is going through your mind right now?
Oh, it's pretty surreal, but it definitely wouldn't have been manageable without all you guys, so thank you so much.
In terms of the competition here, it has been very different this year than we've seen before. We talked about cuts earlier and the different ways that we approach the events. I mean, what has this Games meant to you in terms of how it's differed from the past?
Oh, I think it's actually very special. You know, it's the beginning of a new it's the beginning of a new beginning, I guess. That doesn't sound right, but you kind of get what I'm talking about. But so many changes. Obviously, as we spoke about it the other day, we would have loved to have all the athletes be a part of it. That said, it doesn't take any credit away from all the females sitting here and standing here on the floor today. So, yeah. It definitely wasn't easy, but we've all fought to the very end, and it's just been another great year. We've been able to show off all our hard work, and thank you so much just for the opportunity.
You have come so far in your career, and we've seen you excel so much as an athlete, as a person. We've gotten to know you over the course of the last few years. I mean, how do you continue to evolve in this sport?
Thanks, Ellen. Just honestly surrounding myself with good people. You know, I wouldn't be standing here today if it wasn't for my team and all my supporters. So, you know, I'm seeing everyone in the crowd there with my shirts on and everything, and then I've got family and friends, so I really, really appreciate all the love and support, and if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be going into the gym every day trying to better myself, so yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks everyone. Good job, girls.
Tia Toomey, the first women's 3-time champion and all class as she celebrates another title. Quick break. We'll be right back on the Rogue Iron Game to set up the men after this.
I've been called a rebel, an outlaw, a fighter. Fighting to become stronger, faster, smarter, better. Pushing my body strengthens my mind and my soul. I walk towards the fire, towards the fray. I walk towards the crucible. It is not easy. It will hurt. I will sweat, I will suffer. I will bleed and blister and bend, but I will never break. I'm never broken.
Common is our foe. Unconventional, our ally. The battle against weakness reveals perfection. Ours is a disruptive culture, seeking to redefine strength, reshape nature, and restore American innovation. This is our code. This is Rogue.
Inside the Rogue tent here at the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin, as we have just crowned our first three-time women's champion, Tia Toomey, doing it in style in a fantastic way to close out that women's competition in a dominant performance from a very classy champion.
Right, and I don't think anybody can say that that was an unfair test as far as it was classic CrossFit, a barbell and a set of rings, right?
In 3 years, we haven't found anything to really trip her up, and with her being the first three-time women's champion, are we asking the question, fittest woman in history right now?
I'm going to say yes. It seems like an easy question to answer, but what I love to see is the ferocity that Tia brought to this competition. We saw it towards the end in a couple lists last year, but now she has the confidence to back up her fitness, and that's a dangerous Tia Claire Toomey moving forward.
Yeah, let's take a look now at the final standings for the women as Tia Toomey stands atop the podium for the third time. Kristen Holta, for the first time in her career, will join Toomey on the podium. She takes second, and Jamie Green wins the race between herself and Catherine Davis-Daughter, and Jamie Green stands on the podium for the first time as an individual. She has been there before as a member of a team, but you know, this is now the part where we have to try to find new things to say about Tia Toomey, but one of the most dominant women's performances that we have ever seen in any setting, in any format at the CrossFit Games.
Absolutely. The thing that stands out to me on Sunday is the durability, right? We talk about how good people are at different events, multiple modalities, but here in the final event, she just came through and wiped everyone off the face of the earth again on Sunday. It didn't look like anything really has phased her or affected her over the weekend. It's just one more thing you can add to her being one of the fittest and strongest women in history.
Anyone else want to add anything to that? Because it's just like, I'm kind of speechless. Like you say she's great, she's won 3, and as Dan, as you said, probably right now the fittest woman in history, and I don't know what's going to stop her from winning a 4th at this point.
Right, it was not just that she had these event wins, but like Dan was saying, it was how handily she won a lot of these events, especially that last event. I mean, she was off those muscle-ups well before most of those other ladies.
10 events inside the top 4. She won 5. She was 12th twice. Just let that sink in. The men are going to be up next, and we've seen history made. Now the question is, will we see history repeated as Matt Fraser looks to become the second man to ever win 4 CrossFit Games championships. He currently leads Noah Olson by 25 points. If Olson is going to want to supplant Fraser atop the overall standings, he's going to have to beat him by at least 3 spots in the next event. Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson will try to hang on to 3rd place overall and finish on the podium for the 2nd time in his career. And Scott Panchik has never finished on the podium. It always seems to end up somewhere inside the top 6 at the CrossFit Games. There is just so much at stake here, all over the place here for the men.
And there's no room for error, especially for Matt Fraser, because you talk about a 20-point difference, 25-point difference between Fraser and Noah Olson. And what Fraser came out and did in events 10 and in event 11 was exactly what he needed to do to kind of supplant him into that 1st place position going in. But it's just 30 points. That's 1st and 4th. And when you look at everyone on the leaderboard coming in, anyone in this heat, I think, has an opportunity to disrupt between Matt and Noah.
We spent a lot of time talking about Matt Fraser, but we have got to give credit to Noah Olson. He's putting together his best career performance here at the CrossFit Games.
Yeah, it's easy to kind of maybe get down on Noah right now because he did have that leader's jersey and then he kind of dropped off the map a little bit, but off the map only into 2nd place. He's put together a phenomenal weekend so far. Just has not been able to quite keep up with Matt in the Coliseum. 4th and 5th on those ringer events to Matt's 2nd and 1st, which dropped him down into 2nd place. He's still on the podium, 51 points ahead of 3rd, so he does need to protect that spot in this next event. Very unlikely that he's going to be able to take over Matt. Matt's in the driver's seat. If Matt makes any big mistakes, Noah has to capitalize.
And finally, Bjorn Gudmundsson, sometimes we don't give him enough credit as well, but here he is back for possibly another spot on the podium.
I agree, and like you said, I think at this point it's very likely that he will be on the podium because he is 83 points ahead of Scott Panchik at this point. And what I love about Bjorgvin and his performance today is that he steadily increased what started as a 3-point lead at the beginning of today and opened that up to an 83-point lead. I don't think he's maybe going to catch Noah with 50 points ahead of separating him and Noah, but I think he pretty much has 3rd place on lock.
Same test for the men that the women faced, 90 total reps. Chase, what are the keys here as the men move through the final event?
I think after watching the women go, you got to pace the beginning, maintain your momentum in the middle on the muscle-ups because you cannot afford to have something that happened to Katrin Davidsdottir.
Right.
There's that room for error that could be disastrous. And then when you get to the end, when it comes to the barbell for Isabel, it's a race to the finish. It's singles, it's doubles, it's whatever you can get. Just don't screw it up when you get to the middle portion on the muscle-ups.
We are down now to the final event of this 4-day competition. We're going to take a break. We'll come back with event 12 for the men, the standard, when we return here on the Rogue Iron Game at the Reebok CrossFit Games in Madison, Wisconsin.
In life, there are the strong-willed, the innovators, and the outliers. Those who turn right when everyone else turns left. Their passion is their compass. Their dreams, future stories to be told. It is this bold attitude that makes them legends. They weren't the first, and they won't be the last. For the past 10 years, in an average-sized American town, everyday American people have pushed a not-so-average-sized American dream. Each vision met with adversity, every trial reassuring them that their heart was right. And when the naysayers came calling, "You can't do that," They responded not with words, but actions. And what started with a few people in a garage now rises one more icon of can-do, a monument to American manufacturing might. We are Ohio-born, American-made, 450 strong and growing. We are Rogue.
Of the final day here at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. We've seen history made. Now, will we see it repeated? Thank you for being with us, everybody, as we close out the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games under many lights inside the Alliant Energy Center. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingraham. The battle for the podium is on. We have three men figuring out where they're going to land. Matt Fraser, Noah Olson, and Bjorgvin Karl Gudmundsson.
And that's your top three coming in. But in what order will they be coming out? And we have this event where anything can happen, where mistakes will be devastating. The amount of pressure on everyone. Don't pretend that Matt Fraser doesn't feel pressure coming into this event. It's the first time since 2015 that it's been the case, because he has been crushing competition for the last 3 years. And he's in a position where he can legitimately lose this based off the event that they have coming in.
And Matt Fraser, for the past couple of years, the final event has been a formality. He has had the title of CrossFit Games champion wrapped up before he even took the floor for the final event. James Newberry taking the floor. Newberry will be getting his best career finish at the CrossFit Games. He can do no worse than 5th overall. His prior best finish, 18th. A fantastic performance from James Newberry.
Oh, and he came out hot in event 10 earlier, getting that win that ended up being a difference maker between Matt Fraser and Noah Olson. We're going to see the same thing, Scott Panchik. Scott Panchik is highly capable of winning an event like this. You go down the list, Bjorgvin Karl Gudmundsson, all of these guys can take the win. Now how are they going to end up beating each other across the leaderboard?
Panchik, if he's going to get on the podium, is going to have to demolish this event and then get a lot of help to maybe wind up in third. He's never wound up on the podium in his career, but neither has Noah Olson. He's been close. He was 4th a couple years ago. And Matt Fraser, for the first time, as we have been talking about, all business coming into this final event because he has nothing locked up. Overall standings, Matt Fraser by 25 over Noah Olson. If Olson wants to supplant Fraser atop the overall leaderboard, he's got to beat him by at least 3 spots. Bjorgvin Karl Gudmundsson can wind up in second, but he has to beat Noah by 6. And Scott Panchik has an outside shot at third, 90 total reps.
30 clean and jerks to start at 135, followed by muscle-ups and 30 snatches to close things out. Noah Olson is one of the best athletes in the field at ring muscle-ups. What he needs to understand is that don't try to beat him in the front half or front third of this event.
Final event is underway. We start with 30 clean and jerks at 135 pounds. Noah Olson and Matt Fraser will be right next to each other. Fraser in the middle of the screen in the white top. Noah Olson is in the red shorts right next to him.
I'm breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief for Noah Olson that he didn't come out doing touch and go reps. 3 years ago, we would have seen Noah Olson to try to do 10 unbroken all the way down the line. But what he's doing is trying to stay at a comfortable pace between him and Matt, and knowing that his advantage is going to be on the rings.
Matt McLeod currently has the lead through 11 of these first 30 repetitions at the 30 clean and jerks at 135 pounds. After this, it's the 30 muscle-ups, and as you said before, that is where Noah Olson can make a move.
And that is where you cannot make a mistake. You're actually almost better off doing less reps in a row and taking shorter breaks than chancing a tough ring muscle up or a failed ring muscle up. If that happens in the beginning of that middle part of this event, it's over.
Matt McLeod is your leader, but everybody else is within about 1 or 2 reps of McLeod, including Matt Fraser and Noah Olson. 20 reps done for McLeod of these first 30. Then it's on to the ring muscle-ups where they will advance after every 10 completed repetitions. Noah Olson on the right, looking for his first ever appearance on the CrossFit podium. His best finish before this was 4th. That was 2 years ago in 2017. Matt Fraser looking to become the second man to win 4 CrossFit Games championships. And Fraser now in the lead through 25 of those first 30 reps.
See Matt Fraser in the center lane, watching Noah Olson and Noah Olson only, seeing what rep scheme is on, seeing his face, what his body language is telling him, and that's kind of going to dictate the pace of what Matt does. Nobody else on the floor here matters, except Matt Fraser and to his right, Noah Olson.
Fraser to the rings first. If Olson is going to take that white jersey from Fraser, he's got to beat the 3-time champ by at least 3 spots in this event. And now Olson up on the rings to start his set of 30. Fraser through 5, now 6 of his set of 30 muscle-ups.
Fraser's doing a massive set. This should be rep number 10.
And now Olson takes a break. Fraser's done. Second set of 10 for Matt Fraser.
I like the break by Noah Olson. Noah is fully capable of doing a set of 10. Now this middle set of 10 is kind of going to tell us whether that was a good idea or a bad idea for Matt Fraser. I know he knows himself better than anybody. He's put in the time, he's put in the work, he knows what he's capable of. And Noah Olson, 2 short breaks, is back up in that second place position.
And Fraser through 43, now 44 of the 90 scored repetitions. Noah Olson is trying to catch up with Jordan Gudmundsson and Matt McLeod.
Fraser needs to be very careful about his last rep of the set. He did a set of 5, but his judge just kind of warned us, make sure you establish a full lockout before you drop off the rings.
Olson with another break goes to the chalk. Fraser continues to work, and he will take a break.
Matt started with an unbroken set of 10, did a set of 5, and he just did a set of 3. So Matt already breaking up twice in this middle set.
Fraser back on the rings, Olson back on the rings. Noah Olson is through 16 of his 30. Fraser is through 20. Well, Fraser will advance to the next set of rings, but he goes back to get some chalk before he will do that.
Noah Olson should be finishing up his set of 20 and moving up with him.
Fraser just has to stay close to Olson. Even if Olson beats him by 1 spot, Fraser will hang on to the title of CrossFit Games champion. Fraser to work on his final set of 10 muscle-ups. Jordan Gudmundsson on the left is on his final set of 10. Now Noah Olson, he gets started.
Fraser did a set of 3. Still that last lockout of his final rep. It's getting sketchy. It's getting hard. You got to be careful how you finish those final reps in those sets.
Olson with the lead briefly before Fraser hops back on the rings and gets to work. And now another break for Fraser. 5 reps remain for Matt Fraser. Noah Olson may not be able to catch Matt Fraser, but Noah Olson, for the first time in his career, could finish on the podium here at the CrossFit Games, and that would be a fantastic achievement for Noah Olson.
Fraser breaking again. This is the first time Noah's broke it up in less than a set of 5.
Fraser's just going to keep his eye on Noah. Again, if Olson is going to beat Fraser in the overall standings, he's got to beat him by at least 3 spots in this event.
But the athletes are there. You see Gudmundsson, Panchek, Hepner, they are there. It is possible.
And Olson has taken the lead. First man to the barbell as Fraser will join him.
And this is the moment it's come down to. We said pace the beginning, keep your momentum in the middle, and it's time to race. It's 30 snatches between you and a possible first place finish.
And look at Matt Fraser rip through these reps.
There's a big difference between the first 5 and the last 10.
Fraser back in the lead, and here comes Noah Olson. Matt Fraser going touch and go again for another set of 5. $20 to go for Fraser. Olsen remains in second, Gudmundsson remains in third. This looks like it's going to be your men's podium, and no rep for Fraser.
Here's the danger, it's like touch and go. He did all that work just to get 2 reps ahead. That no rep kind of shook him a little.
Olsen is in second. He's got to beat Fraser by 3 if he wants to earn the title of fittest on earth. Fraser with 15 to go. Olsen with 15 to go.
Olsen's gonna have to start doing more than single reps. It's not gonna be enough to try to keep pace with Matt with singles. He's gonna have to start doing some touch and go.
But he also needs help. He's also gonna need some other men to step on the gas here if he wants to beat that man. Matt Fraser with 10 to go. Olsen doing a great job hanging with the 3-time champion, but he is not getting the help that he needs. He's got to pass him, and he's got to hope that Jordan Gudmundsson and Scott Panchik all of a sudden find another gear. 5 to go for Matt Fraser. Now 2 for Fraser. He will break. Mr. Froning, you have company. For the 4th straight time, Matt Fraser is the CrossFit Games champion. Noah Olsen, for the first time in his career, will be on the podium, and Jordan Gudmundsson will join them. Scott Panchik will fall just short again. Panchik finished 4th 2 years in a row in 2012 and 2013. He's been inside the top 6 times. Now 7 if he finishes inside the top 6 again here. One of the most consistent athletes we have ever seen to not finish on the podium is Matt McLeod, who comes across the finish line, and Jacob Hepner is done as well. Saxon Panchik, James Newberry left on the floor. Panchik is on the left, the younger of the 2 Panchik brothers competing here in the top 10. And James Newberry, who will get his best career finish at the CrossFit Games. Matt Fraser had to work for this one.
I remember Matt saying in a wonderful documentary of a few years ago is that he hopes you bring your A game. He hopes you've been training your ass off for this event. He wants to feel good about this win. I think, though it was his toughest win to date, for the race that he had to run all weekend, this has to be his most proud win at the CrossFit Games.
For the first time in the last 3 years, he didn't have it wrapped up going into the final event. James Newberry is the last man on the floor, and once he crosses the finish line, the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games will be done, and James Newberry will have his best career finish here. Noah Olsen and Jacob Hepner out there cheering him on. Final rep for James Newberry and final rep of the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games.
champion, Matt Fraser!
His career started with 2 straight second place finishes. Since then, nothing but gold medals for Matt Fraser, as he is now the second man in CrossFit Games history to win this competition 4 straight times. And give credit to Noah Olson, who left it all out on the floor to try and catch that man. And Noah Olson, for the first time in his career, will be on the podium at the CrossFit Games.
Matt Fraser, from start to finish, got the race he has been asking for the last 3 years. Noah Olson never backed down. Fraser had to push it to a pace that he has never gone before just to stay at reps ahead. Not to dominate Noah, to stay mere reps ahead, but he did it. And that shows you the testament that Matt Fraser is as a competitor, as an athlete, and as one of the greatest men to ever grace the competition floor at the CrossFit Games.
4-time champ, Matt Fraser.
Congratulations. This was one of the closest points races we've seen from you in a little bit to get there. I mean, how did that affect you this week?
I didn't like it. No, it was what it was, you know. Gave me a little extra motivation to go harder and try to get some more event wins, rack up those points.
We've seen so many accomplishments from you throughout your entire career in this sport, in other sports as well. I mean, what's still on your goals list considering everything you've been capable of?
I don't know, I'm just trying to have a good time. This is better than a desk job, so I'm gonna keep doing this.
You got a ton of fans here. I know I could see you kind of searching the crowd for your crew, your friends, your family. What does their support mean for you?
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't be here without them. You know, they take everything off my plate so I can wake up, train 8 hours a day, and think about nothing else. And so between my manager, O'Keefe, and my sweetheart, Sammy, there's not too much I have to do other than just think about training, competing, and winning.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Matt Fraser and Noah Olson congratulating each other on a hard-fought battle as Noah Olson had the white leaders jersey for a while. Matt Fraser was able to wrestle it away from him earlier today, and for the 4th straight time, Matt Fraser is a CrossFit Games champion. Adrian Moonviler, he was going to get his best career finish at the CrossFit Games as he finishes inside the top 10 as Matt Fraser celebrates with his fiance Sammy. Jacob Hepner, he's going to take 6th. James Newbury is 5th. Scott Panchik 4th for the 3rd time in his career.
And you wonder what the CrossFit Games landscape would look like on the men's side if there wasn't someone named Rich Froning and Matt Fraser, and then you look at what Scott Panchik has done over the length of his career.
Yeah. 8 of the 9 last individual championships have been won by those 2 men, and Ben Smith, the only guy to get sandwiched in between the 2 of them, as he won in 2015. And for Scott Panchik, just another near miss, and now I think the fans really want to see that guy wind up on the podium.
Yes. 888 points for 3rd place. Bjorgvin Carl Gudmundsson!
Bjorgvin Carl Gudmundsson back on the podium as he finishes in 3rd.
I think it can't be said enough how good Bjorgvin Carl Gudmundsson is. To podium again. Won a fluke the last time. We didn't talk about it last time.
Noah Olson in 2012 told Dave Castro when he was a volunteer at a regional competition, I'm going to be at the CrossFit Games one day. 7 years later, Noah Olson is on the podium at the CrossFit Games in second place.
And that's good to see. He earned that.
And of course, finally, the four-time champion, Matt Fraser.
Top 10 fittest on earth.
4 days of competition are in the books. And on the women's side, we've seen history made.
All right, you guys.
And on the men's side,
we
have now seen history repeated.
The athletes hang around.
Final results, Matt Fraser with 984 points. Noah Olson 35 back of him. He sits in second place. And Björgvin Gudmundsson finish in third. Scott Panchik, his third fourth place finish of his career. And James Newbury takes fifth.
Wow.
His career best finish at the CrossFit Games. And James Newbury may have more in the tank. Looking forward to seeing what he can accomplish now in the future. It took longer than we thought in this competition, but Matt Fraser, as is always the case, is just inevitable. And he winds up on top of the overall leaderboard. 4 days of competition now in the books. It's been a fantastic time here in Madison, Wisconsin at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. Stay with us. We'll come back to wrap up the team and the individuals competition next on the Rogue Iron Game.
Unconventional, our ally. The battle against weakness reveals perfection. Ours is a disruptive culture, seeking to redefine strength, reshape nature, and restore American innovation. This is our code. This is Rogue.
In life, there are the strong-willed, the innovators, and the outliers. Those who turn right when everyone else turns left. Their passion is their compass. Their dreams, future stories to be told. It is this bold attitude that makes them legends. They weren't the first, and they won't be the last.
Dread it, run from it. Destiny arrives all the same. The sun setting on the Alliant Energy Center here in Madison, Wisconsin, and the sun setting on the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games as 4 days of competition have come to a close. Thanks for staying with us throughout the day and throughout these last 4 days here on the Rogue Iron Game. Packed house now here back at the desk, the entire team. I'm Sean Woodland with Andy Sakamoto, Dan Bailey, and Chase Ingraham. It was a different format. It was certainly a different experience, I think, for a lot of people and athletes, but there was no assortment of excitement here.
Yeah, I think this whole season has had a lot of us wondering, what it's going to look like, and especially the games. This weekend had no shortage of entertainment, of ups and downs, and leaderboard switch-ups, and names that we didn't think were going to be where they were. Really exciting, totally thrilling weekend.
I have to say, as a former athlete at the CrossFit Games and now getting the chance to do some commentating, this was almost just as stressful watching it all unfold as participating in the games itself. Outside of that, with all the changes in the season and the point scores and the cuts, we can talk about that until we're blue in the face. Tia Toomey and Matt Frazier still on top. Super impressed to see that at the end of the day on Sunday.
And that's a great point by Dan. I mean, the programming is fantastic. The events were fun to watch. I was just as stressed out as anything. To see it come down on the men's side to the final last 5 reps of a barbell. When you talk about entertainment, we got some entertainment. But like you said, Matt, Tia, Mayhem, CrossFit Games.
Yeah.
What more do you want to say?
There is a whole lot of hardware going back to Tennessee here in the coming days. And they
goodness.
need a much bigger trophy case down there at CrossFit Mayhem. And speaking of CrossFit Mayhem, let's start with the team competition. And we have said all week that coming into this is going to be the toughest competition ever, and it was going to be tight, and anybody could win it. And we could not have been more wrong, because Rich Hornig and Mayhem Freedom just destroyed the best competition that we have seen here on the team side of things.
And here's the thing that stands out. They have the athletes. They clearly have the chemistry, a level above everybody else on the playing field. And they have, obviously, the training grounds to produce the greatest team we've ever seen in CrossFit Games history. Like you mentioned, all of that hardware going back down there. Right now, they're unstoppable. They mentioned Dre leaving, so it'll open up the question, who's coming in to fill his position? Can they repeat again or come back again and win another CrossFit Games championship?
You talked about, okay, you can have super teams, you can have talent. That ain't going to be enough.
Well, it's not just super teams. You had teams filled with CrossFit Games individual competitors that got embarrassed on the field here at the CrossFit Games. And, Dan was saying, it's like, they have the athletes, they have the prep, they also have probably a full inbox because Dre Strom is leaving. So
resumes
I just type mine in. It's like, hey, what a good has-been to not make your team any better. But what they did, they could probably win with me on your team. That's what I'm going to say. That's how good everybody else is.
I'm just going to make a suggestion for somebody. I won't mention his name, but his initials are Dan Bailey. So, the opening's there, Dan.
I'll think about it.
All right, so you're saying there's a chance. Meanwhile, CrossFit Krypton, they were put together sort of late here in the season, but they found a way to gel, and they finished second and had some very impressive performances throughout the last 4 days.
Right, they did, and this is a team of highly talented individual athletes. They're all games individual competitors. But as you said, Sean, they had competed, 3 of them had competed at some sanctionals, but they had a late addition of Camille LeBlanc-Bazinet, and you just never know as a team how you're going to perform with that many talented individuals. They got an event win on the sprint relay. Yeah, they had a little hiccup on the big chipper, but overall they held themselves together with great composure and with a very talented field of competitors that they were up against. So nod to Krypton.
And give credit to Invictus. They finished on the podium in 3rd place. They had the battle to get there, and look, who knows, if they go back to the drawing board, figure things out, maybe they find themselves pushing the Mayhem teams for the overall lead.
Right.
I mean, they put them together at the beginning of the season, too. I mean, what they did coming in, what's funny is that they were the first team to qualify for the CrossFit Games out of Dubai, in which it was heralded as a team programming that only favored individuals. Well, they proved themselves as a team as well here at the CrossFit Games.
Let's go to the women's side of the competition, where we saw history made by Tia Toomey, the first woman to win 3 CrossFit Games championships. Kristen Holta, she winds up on the podium for the first time in her career. And Jamie Green has been on the podium as a member of a team. Now she stands there as an individual, and Catherine David's daughter wasn't able to hold on to 3rd place. She drops to 4th. Carrie Pierce rounding out the top 5. But to see the way that Tia Toomey competes, and then the way that she carries herself afterwards and that she speaks of her competition. I mean, that is a class act and I think a champion that the entire CrossFit community can be proud of.
Yeah, I mean, she was so dominant all weekend. She only had 2 finishes outside of fourth place, and those were 12th place finishes. Those are not bad finishes. She had a handful of event wins, which ties her with Sam Briggs with 11 event wins, which is the 4th best of all time. But here's what I'm most impressed with, and you touched on it, Sean, which is it's not her physical game, it's that her mental game has finally caught up to her physical game. And on a weekend where she was faced with a lot of unknowns, looming cuts, she handled herself with such composure. There were so many events that she was so far ahead of these other ladies. I can only imagine that we have not even seen the full potential of Tia-Clair Toomey.
That is the scary thing, that she keeps getting better, and you wonder now, have we seen the ceiling with her? And I mean, it's hard to say that we have, because she just continues to get so much better. We spent a lot of time talking about Kristen Holter. We had to make up for lost time. Let's give her her due. One of the most consistent athletes we have seen, 7th overall the last 2 years, first time on the podium from her, and just an outstanding performance for the last 4 days.
Yeah, you got to feel so good about Kristen Holter, not only just getting on the podium, but taking a 2nd place finish. Consistency is key in what we talk about in CrossFit. How good are you across a broad and very wide and deep amount of work? And her hard work has finally paid off. No finishes today outside of the top 6. Well-deserved 2nd place finish. Like we said before, we can't say enough about how good she's been over the past couple years. She's a very quiet champion, a very quiet, reserved person, but goes out on the field and competes with the heart of a lion with all those other girls. Just hats off to you, Kristen, and we're super happy for you.
Yeah. Didn't end up the way that Catherine Davis-Daughter wanted. But give her credit, because like we were talking about during the broadcast of the event, she was left for dead basically going into the sprint, found a way to get into the top 10 and almost wound up on the podium.
I'll give Jamie Green credit right off the bat. She took 3rd from Katrin, but what Katrin did to start off the Coliseum events by blasting through events 10 and 11 to take 2 back-to-back first place finishes when we thought she was floundering out after the swim. Gets herself into 3rd place position, but it's this muscle up when she's trying to go through that herder, that last rep in the first set of 5, when you know what that's supposed to feel like, and you guys have all been there, is that was the rep. I couldn't even heard you guys behind me. It's like you knew that was kind of the beginning of the end of that event for Katrin. It was sad to see because she came out so aggressive early on, but I think that ended up hurting her in the final event.
Other than Tia just being an incredible champion, what are the main things you're going to take away from this women's competition?
Honestly, one of the things that I'm looking at isn't so much of the women that we see on the leaderboard, it's the women that we don't see on the leaderboard, and what is their mental capacity and attitude heading into the next season.
Oh, and one of those ladies has got to be Haley Adams, right? 18 years old. What a phenomenal weekend she had. And all those other ladies have got to be worried about the potential of Haley Adams at this point.
I'm actually going to go below the top 10. And what are the 11 through 20, the past champs, the big names that we lost coming into the weekend? How are they going to respond in the next season if it does end up being the same way? I'm very curious to see how they approach next year's season.
I think there are a lot of athletes right now who are checking out real estate prices in Cookeville, Tennessee. So
wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, if you're a realtor there, you're about to get a lot of business. Let's go now to the men's final standings as Matt Fraser joins Rich Froning as now the only 2 men to ever win 4 CrossFit Games championship. Noah Olson put up a heck of a fight. He finishes in 2nd, first time he's on the podium in his career. Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson back on the podium, and you just got to feel for Scott Panchik, who try as he may, just can't seem to crack the top 3. What stands out to you now when you take a look at those final standings?
Again, I mean, it's heartbreaking for me to see Panchik kind of outside of that top. He's one of those guys he's like Kristen Holter. He's so consistent year after year, not only in the open, regionals, sanctionals, anything you throw at him, he's always one of those guys who's going to be at the CrossFit Games. You just assume it's going to happen. Then when he gets here, flashes of brilliance, great things happen for him, and then somehow by the end of the weekend, he's just a few points shy of reaching one of those podium spots.
Well, Chase, we just watched Matt Fraser do what Matt Fraser does. He had to fight for it this year.
Yeah.
And you said it yourself during the broadcast. maybe the most impressive win of his 4.
I know he probably didn't enjoy it as much while he was competing, but you look back at it and it's like he earned that this weekend more than he has in the past 3 most dominant finishes at the CrossFit Games previous to that. 6 event wins this weekend. That is the most individual event wins by any athlete ever at the CrossFit Games on the individual side. And what he had to do to put himself in that position, it was a tough weekend, but he's got to be the most proud, tying 4 in a row with Rich Froning. That's pretty darn good company when you talk about the best ever.
And meanwhile, you got to be happy for a guy like Noah Olson, who has gotten close, and now he finally gets himself on the podium in 2nd place. Just an outstanding performance from him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got to keep his head high after the body work that he did this weekend. I think back to 2015, competing with Noah a few times. He's always had some major blunder happen that just took him off of podium contention. I remember he dumped a wheelbarrow full of sandbags at one point. This weekend, he was incredibly consistent. He fought for it. He showed up. In that last event, he traded places back and forth with Matt Frazier, who is arguably the best CrossFitter or CrossFit Games athlete that we've ever seen. So nothing to be disappointed about at all. I can't wait to see him come back next season if he's hungry to try to grab that top spot.
When Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson first wound up on the podium a few years back, he was like Tia Toomey. We kind of just didn't see him coming, and he just stayed there and stayed there and stayed there. Oh, now he's on the podium. Kind of the same story here.
Right. Well, and since then, he hasn't been able to get himself back on the podium. He's had all finishes for the last 3 years, 2016, 2017, 2018, within the top 10. But he hasn't been able to get himself back on top of that podium. But this weekend, he only had 3 event finishes outside of the top 10. So much to like what you were saying about Kristen Holta, he was just super consistent across all of the events. And there it was, it landed him back on top of the podium in 2019.
Anytime we wrap up the CrossFit Games, there are just so many moments that you think back about that you made a huge impact, or were big moments in the Coliseum, or maybe out on the field. What are the moments that are going to stand out to you when you think back here now at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games?
Honestly, for me, the weekend's a blur. It was outstanding, I think, from start to finish. We've never had so much, I don't know if you could say controversy, so many things to kind of focus on up and down the leaderboard. We weren't always looking at the top, we were looking at the middle, we were looking at the bottom, where were athletes going to finish. So, I mean, overall, just one of the most exciting CrossFit Games I think we've ever seen.
Yeah.
And to your point, it's drama from start to finish, from beginning to end. We're talking from December, figuring out what these sanctioned events are going to look like, how the Open turned out with national champions, and then you get to the games, and now you have cuts. And in the end, we got entertainment. It was fun to watch for me. And for us, it's like, I just love to see what this means moving forward for the CrossFit Games.
Well, and for me, there is one consistent in all of the CrossFit Games, but it never ceases to amaze me, and that is the hard work of all the people that are here, all the volunteers, the people that athlete control, the hardworking crew at Rogue. There's countless behind-the-scenes hours that go unnoticed for all the people on the other side of the screen, but as an athlete, as somebody who has worked at the Games, I cannot tell you the immense amount of work that these people put into this event year after year after year.
It does not happen without all the volunteers, without all the equipment crew, without all the hardworking crew here at Rogue, who they're here before we are, and they leave way after we do, and they have busted their butts for the last 4 days to put on this event. I want to ask you about what you said. What does this mean now moving forward? How do athletes have to not only change their preparation, but also their mindsets as they move through the season and towards the CrossFit Games?
I think you got to set the schedule now. You got to look at what's coming. We have the Open coming back in October, and then the sanctioned event season happens. And we have nearly 30 sanctioned events coming into next season. The only thing we don't know is what the CrossFit Games are going to look like landscape-wise in 2020. More experience is going to yield to better results, I believe, at the end. And with different events all lined up throughout the season, make sure you set your schedule early with your coach and look at your season and see how it shakes out for you moving forward into 2020.
And on that note, that is going to do it for us here at the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. I want to thank everybody on our crew who has worked so incredibly hard to bring this production to you. All the guys behind the camera here, our stage manager, KJ, she's been fantastic. Everybody in the truck, I wish I knew all your names or could remember all your names right now. I'd spout them out if I could, but Charlie Doobie, our producer, has been fantastic. But everybody in the truck who's worked really hard to bring this top-notch production to you. Katie Henniger for giving us the opportunity to do it. Justin Reed, our director. Just everybody, if you're involved in this, thank you so much. for everything that you have done, and thank you to the road crew. Thank you to you for watching. That's all. We're done with the 2019 Reebok CrossFit Games. For Chase Ingram, Dan Bailey, Annie Sakamoto, I'm Sean Woodland. Thank you for joining us here in Madison, Wisconsin, and we will see you soon here on the Rogue Iron Game.